Absolutely not.
She's living her best life.
She is.
Until something happens and she's going to shut down her new job.
Let's hope not.
That's how it happens. Like, you can't just remove yourself and think that's going to change things. It's like inner stuff that's got to. Unless
That is true.
Unless
But
this job really was the issue.
I mean, there were some issues on jobs.
No.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is a Wednesday. It is August 7th, and we are experiencing, yes, again, some warm and humid temperatures on this Wednesday. It could always be worse, right? It's 76 degrees as we take a live look from our High 5 camera in downtown Memphis, and it is clear. We're not expecting any rain for the next several days. We got Action News 5's Patrick Ellis standing by with a first alert to a milder forecast this weekend. Certainly, we just got to get there, right, Patrick?
Yeah, but we start the process here today with our first of two fronts moving across the Mid-South. I'll take you to Marshall County. Marshall County schools, Holly Springs schools getting back into session here today. Tipton County and Germantown also getting back into session here today. We've got a litany of folks getting back tomorrow. Arlington, Bartlett, Collierville, as well as Arlington, Lakeland schools. All those schools are getting back into session, as well as Clarksdale Municipal Schools down in Coahoma County catching the buses tomorrow. Of course, the weather should be in good shape. This morning, we're waiting on that front to move through the area. This is looking at I-22 near Highway 309. This is going to be out near Byhalia this morning. Temperatures are in the 70s. 77 officially, 77 in Olive Branch, 76 officially Memphis International, 73 Covington. And like I said, Tipton County schools getting back into session here today. Upper 80s there in Tipton County this afternoon as we start to get that cloud deck to edge out of the area. But still, look at the temperatures to the south. Batesville and Oxford in the middle 90s this afternoon. Lower 90s Clarksdale as well as Marks, as our humidity levels start to come down as well gradually through the course of the next 24 hours. Low temperatures tonight because of the lower humidity on the way. Upper 60s and low 70s across West Tennessee. North Mississippi, same idea. Ashland at 69. Holly Springs 71. Same thing in Oxford and Batesville. Will go upper 60s and low 70s across eastern Arkansas communities. Again, that comes in the wake of that frontal boundary sweeping through the area. So what do you need to know? First front rolling through here today. That is a slight drop in humidity. The second front on the way for Friday. That will bring us to that cooler, drier weekend. And next week, we trend towards warmer temperatures, but also the chances for some rain to come back into the fold as well. You'll see the Muggy meter kind of taking a dip as we head through the weekend with that second front moving through the area on Friday into the weekend. That humidity feeling a lot lower, feeling much more comfortable across the Mid-South as we head through the weekend and even into the start of next week. We do start to see the humidity levels creeping back up as we head towards next Tuesday, and that, my friends, is going to be the beginnings of some changes back in the forecast. But in the meantime, the weather's staying fairly quiet for us. Of course, moisture tracker still showing what's happening across the eastern United States, of course, in the form of Debbie, a tropical storm off of the coastline of South Carolina this morning, and a frontal boundary sweeping through the area this morning, really only bringing us a few clouds in the skies here this morning. And eventually, we'll see those even clear out by the afternoon hours. Debbie starts to make a progress to the north slowly but surely. Here comes another front approaching us. It's Friday morning. Front starts to drop into the area. That drier air moves in just in time for the weekend for us here in the Mid-South. So that's good news if you got plans to be out and about. Memphis Chicken and Beer Festival happening over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium on Saturday. I think we're in decent shape there. Middle 80s expected. We'll go into Sunday, middle and upper 80s expected with a mixture of sunshine in the morning, clouds by the afternoon hours. There's the latest on Tropical Storm Debbie moving to the northeast now with the latest update from the Hurricane Center. 4 miles per hour. Again, barely moving at this hour. It's not as prolific on the rain bands right now, but there are still some very heavy rain bands. One that's coming up towards Onslow County, North Carolina this morning, up near Jacksonville and Cape Lejeune, and then also up towards down east Carteret County. We've also got the backside of the storm system coming out of eastern Florida on the Atlantic side, just south of Duval County, and heading out towards the Space Coast. And the center circulation presently sitting off of Charleston, South Carolina. Again, northeasterly movement, so it's trying to move away from the coastline for now, but it's trying to make its way back towards the north and east. Keep in mind, all of that wind is pushing up into Winyah Bay and Long Bay and up towards Onslow Bay. So these two bay areas here, These areas are going to be the spots that are going to have all the water pushed up into them and then pulling out of the water coming out of Savannah and out of the St. Johns River as well out of North Florida. So this is all going to work its way towards the north eventually. Winds right now 45 miles per hour, gusts upwards of 60. That's going to be near that core. And some of these heavier bands, continue to rotate in, and occasionally you're getting these spinning cells that go along with it as well. So the center of circulation itself will make its way back on shore. See Charleston right here, Isle of Palms, Folly Beach. This will be somewhere up between Charleston and Cape Romaine. That's Cape Romaine right there. This is Horry County, South Carolina. That's Myrtle Beach and Murrells Inlet. So it should be coming on shore somewhere in through here very early tomorrow morning, say midnight, 1 o'clock, with a 50-mile-per-hour sustained wind. Comes on shore, moves up towards the north by Thursday afternoon. Center of circulation is going to be closer to Florence, South Carolina, Dillon, South Carolina. And then as a tropical depression, by very early Friday morning, moving north of Raleigh and Durham up through the Triad area of North Carolina. Remember, especially with a decaying tropical system, the eastern side is typically going to be the more impactful area to watch out for. So all of eastern North Carolina is still in play here for very heavy rainfall. Some spots here 10 inches on top of what they've already gotten the last couple of days. So places like Wilmington, Fayetteville, up towards New Bern, Morehead City, Greenville, Tarboro. These areas probably will see anywhere from 5 to 10 inches with locally heavier amounts still possible. Beyond that, the storm works its way up past the D.C. area on Friday afternoon, quickly gets pulled out to the north and east, moving across the New England states. Now, one other area to watch is going to be up here in northern New York and throughout Vermont. This area was inundated already twice this summer with heavy rainfall that led up to flooding concerns. Now, this is going to be moving a lot quicker, but those grounds are very saturated, so it wouldn't be surprised to see more flooding concerns, especially there through the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont and through the Champlain Valley, and eventually works its way up towards the Maritimes of Canada. Here's a look at our forecast because, again, remember, on the western side of Debbie, that drier airstream is coming direct out of Canada, so our weather stays fairly quiet over the next couple of days. 90, the forecast high temperature here in the city of Memphis for today. I think we're going to be in decent shape as we go through, not just today, but also going into the next couple of days, including for our homestand for the Redbirds going up against Gwinnett. Temperatures in the low 80s with mostly clear skies and a north breeze flowing in around 10 miles per hour. The weekend sets up pretty good as well. Remember, we got a lot of stuff going on. Like I said, the Chicken and Beer Festival over Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium here in the city. Go out to Coahoma County, the Sunflower River Blues and Gospel Festival kicking off. Really starts Thursday night, but most of the events going through Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 80s for highs in Coahoma County, 60s for lows, not bad. The sky's mostly sunny. You can't ask for much better weather for this time of the year across the Delta, say the least, when it comes down to the heat and humidity. And of course, here in the city, we'll go middle and upper 80s as well for highs as we head through Saturday and Sunday. Extended forecast, low 90s next week as that ridge of high pressure begins to build back across the area. The thing about that is that we could be under two different influences. The ridge itself, if we get underneath that dome, the heat will build. It will get plenty hot. So these low 90s could become mid 90s very quickly. The other thing too is if we're on the edge of the ridge, which right now we're leaning more so towards the edge of being on the edge of that ridge of high pressure. If we're on the edge of the ridge, we may have those clusters of storms coming out of the north and west through the mid portion of next week, and that could have some impacts for the FedEx St. Jude Championship. Of course, tournament play starts off next Thursday at TPC Southwind.
So Patrick, I know that forecast looks pretty good this weekend, especially with lows in the 60s and highs in the 80s. I don't see much in terms of rain. I know you were just talking about it. Do you see anything extended that perhaps might bring some rain?
That's what I'm saying. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. If we're on the edge of that ridge, if we're right on the edge, you see the 20% there, I'd extend that into Wednesday, Thursday, and the very least maybe even Friday, depending on that ridge of high pressure. If we're underneath the dome of high pressure, rain is going to be elusive, but if we're right on the edge, I think we at least have a decent shot of seeing some downpours that could mix in. For now, because it is still kind of wonky, a little iffy out there, that's where we're keeping the rain chances low for now. But I would just go ahead and be prepared for the opportunity for some rain and storms that could mix in there as we head into the FedEx St. Jude Championship. That kicks off next week. And of course, it's really an all week long process, but tournament play starting on Thursday. Right now, got about a 20% chance for rain in there for Thursday, Friday as well, and then the rain chances may go down, but the heat cranks up as we head into round 3 and the final round Saturday and Sunday.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis helping us with the detailed forecast there. We appreciate it, Patrick. All right. Let's take a look now at actionnews5.com, and you can see some of the top stories there, one of which was something that we talked about earlier this morning, Kellogg's plan to downsize in Memphis. We also have a number of different headlines that we are focused on. Of course, the Olympics, such a great showing for Team USA and our Mid-South Olympians competing in Paris. We have a couple of different areas where you can click on our homepage right here, this banner. You can click on, just go to actionnews5.com, click on Mid-South Olympians competing in Paris. Go there. You can also click on our pull-down menu here. You can see the Olympics and see all of our stories with regards to the Summer Olympic Games. And then the digital desk right there. You can also see all of our interviews that we do each and every day on the Action News 5 digital desk. Watch them all in its entirety. Share with family and friends via social media and email and text message as well. All right, so let's talk about one of the top stories we were focused on this morning, and that happens to be MATA, the Memphis Area Transit Authority, and the $60 million in deficit for that organization. Action News 5's Tavares Haywood has details on that.
We even have people who are taking buses on a regular basis to sell blood for money. And those buses are not showing up either.
Frustrations from Memphis City Council members as they tell Memphis Mayor Paul Young and MATA's president and CEO Bakara Malden about issues their constituents face daily with MATA.
And I hear their crying, I hear their plea, and I see their emails that they've lost their jobs and how they're going to make it, because of this system here.
Seems like they're feeling the passions of the riders.
Cynthia Bailey is the co-chair of the Memphis Bus Riders Union. She rides buses daily and says she left yesterday's council meeting with hope, but more needs to be done.
We need for our mayor to be more involved in MATA and then more involved in the community when it comes to transportation.
We are all in this together because at the end of the day, it's about the people of our city that rely on this transit system to do their daily business.
Mayor Young says the city has hired a firm to conduct a forensic audit.
We understand how critical this is, and that's the reason that we are taking these extensive steps to ensure that we don't end up here again.
MATA is still some $60 million in the hole. MATA's chief financial officer says the reason why is because MATA was spending more money than they were bringing in.
In order for things to move forward, there has to be dialogue around it. And so I applaud the mayor and I applaud you all for making this a priority because it really is, it's critical, and it really is critical.
Appreciate it. Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. NASA's James Webb Space Telescope. It is the world's largest and most powerful space telescope. Today marks the second anniversary of the Webb science operations, and what a better way than to celebrate some amazing images of the universe. Let's talk about that and much more with a NASA astrophysicist. I'm joined now by Dr. Mark Clampin. He's Director of Astrophysics at NASA. Mark, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm really looking forward to this interview. I'm excited to hear about the James Webb Telescope. I've been following this for a while. I used to cover the NASA program when I worked down in Orlando, but I'm excited to see what kind of images. Tell me about this second anniversary and what it means for space, NASA, and everyone that's excited about this. Good morning.
Good morning. So we're really excited to unveil this second anniversary image from Webb. It's a very special subject for us. What you're seeing is two merging galaxies, and Webb's special infrared sort of insights into what's going on here. So this object has long been known to astronomers as the penguin in the egg. And if you look at it, you can kind of see why. On the right, you see this sort of white egg-like structure, which is, a galaxy composed of very old stars. And on the right, you have this very strange looking structure that sort of resembles the shape and appearance of a penguin. And what's happening here is you're seeing two very large galaxies merging and combining. And the galaxy on the right, once upon a time, was a spiral galaxy, just like our own galaxy. But as it merges with this other galaxy, it's being torn apart by the gravitational forces. And as that happens, gas and stars are being pulled out of this spiral galaxy, and they then collide into each other and trigger more star formation. And that's why you see all these beautiful filaments in the right-hand image. This is a key and important step in the evolution of galaxies. And this is how we get supermassive galaxies, through these mergers of what are already very massive objects.
I loved looking at that. I appreciate you sharing that penguin and the egg image there.
Yes.
How old is that? A lot of times for our audience out there, and we have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk, a lot of time these images are very, very old because it's so far away. Is that the case here, or is it closer?
So the particular object we're looking at is about 300 million light years from our solar system. And this merger has been going on, we think, for probably around 75 million years. So you're seeing kind of a sort of a key point in the sort of cataclysm is the merger of these two objects, but it will go on for much longer.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Mark. Let's talk about the James Webb Telescope in general. I mean, it's been 2 years now. It's revolutionized our universe. Tell us some of the revolutionary findings that have happened so far in these 2 years.
So Webb has been doing science across a very broad range of different astrophysics problems. But the reason we built Webb was to really try to study the very first galaxies that formed in the universe and understand what happened all the way back to that very beginning as the first galaxies started to form. And we've been able to see back to that era with the James Webb Space Telescope. So we're seeing galaxies that are 300 million years after the Big Bang, and we're finding a lot of surprises. So Webb's telling us that these galaxies are much bigger, massive, and brighter than we had expected from our theory and our models. So as we go forward, Webb is going to help us understand exactly what's going on here. Why are these galaxies getting so big so quickly? Is it black holes, or is it some other physical process at work? We've also been able to start to really understand how stars are born as well. So we're able with Webb to look inside dust clouds. You remember these beautiful dust clouds that have been observed with Hubble. With Webb's infrared vision, we can actually see inside these dust clouds and actually study the stars that are being born in these clouds. And that's very important because there are so many in there. We can study and follow the evolution and birth of these stars from very young ones to ones that already have planetary systems. And that's a key part of understanding where our own planetary system originally came from as well. And then I think that for me, one of the really exciting things is that for the very first time, we can start to study the chemistry of the atmospheres of planets around other stars outside our own solar system and see how that compares to what we know about our own solar system.
It's fascinating stuff. I mean, in addition to some incredible images and some incredible video that you're sharing with us, Mark, the kind of science that's developed and that's studied with the James Webb Telescope is incredibly fascinating to me. Is there a hope that we learn something maybe more profound in the lifetime of this telescope?
Absolutely. I think as we put together the pieces of what happened at the very beginning of the formation of galaxies in the universe, that really will tell us how the universe started and how galaxies first formed. And right now, we still have a lot of gaps. We don't really understand what's going on there. And Webb is really providing us with these new insights that will give us what I think is very profound view of what happened at the beginning as these first galaxies formed. It's also going to allow us to really understand the range of planets around other stars in our own solar system. We already know there's something like 5,000 planets around other stars that we've been able to confirm. And for the very first time with Webb, we can actually start to make a very serious study of a large number of these. And that then allows us to really understand more about how our own solar system formed and basically how you get habitable planets that life could have formed on.
I love looking at those images right there, Mark. And, I'm curious because, science at times and scientists can be pretty entrenched in what they believe. Since the James Webb Telescope was launched, has there been a change in any theories or anything that's, been thought of one way, but the James Webb Telescope made us think another way?
I think, again, coming back to the very early stages of the birth of the universe, we certainly had a picture of what we thought was happening. And the first Webb observations are telling us that there are clearly gaps in our understanding and that we have to make more observations with Webb to really piece together exactly what's going on there and how these first galaxies formed and evolved. So it's really creating, I think, new mysteries that we can solve with this telescope as we make more observations.
How long is the tenure, the lifetime of a James Webb Telescope? And I understand it's working kind of in conjunction with other telescopes to explore the universe, right? Tell me about that.
Yeah. So Webb is 1 million miles from Earth, and it uses propellant to stay in the orbit that it's in. So we estimate right now that it will stay there, be able to stay there and maintain its orbit for about 20 years. It also works in partnership with other NASA missions. So the Hubble Space Telescope observes in the visible, and other telescopes like Chandra observe in the X-rays. So a good example of how we put stories together and really understand what's going on. One of these very first galaxies that we've been studying with the Webb telescope has been found by Chandra to be emitting X-rays that are consistent with a black hole at the center of this galaxy. So that's telling us more about the puzzle of what's going on there. So these telescopes all work in concert to provide different pieces of a puzzle and help us understand as a whole what's going on when we look at a particular problem.
Fantastic. I really enjoy this conversation, Mark. I could talk to you all day about this stuff. I find it exciting and fascinating. Is there anything else you want to mention to our audience that maybe you haven't mentioned yet about this anniversary, James Webb Telescope, what to expect in the future? Anything else?
I think a couple of things. So one thing I'll say is, somebody asked me a few days ago, do you ever get, tired of looking at these images? And I think it's fair to say I certainly don't. Every time I see a new image from Webb, I'm just blown away. And I think that's really something that all of the people using Webb data, all of our astrophysics community feel when they look at their Webb data that's just been downloaded. They're always both shocked, surprised, amazed, and usually spend a lot of time just looking at the images before they actually think about what they have to do with them. So it continues to really shock us and provide wonder at what's going on out there in the universe. The other thing I would just say is I really encourage people to go to the nasa.gov/web site and take a look at some of the other images. And we have lots of data there that you can look at, was taken by Webb, and there's very detailed explanations of the science that's being done with those images.
He is the Director of Astrophysics with NASA, Dr. Mark Clampin, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about these new breathtaking images from the James Webb Telescope. Mark, thank you so very much. We appreciate it. Congratulations on all the success of the telescope, and we look forward to having you and some of your colleagues on in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and we've been enjoying our Team USA and Olympic coverage. It's so great to see. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There was a new survey. It was a national survey from Discover, and it said 80% of American consumers are anxious about their financial situation. That doesn't surprise me. We've seen this all across Memphis and the Mid-South time and again. Some of the factors involved: high inflation, everyday expenses, the economy, income, debt. Those are among the top stressors fueling the anxiety. Again, this is due to a national survey here from Discover. Financial stress is severe. Let's talk about ways to reduce that stress that we have so often in this economy and in this world that we live in. I'm joined right now by Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. So, Dan, good morning to you. Tell me more about this national survey. I think it was your group that put it together.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. You mentioned the headline. 80% of Americans are feeling some level of financial anxiety. Perhaps not surprising, but it is certainly something we'd like to see come down over time. And unfortunately, that number has remained consistently high for the last 3 years. That 80% number is virtually the same result we've had for 3 years running. And at the top of the factors that are contributing to financial stress are high inflation and high everyday expenses, two things that are very closely associated with one another.
They certainly are. And where do you think, Dan, that people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, financial anxiety and making things worse? Where do people go wrong?
I think being unprepared is one thing. Ideally, everyone would have an emergency fund. But the other thing, if they're already in debt, is not believing that they can get out of it. So our survey found that 1/3 of Americans don't expect to ever get out of debt. And that's quite discouraging. I'm more of an optimist, and I believe that there's quite a bit that people can do, from making a budget, but also to potentially taking out a consolidation loan that might allow them to lower the rate that they're paying on their debt so they can get out of it faster.
Yes, I've heard that. That is a great idea and suggestion. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about some ways to minimize that stress, that anxiety that we all have, or many of us have, I should say, around our financial situation, Dan.
Yeah, so we found that Gen Z, for example, 42% of them don't even want to look at their financial statements or their bank statements. That's not going to be a winning strategy. So you have to get out your bank statements, and you have to start with a solid budget. You want to have a good understanding of everything that's coming in, of course, but also where it's going so that you can put those dollars to work as hard as they can for you. And if possible, eliminating expenses is going to allow you to allocate more of your hard-earned income towards paying down debt. That's the key. You got to put more towards debt so you can get out of debt faster.
So does that mean, I know some people out there that, they'll say, well, I have this huge car payment and I have this mortgage that I got to pay and I got 3 kids and they have their expenses. And so I need to take a second or a third job. I mean, what do you tell someone like that? We have thousands of people that watch here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dan, and they're probably wondering a little bit of the same. Where do we begin?
Yeah, I think that stress is understandable. It's been challenging. Incomes have not kept pace with the rising costs out there. And so you have to be prepared, and you have to understand your options. That's what I tell people, is that they can do it. And they want to look at ways that they can reduce the cost of their debt and be prepared for anything that might come at them in an unexpected way. A water heater can go out at any minute. You have to have a plan so that you're ready to confront those things and not put yourself into a deeper hole.
Okay, so if we're doing bullet points right here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the top bullet point needs to be create a cash reserve account. And that's for any kind of emergencies out there. Take me through maybe 2 more or 3 more bullet points.
Yeah, so an emergency fund is going to give you that cushion for when something comes. That's the top of the list. The next thing is to make a budget. There's so many different budgeting strategies out there, and there's different ways to go about it. But look up the one that you feel most comfortable with, pull out a pencil and paper, and understand each line item of your personal balance sheet. The next thing is to look for opportunities within that budget to allocate more money towards debt. And then the last thing I would say is to look for opportunities to reduce the interest rate you're paying on any debt. A consolidation loan is a great way to potentially get that win.
I like it. These are tangible options for our audience out there to start reducing debt and reducing that financial anxiety. Anything else you want to mention, Dan, before we let you go that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, what I would say is that when you're choosing a provider for a personal loan, you want to make sure that you pick one with no origination fee. An origination fee erodes how much of the cash from that loan you get in your pocket that you could put towards debt payments. And so if you took out a $20,000 loan and it had an origination fee, you might only get $18,000 in your pocket, but you'd be tasked with paying back the full $20,000. So look for a provider that's going to offer a loan with no origination fee. Discover Personal Loans is proud to offer such a product. And your audience can check their rate without any impact to their credit score at discoverpersonalloans.com.
DiscoverPersonalLoans.com. Managing debt, reducing financial anxiety. Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans. Really appreciate the tangible options that you gave us here. Great news you can use. Thanks so very much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it.
Well, the time now is 10:21. Gonna switch gears here now and talk about the importance of hair health. Did you know hair health is a crucial aspect of overall wellness? And few understand this better than Penny James, a renowned trichologist and hairstylist with over 30 years of experience. Penny James is joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to help break down everything we need to know. Good morning, Penny. Thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, Taylor, thank you for having me on your show.
Yeah, anytime. I've actually been looking forward to this conversation because it's an important conversation to have, not just for women, but men as well, right?
Yes, it is. Yes.
So tell me the importance today. I know this month is National Hair Loss Awareness Month. What can we gain? What type of knowledge is there out there for us to learn more about this month?
Yeah, August is National Hair Loss Awareness Month, absolutely. And I think what people need to be aware of is that it is very prevalent. And what I think some of the first signs that people notice when they're losing their hair and maybe aren't really thinking about it too much is more hairs in the brush. And then they're thinking, well, wait a minute, now more hairs in the drain and I've been washing my hair. And now we can start seeing that, our parting's got a little bit wider. If you're losing excessive amounts of hair, now you can start seeing your scalp. And now it starts affecting, your confidence, because no matter how we wear our hair, it's part of our identity. And when that starts getting called into question, it really starts eroding our self-confidence. And the thing is, I just want people to know, you're not alone with hair loss. There are millions of American men and women who experience hair loss.
Absolutely. And I know one of those myths, we have thousands who join us each and every morning on the Digital Desk, and the ages range, but with hair loss, it's not something that there's a certain age to when you can experience it, right?
No, I mean, hair loss can come on for an array of reasons at any age.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And that's just one of the several different myths. Tell us a little bit about some of the common myths associated with hair loss and hair care.
Sure. So one of the myths that I hear a lot is, frequent shampooing makes your hair fall out. And really, when you're suffering from hair loss, that's just not accurate news. Think about, how you've got to keep your hair and scalp clean, because when you're in a clean, healthy environment, the hair will do much better. That's just one myth. Another myth is genetics. So people think, well, you know what, my dad's bald, my mum's, maybe has lost some hair. Oh, I'm experiencing the same thing. Well, yes, of course, genetics can play a role in hair loss. But here are some other key things to think about. So does well-being, our diet, and stress are huge culprits for hair loss, and they all have to be addressed to help promote new hair growth.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Well said. So let me ask you this. What are some things that people can do right now to just promote healthy hair and just your overall well-being? Because like we mentioned earlier, they kind of go hand in hand.
They really do go hand in hand. And that's a really great question. We are what we eat. So I always tell my Trichology clients, to incorporate food groups that are rich in A, E, C, E, and D, which are, we do excellent vitamins. And now we want to think minerals, which is like zinc and iron. And these are all in the Viviscal hair growth supplement. And that is a really powerful supplementation that has been not only clinically proven, has scientifically been proven with a powerful ingredient in it, and that's the Amino-Mar collagen complex. That is perfect for people with really fine, fragile hair to help regrow your hair in as little as 3 months with only 2 pills a day. So that's a powerful ingredient to be able to take with your food groups that are really beneficial to help really grow the hair. But we mustn't forget stress, because stress is one of the biggest culprits for hair loss. So the way we suppress stress is to come in and sort of think about upping your exercise routine, incorporating yoga or meditation, and really reducing our stress levels. Now that's internally, let's think externally that's going to be really helpful for our hair. Viviscal has a lovely, gentle shampoo and conditioner. It's a thickening shampoo, a strengthening conditioner, and we've also got the strengthening serum, which is a lightweight serum and won't weigh your hair down. This trio is packed with powerful ingredients like keratin and biotin and seaweed extract, which has been proven to actually, for especially people with really fine, fragile hair, to stop breakage, and which is going to now leave your hair feeling thicker, fuller, shiny, and really gorgeous.
Oh, I love that. I love to know that there are things out there that can help for those who are experiencing hair loss. It's not just one of those situations where you just kind of have to accept it. There are things out there for you to prevent hair loss. Was there anything else that you wanted to add this morning? I know this is a conversation that you could probably talk about all day long because there's just so much information to it. But was there anything else that you wanted to add that I did not ask you?
There really is. There's so much. And, I want to reach out to your viewers today just to say, don't feel alone. Viviscal has an incredible online community. Why don't you go online, ask some questions, type in what's going on with you, and we've got an array of products to choose from. Let's find out what's going on with your hair loss, and let's find something that's going to help you.
All right, you heard it first from Penny James. Thanks so much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We look forward to chatting with you again.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. We love Team USA and all of our Olympic athletes. They're doing so well in Paris. Have you been watching some of the games? Well, perhaps if you have, you may be inspired to, get in shape yourself. Well, it is something that shouldn't be too daunting for anyone out there. In fact, we have a local trainer to really kind of make it very easy for us to get in shape. I'm joined right now by Kristen Skinner, a personal training leader at Collierville's Lifetime Fitness. Kristen, good morning to you. So where does someone begin if they see these incredible world-class athletes on their TV this week and they say, you know what, maybe it's time I get in shape? How do they begin? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks so much for letting me come on to talk with you today. I was watching the the women's volleyball team just this morning, and it is so inspiring. But sometimes we watch these athletes and think that we can just start right away and be at that caliber in a short period of time. So what I would tell anyone is just to start small. At Lifetime, we have even goal setting sessions that we'll do with our members to talk about how to start with just a specific goal, how we can measure that goal, help them achieve that goal in a realistic period of time. So starting small, whatever the goal is.
That's a great way to start, just start small. But, I always tell people, hey, the hardest part is getting to the gym. Once I'm there, I'm going to work out. I'm going to have some sort of workout. It might not be the best one, but at least I'm there working out. So the hardest part's getting there for me. Okay, so we set our goals. We set them small. What's the next step?
So I'm glad that you said that, because you're not alone. Many people struggle with just getting here. So having some accountability along the way is a great idea. If you meet with a trainer here in the gym, or maybe you even have a friend that you set up to have a play date, so to speak, at the gym, y'all come together, but that sets some accountability in place. So once you have that accountability in place, then you want some kind of program so that you're not just coming in. A lot of people feel defeated or they give up really quickly because there's not a plan set in place. So I would say start small, have some accountability, and then let's set up some kind of plan to help you be successful every time you're walking in the door.
Yeah, I love that. Two great bullet points there. Small goals, attainable goals, reachable goals, and then accountability. Tell me about diet and how important diet is when it comes to getting in better shape.
100%. It's been said that abs are made in the kitchen, and that's not a lie. It could be said that nutrition is about 80% of it, but that shouldn't be discouraging, because knowing what kind of nutrition is also important. That depends on, what kind of sport you're trying to play or what kind of goals you have in the gym. So I would say first and foremost, just starting with the right amount of protein. We've talked about that before on the digital desk, is having the right amount of protein can help you recover well, help you to sleep better, but then looking at hydration and getting those electrolytes in, especially when it's really hot outside. So a trainer can help you set up, ideal macros. We can talk about, ideal calories for the goals that you have. It definitely depends on the individual and the sport, the workout that you're trying to do. But an easy place to start is with getting the right amount of protein.
Yes, protein is so key. What else can we talk about? So, we have goals, we have accountability, we have nutrition and making sure we get enough protein. What else can we talk about that maybe people are lacking or missing or perhaps not thinking about?
So a lot of times, I've talked about this before also, a lot of times, when let's just say, for example, the goal is weight loss, people will just start with cardio alone and they'll leave out the other piece that's crucial, is strength training. And vice versa. Some people will just do all strength training and leave off the cardio. And then when it comes time to run to get out of the rain, they don't have the ability to use their cardiovascular system. So both are equally important. But the biggest thing is, let's say, getting out in the community and engaging with the local running community. My daughter and I are participating with a women's run group right now, but we're doing our strength training at the gym. So having a partner to participate with, doing a little bit of both. It's not just all or nothing or one or nothing. But then when it comes down to programming and having a plan in place, Lifetime actually offers a digital app that's completely free. Anybody, you don't have to be a member here. Anybody can download it and use it. And you can start it both for gaining muscle and losing weight, doing your cardio and your strength training all through that app.
If you had to split up a week and you had to say, okay, these are the amount of days you should be strength training, these are the amount of days you should be cardio, how do you break it up?
That's a great question, and I would definitely say that you want to talk to a certified personal trainer before coming to that conclusion on your own, because one, it depends on the human, depends on the individual, the sports that you play, how active you've been previously, starting off small. But let's just hypothetically say that you've got 4 days out of the week, right? 4 days that you are going to allocate some time. What I would tell anyone is to let your strength training outweigh your cardio. So if you only have time to do 3 days and you do 3 days of strength training, we would orient that in a way where we could get your cardio in as you're doing your strength training. But definitely you want your strength training to outweigh everything else.
I love it. I love it. These are great tips, and we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Anything else, Kristen, before we let you go, that maybe people might not have as top of mind?
You know, so many things, Andrew, but if you can just allow yourself to just start. You know, you don't have to have a fancy plan. You don't have to have, all the things in place right away. If you just start, and so many people have seen success on just launch. If you can just get here, get to the gym, get around some accountability, get around people that are going the same direction that you want to go. You'll be surrounded with positive and encouragement. And I think that's just kind of the nuts and bolts of it, is just start. And then we have so many things at Lifetime that are free and available to everybody, like goal setting sessions. You can do a free intro to abs or intro to lower body or upper body or machines. Things like that are just accessible in a way that, we can help you just find little small nuggets to help you be successful along the way.
I love it. Kristen Skinner over at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, giving us the deep dive on ways to get in shape. As we watch the Olympics and we watch our world athletes soar, we can also soar in our own special ways. Kristen, we appreciate the advice. Thanks so much.
No problem.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. We have a great interview rolling in this morning. We're talking about wellness. It's National Wellness Month in the month of August, but it's an important conversation to have year-round. Of course, as we mentioned, August is recognized as National Wellness Month. And here to share wellness inspiration is Dr. Yael Vernado, the TV host called Dr. V, and the founder of GetCheckedForLife.org. Dr. V is also a working physician at Johns Hopkins and a regular on national TV shows like The Today Show and CNN. And we're just lucky to have her on this show today. Thanks so much for joining us, Dr. V.
Thank you so much, Taylor. It's great to be with you today.
Great. So let's just jump right into it. We coined August as National Wellness Month. Why is it so important to have this conversation about wellness?
You know, wellness is all about prevention, right? And so it's really important to just take some simple steps that can keep you healthy and happy. And so I really love that it's National Wellness Month here in August, because it's important to have some health conscious decisions to make. And my top tip is check in with your doctor and get a checkup.
Oh, that's great advice there. And then it's right on time, because today many of the students here in the Mid-South are getting back in the classroom. So what advice would you give to parents as they are preparing their kids to go back and get this school year started?
You know, it's really important for everyone to get moving. And, you know, according to Statista, the number of people that participated in Pilates training in the U.S. reached almost 11.86 million in 2023. And to capitalize on this trend, F45 Training introduced FS8. FS8 is not just another Pilates workout. It's a progressive fitness movement that combines the Pilates reformer with mat work, tone exercises, and yoga warm-up and cool down for a low-impact, high-energy exercise developed to strengthen both the body and the mind. You can check out FS8 for class schedules and to learn more.
So for those watching today, what's something that they can immediately do to improve their health and wellness?
You know, great question. You know, your whole health is a really hot topic, and it's essential to have some nutritional support. And that's why I recommend to my patients Onnit. Onnit for essential nutrition support. They have just launched their innovative Total Gut Health formula with digestive enzymes, probiotics, and other nutrients to support a healthy digestive system and gut microbiome. They're also known for their Alpha Brain products, and that supports memory, mental focus, and speed. You know, everyone deserves to have lifelong wellness solutions, and the Vitamin Shoppe is the leading destination for that. You can find all of Onnit's full range of products and for holistic support at thevitaminshoppe.com.
Dr. V, I know we could talk about wellness all day long because there's so many different elements to discuss. Is there something like really important that you wanted to share with us today, or you want to add that I did not ask you?
Well, you know, it's funny. It's something that's just going to make you feel better is as simple as just elevating your shower routine with Olay Body. Olay Retinol Body Wash is infused with retinol and vitamin B3 complex. It moisturizes to visibly reveal renewed and brightened skin in just 14 days. You know, it's crafted with a proprietary formula, and the Olay Retinol Body Wash has premium ingredients that go 10 layers deep to transform your skin. I love that it's dermatologist approved, and it keeps me feeling confident with smooth skin all day long. And you can pick it up at any of your local retailers for just under $8.
I have Olay at home, so I know all about it. That's definitely a great product there. Dr. V, was there anything you can add? Is there a website we can go to check out more information, to kind of educate ourselves on the importance of just overall wellness and checking in on your health?
Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning, taking you up to Tipton County, getting back into classes today in Covington, Brighton, Atoka, Munford. Highs in the middle and upper 80s this afternoon with a north breeze coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Near 90 degrees in Marshall County communities. Also getting back into classes here today. Germantown Municipal School District getting back into classes as well here in Shelby County, and many others on the way over the next couple of days. 90 degrees today here in Holly Springs, as well as in Lake Center, Potts Camp, and Hickory Flat. All right, so for today around the Memphis area, highs will top out generally in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Morning clouds giving way to some sunshine to build back in here by the afternoon as that north wind kicks in around 10 miles per hour. Let's go hour by hour with our first solar futurecast. And again, seeing those morning clouds starting to sink down towards the south. Don't break up for more peaks of sun. There's going to be a range of numbers here today. Again, some spots north of I-40 will stay in the 80s today. South of I-40, low and mid 90s this afternoon. But all of us should start to clear out. I think we turn mostly clear, low and mid 70s here in the city, but outlying areas 60s to low 70s to start off early Thursday morning. Mostly sunny skies for Thursday. Temperatures back up to around average, low 90s expected with tolerable humidity levels. Heading into Friday, here comes our next front dropping in across the area. The front on Friday morning should be north of Cape Girardeau and beginning to work its way into the Mid-South as we get towards the afternoon hours. Still managing low 90s on Friday. Humidity levels will start to sink down as we head into your weekend as we finally get to this next front to move through the area that will be a little bit more substantial on the drier air front. And of course, that actually comes by way of what's happening with Tropical Storm Debbie. Right now, moving off to the east-northeast at about 4 to 5 miles per hour. Should come back on shore just to the north of Charleston, South Carolina, near Allendale and Cape Romaine. Late tonight, early on Thursday morning, work its way up the I-95 corridor closer to Dillon and Florence, South Carolina, getting closer to Thursday afternoon and eventually making its way up towards central North Carolina by early Friday morning, and then quickly getting pushed off to the north and east as it gets pushed away in the wake of that frontal boundary. Again, that front is going to act as a train track for Debbie to finally get the kick out of here as we head into the mid portion of the week. But upwards of 10 more inches of rainfall on top of what has already fallen. Some spots have already picked up about a foot and a half of rainfall across parts of South Carolina, and more on the way here today and through the next couple of days. It looks like the highest impacts of rainfall for the next couple of days now from Myrtle Beach up towards Wilmington, North Carolina, back across the Cape Fear region and the PD region as well. Back here at home, we really don't see very much in the way of rain opportunities coming in our direction. There might be, by the mid portion of next week, a chance for rain to come back in here, but the question mark is, how does it happen? It would have to happen by way of our ridge of high pressure to be just close enough to us to have some heat and humidity influence, but just far enough away that we get those complexes of storms kind of diving on the eastern flank of it. So that's a question that we will have in that extended forecast. Right now, the precipitation outlook going into the middle and latter portion of next week, still near to below average. So the question mark will be next week, will we ultimately end up with better chances for rain and storms? We've got to go ahead and put a 20% chance for rain in there as we head into that time frame. Let's go with today, though. Again, starting off with clouds, giving way to more sunshine this afternoon. Temperatures topping out close to 90, down through the 60s and 70s early tomorrow morning. 90s again on your Thursday, and then highs in the upper 80s and near 90 degrees for your Friday before we get in the highs in the 80s through the weekend. Not bad for the weekend, though. Temperatures middle and upper 80s. That's not bad, especially this time of the year. 60s for overnight low temperatures. I think outlying areas, again, that's in the city, we're talking upper 60s. Outlying areas this weekend could be low to mid 60s. We go into early next week. The heat starts to crank up as we get on the edge of that ridge. You're going to add that 20% rain chance in there for Tuesday, and we'll probably extend that through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And it's all going to be highly dependent on the burgeoning ridge of high pressure from the west. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, those complexes of storms, if you remember, about a week or two ago, we were right on the edge of the ridge when we had that big heat ridge that built over the area, got into the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures like 110, 120 in some instances. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, we'll get what places like Nashville and East Tennessee and central Kentucky saw that week, which was several complexes of storms diving into the area. If we get underneath the ridge and it expands right on top of us and we get the influence of high pressure, the rain chances are going to be pretty slim, and the heat's going to be more dominant as we head towards next week. And, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on it, be the first to alert you to any impacts that could have for the FedEx St. Jude Championship that starts next week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and we've been enjoying our Team USA and Olympic coverage. It's so great to see the United States do so well on the national stage. The most medals so far in the competition, and we know more medals are coming our way. We got our own gold medalist in the food category here in Memphis. Daily Memphian food reporter Jennifer Chandler joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Jennifer, good morning to you, and I understand this is the last day of July, but man, August is chock full of great food events, right?
Yes. Thanks for having me on this morning. And, usually when you think about August in the food industry, it's typically a slow time of year, but a lot of different Memphis restaurants have come up with some really cool things to keep us entertained. So when you need a break from watching the Olympics, you can head out of the house and head and do one of these activities in the coming week, because I just think that it's so cool how many cool things are happening around the city. And this is actually, I'm starting a monthly column that is going to be coming out on the last day of every month, telling you what's coming up in the coming weeks. And it's everything from festivals to small wine dinners to special menu items, so that you can know all in one place instead of scrolling through all your Instagrams to know what's going on in town. So
I cannot wait. Let's hear it.
Yeah. Well, let's get started with the first one, because, August and Elvis go hand in hand. And the first one is Blue Christmas at Bar Hustle. So Bar Hustle is the craft cocktail bar that's in the Arrive Memphis Hotel down on South Main. If you've not been there, it's a small little bar, but it's super cute, and they make great cocktails. And for half of the month of August, it's August 1st through 17th, they are going to be doing Elvis themed cocktails. I think, I should have looked this up beforehand, what this one is called. I am guessing it's probably called the Blue Hawaiian, since it's all blue. But all the drinks are named after kind of Elvis songs or Elvis things. I think they even have something with like peanut butter and bananas on a cocktail coming up. So it sounds like a lot of fun. So if you're out and about in downtown Memphis the beginning of the month, stop in to Bar Hustle for a cocktail and say cheers to the king. Speaking of refreshing things to do, Kelly English at Restaurant Iris has planned a watermelon and tequila lunch for August 3rd. And so this coming weekend on Saturday, he is going to be hosting a lunch. He does these events in his, I don't know if anyone's ever been back there, but in the back part of his restaurant is actually a cooking demo stage. It's this really cool kind of dining room that has a whole setup like you were in a cooking school. So that's where he hosts these events that he does, where he does cooking demonstrations. So he is going to be demonstrating a dish there. They've also paired with Shadow Tequila, which is a Memphis-owned tequila brand. And the folks from Shadow Tequila are going to be there talking about their tequila. There's going to be a specially made cocktail. It sounds like a kind of a fun way to spend a Saturday afternoon to me. And I love watermelon. The menu sounds really, really great. It's up on his Instagram, on Restaurant Iris's Instagram page right now. So you can check it out. And if you love watermelon and you love tequila and know what you need to be doing this coming Saturday. Also happening this weekend is Feast on the Farm. Now, this is an annual event that is a fundraiser for the Agri Center International. And it happens at the Showplace Arena, and it's always a cool event. It's just, it's a great way to come together as a community. There's always good food. It's always, some good entertainment, auction items, and it's a really big fundraiser for the Agri Center. So if you love everything about the Agri Center, consider putting Feast on the Farm on your calendar for this Saturday night. And I do believe tickets are still available. Moving on to next week, if you are a wine aficionado, Catherine and Mary's host a wine dinner every month. And the next one is on Wednesday, August 7th. And the sommelier there, Ryan Radish, told me that the theme this time is Italy in California. And I said, what? Italy in California? But what he's done is he's done a selection of California produced wines that are using grapes, varietals that are I guess, indigenous to Italy. So that should be kind of an interesting dinner because the food will be good. And I have to tell you, Ryan, if you've never been to one of his dinners, Ryan Radish is so knowledgeable about wine. But he's also makes it approachable. So he is full of information. He's a sommelier. He's passed all the accreditations. But he makes it so that people like myself that know just a little bit about wine, but not too much, he makes it so that I can understand what he's talking about. It's really a unique gift he has. Next on my list, and this is again something totally different from a fancy wine dinner, the Memphis Chicken and Beer Festival. This will be the 6th annual time this event has happened. It's August 10th. And I have to tell you, I've never been to this event. Andrew, have you ever been to it?
I have not, but it sounds amazing. Everything you say sounds amazing, Jennifer.
Well, I haven't been to it either because I do like me some fried chicken. So this is going to be every year. It's held in the and I always get this wrong. I still always, as a longtime Memphian, I call it the Liberty Bowl, but I believe it's the Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. It's held on the field there, and it's a fun event. And I meant to call them yesterday before we did this to say, how is it happening on the field since there's construction? So I'm wondering if this might be a really unique opportunity to see that stadium deconstructed. So it might be kind of an interesting thing. Another reason to go, even if you love chicken and beer, you can go and have nostalgia about what they're doing to the stadium down there. Next on my list is August 12th is National Vinyl Day. And you're probably thinking, what does National Vinyl Day have to do with food? It's about records, right? Well, Memphis Record Pressing, who is one of the largest, if I understand this correctly, is one of the largest vinyl record producers in the country, if not the world, maybe, I'm not sure, has partnered with Dinstall's in honor of this day, and they have created a Groovalicious chocolate record in commemoration of the day. So this record will be available on August 12th in Dinstall stores and online for ordering. So if you are a lover of chocolate and all things Dinstall's, and you are a lover of music, this would be a really fun gift to have because they're only a limited amount made, and it is once they're sold out, they are gone. It is a commemorative thing. I'm not gonna. It's one of those commemorative things you know. You kind of sometimes people save those. This won't last 10 minutes in my household, so don't save it. Enjoy it. Maybe save the box. Moving on the list is whiskey tasting. So Celtic Crossing's owner, DJ Naylor, is probably I think he is the most knowledgeable person I know about all things whiskey. I was once doing a story on him, and somebody jokingly said that DJ spends more time with whiskey bottles than he does his own children. So that could go one or two ways how you're looking at it, but he approaches it like a sommelier of whiskey. He is so knowledgeable about the topic, and his dinners are tons of fun. Rennie Alfonso, who had formerly been the chef at Chez Philippe a number of years ago, is the corporate chef for DJ's restaurants, Celtic Crossing and Bog and Barley. And he always knocks it out of the ballpark on the food. And then the whiskey pairings, DJ spends a lot of time searching out whiskeys that are pretty unique and kind of hard to find. So it's really kind of a unique opportunity if you are a whiskey lover to attend one of his events. And he kind of takes a hiatus from them for the summer. So this one on August 29th at Celtic Crossing will have been his first one that he's hosted in a minute. So next on my list, going back to wine, is the Generous Pour. This is the 16th year that the Capitol Grill has hosted this event, and it goes all summer long. And so we'll end on September 1st, but they carefully curate a wine tasting that pairs with their dishes. And it's a number of different wines that you can choose. It's a flight, and it's just a really kind of unique opportunity to learn more about wine. and enjoy a beautiful steak or whatever they're cooking there. It's, you know, one of those things most people think about, oh, well, it's a national chain, but I do have to give a shout out that their executive chef is Michael Patrick. And Michael was the chef and owner of Rizzo's, which was a Memphis favorite for so long till it closed a couple of years ago. But he's at the helm over there. So, you know, the food is excellent. And it's a great way, again, to learn about wine. So as you can see, there are a lot of different things on this list going on. And August is the slow month. So I'm excited when the fall, you know, in September, we're going to have even more different things going on. And I always invite restaurateurs. If you have something, send me an email. I'm happy to include it on this list to kind of get the word out. And speaking of getting the word out, I have something I'm excited to announce that has to do, well, with me. I am launching a new series of food events with the Daily Memphian, and it's called the Memphis Restaurant Insider. And what I'm doing is I'm curating events that give you an inside look, behind the scenes look into some of your favorite businesses. And we are launching with our very first one is going to be on August 22nd. And if you cannot tell by this picture, if you don't recognize the woman in the middle or where this is, but Kat Gordon at Muddy's Bake Shop will be hosting the first one for us. And she has a great morning planned. We are going to be doing kind of a brunch type situation on Thursday, August 22nd. It includes a private tour of the bakery when it is in full action by Kat. Kat is also going to do a cooking demonstration as we do enjoy a brunch of Muddy's quiche and one of Kat's favorite personal salads. So it's going to be just kind of a fun morning to kind of get to know Kat and get to know more about Muddy's Bake Shop and the sweet story behind it. And I'm just so excited about it. So if you want to get a ticket, the tickets went on sale today for the Daily Memphian subscribers. So the easiest way to always make sure you are first in line for a ticket is to subscribe to the Daily Memphian, in particular, the Table Talk, which is my weekly newsletter that goes out. That's where we will announce these events when they come out. And then tomorrow morning, it goes public when my Soundbite story with Kat Gordon, it's a podcast I did with Kat Gordon, goes live on Thursday morning. So that's how you can get tickets. It's going to be a fun day. And I'm just so excited to do this, to introduce people to all the great restaurateurs in town, but also to get to meet you guys, the people that listen to us and read our stories and follow the food scene like we do, Andrew. And it's just, I'm really excited about that opportunity.
That sounds so exciting, Jennifer. Congratulations on that. One thing before you go, tell us the name of your podcast.
Oh, it's called Sound Bites. And it airs every Thursday on WYXR Radio, which is a local Memphis radio station. And it's available online at dailymemphian.com, either /food or /podcast.
Perfect. Jennifer, that sounds awesome. Congratulations on, being the insider for the Memphis restaurants and then these food events and festivals that you have for August and your newsletter and everything. I mean, you're just chock full of information. It sounds like it is a must-have for any Memphian, one that just moved here or one that's been here for their entire life. You got to get Jennifer Chandler's newsletter and listen to the Soundbites and everything else you put out there. Wow. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm looking forward to this next interview because I found it so timely with what we are dealing with now, with a ramp up to a big contentious presidential election in November. Some of the rhetoric is very much over the top. It's very heated. It's very partisan. And oftentimes there are just situations where people get very upset at the other side. They get very frustrated. They get very triggered, and they want to cancel, and among other things, or sometimes even worse. Well, there are ways to disagree without disrespect. There are ways to do things that are not so volatile, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term. There, in fact, is a book that is titled Disagree Without Disrespect: How to Respectfully Debate Those Who Think, Believe, and Vote Differently from You. The author of that book is joining me now, Philip Blackett. He is the author joining us on the digital desk. Philip, good to have you on the digital desk. So tell me some of the reasons behind writing a book like this.
Well, good morning, Andrew. Thankful to be here with you. And I think to answer your question, a lot of times when we're going through our most important relationships, we're going to come across people that we don't agree with on everything, right? You think about family, friends, people you work as far as colleagues are concerned, people in your neighborhood. And so essentially what came off was, for me, what started as a 4th of July family encounter where my sister and I were talking about an issue that we were on opposite sides of the spectrum on. My mother jumps in to paraphrase, says, we're not going to get involved with this debate here because I'm not trying to see fireworks before the actual fireworks later on tonight. Where at that moment, while I appreciate her intent to preserve the peace between my sister and I, the impact of it was essentially a lost opportunity because my sister and I don't see each other often. And I think in a world of social media, text messages, smartphones, some conversations are better to be had in person, face to face, than others. But the fear of having a disagreement, though, has a lot of people, myself and my family included, not even broaching that subject. So what came off to my mind was, if that was the case for me, and that's not even talking about politics, money, or religion, but just any distance or difference of opinion on any issue that could run the risk of you getting cursed out on social media, the cold shoulder from family members, or even unfollowed or canceled or unfriended. What can we come up with a framework that's simple to apply, that anybody can apply in their own relationships? And that's what came off this 5-step framework I did in my book, Disagree Without Disrespect: How to Respectfully Debate with Those Who Think, Believe, and Vote Differently from You.
I love it. And, given the course of where we are, not only the political climate, which is so heated right now, but also just, everyday things, whether it's sports, whether it's, how to raise your child, what have you. People get very upset when others just don't disagree. And I'm from a generation where, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to be respectful and disagree. So I appreciate your book taking us back to those times. You have in that book a 5-step framework for practical applications. Tell me more about that.
Sure. So I think when you think about it, there's 5 steps to go about this. The first step is we should separate the idea or belief from the identity of the believer. The reason why that's important, Andrew, is the thought of, depending on the issue at hand, the person you talk to, that issue you talk about, that person may be so intertwined with what that is that it becomes essentially who he or she is. And so to criticize that idea comes off as criticizing that person or hating that person, which is very easy for them to get defensive, raise their wall up, be more aggressive towards you, and maybe even name call, where now the debate is no longer debate, it's now gotten personal. Step number 2.
I was gonna let me jump in for a second. So how do you bring down the temperature of that? If someone says, well, I disagree with this, and the person that you're disagreeing with says, hey, that's who I am, How do you bring down the temperature of that?
So we have to acknowledge that, there's a lot of ideas that we are very tied to that mean a lot to us. And that's not a bad thing. What is important, though, is being able to underscore that we're talking about the idea at hand. And this gets into step 2, I would say, where two things could be true. I can disagree with your idea, Andrew, and I can still respect and love you as my friend. So something that I was taught in church when I was growing up in Memphis was hate the sin, love the sinner. So it could be a place where I can disagree with an idea, but be very clear to the person that my love for you is not contingent on whether or not we agree. We can still talk to one another, be friends, have fun, work together, even if we disagree. Because I would think to myself, there's a lot of relationships, especially marriages out there, that have gone the distance 5, 10, 20, 50 years down the line. And those people didn't agree on everything, but yet they're still together. So what can we learn from that and apply to our relationships with people that we aren't married to?
So you grew up in Memphis, huh?
I grew up in Memphis. I was raised by my mother and my grandparents. We used to watch Action News 5 with my grandparents every night at 5 o'clock and 10 o'clock if my grandmother would let me. So this is definitely a personal thing to be able to share this with you.
Fantastic. Okay, good stuff. Appreciate that. So take me through. So we got that step. What's the next one?
So step number 3, when you set the groundwork, the stage where we can actually have a talk on the actual issue at hand, we're not getting personal, we're not going to demean anybody. Let's discuss and debate the idea at hand based on its merits. And what do I mean by that? We're talking about including facts, logic, research, reviews, performance, results. Try to make this as objective of a comparison or debate as possible. What we don't want to get involved with, Andrew, is name calling. Because once you get involved with calling people outside of their given name, it's no longer a debate. It's now gotten personal and borderline ugly. We don't want to go into that sort of realm, but we want to keep it on a apples to apples comparison of the issue at hand.
I love that. I know we have 3 more points. We're running out of time, so I'll let you get to those 3 points.
Yep. So there's actually 2 last points. So basically, at the end of the debate, let's do what we did when we were, playing sports as a young person. At the end of the game, win or lose, what did we do? We shook hands and said, "Good game." Good sportsmanship was appreciated back then when we were playing sports as a young person. Good sportsmanship is appreciated now when we're adults having these type of debates, because no one likes a sore winner. No one likes a sore loser. But more importantly, step number 5, appreciate the person afterwards. Keep the door open for continued conversation, because hopefully the relationship between you two is more important than who's right or who's wrong.
It sounds like common sense. I mean, it sounds great. And it's a breath of fresh air to hear you, Philip, talk about that. And I really hope that this book, just resonates with so many people out there. Of course, we have thousands of people watching us here in the Memphis and Mid-South area. Where can people pick up your book? And are you going to be around town anytime to do some signings?
So I would say the best place to find it is on Amazon. So you can look up the book titled Disagree Without Disrespect, How to Respectfully Debate with Those Who Think, Believe, and Vote Differently from You. Or you can look it up by my name, Philip Blackett, PhilipBlackett. And I still have family in Memphis. Don't have plans in the near future, but would like to go sometime soon to be able to visit. But yeah, Amazon's the best place to go to find my books, or to go on my website, philipblackett.com.
Before I let you go, Philip, was there anything that surprised you putting this book together?
I think the timing, because, when I was growing up in Memphis politics, there's always disagreement. I think what's surprising now is that with social media, with the news cycle the way it is now compared to 30 years ago, disagreements are much more volatile and they're much more personal. And so I think for me, the timing of the book, where it primarily was supposed to help me, I realized was just a greater need for a lot of people beyond just myself.
He is Philip Blackett, and he has written a new book that everybody should at least check out and read a little bit. Disagree Without Disrespect: How to Respectfully Debate Those Who Think, Believe, and Vote Differently from You. Really appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Good luck, congratulations as you talk to others about that 5-step way, that 5-step framework for practical solutions, so that we really respect everyone, even though we disagree. It's a very, for me, it's not a problem. It's not an issue. I do this all the time. But for so many others, it's so hard to do. And I really hope it resonates with so many others out there. Thank you so much for writing it, Philip, and best of luck to you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning. Take you up to Tipton County, getting back into classes today in Covington, Brighton, Atoka, Munford. Highs in the middle and upper 80s this afternoon, with a north breeze coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Near 90 degrees in Marshall County communities. Also getting back into classes here today. Germantown Municipal School District getting back into classes as well here in Shelby County, and many others on the way over the next couple of days. 90 degrees today here in Holly Springs, as well as in Lake Center, Potts Camp, and Hickory Flat. All right, so for today around the Memphis area, highs will top out generally in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Morning clouds giving way to some sunshine to build back in here by the afternoon as that north wind kicks in around 10 miles per hour. Let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And again, seeing those morning clouds starting to sink down towards the south. They'll break up for more peaks of sun. There's going to be a range of numbers here today. Again, some spots north of I-40 will stay in the 80s today. South of I-40, low and mid 90s this afternoon. But all of us should start to clear out. I think we turn mostly clear, low and mid 70s here in the city, but outlying areas 60s to low 70s to start off early Thursday morning. Mostly sunny skies for Thursday. Temperatures back up to around average, low 90s expected with tolerable humidity levels. Heading into Friday, here comes our next front dropping in across the area. The front on Friday morning should be north of Cape Girardeau and beginning to work its way into the Mid-South as we get towards the afternoon hours. Still managing low 90s on Friday. Humidity levels will start to sink down as we head into your weekend, as we finally get to this next front to move through the area that will be a little bit more substantial on the drier air front. And of course, that actually comes by way of what's happening with Tropical Storm Debbie. Right now, moving off to the east, northeast at about 4 to 5 miles per hour. Should come back on shore just to the north of Charleston, South Carolina, near Allendale and Cape Romaine. Late tonight, early on Thursday morning, work its way up the I-95 corridor closer to Dillon and Florence, South Carolina, getting closer to Thursday afternoon and eventually making its way up towards central North Carolina by early Friday morning, and then quickly getting pushed off to the north and east as it gets pushed away in the wake of that frontal boundary. Again, that front is going to act as a train track for Debbie to finally get the kick out of here as we head into the mid portion of the week. But upwards of 10 more inches of rainfall on top of what has already fallen. Some spots have already picked up about a foot and a half of rainfall across parts of South Carolina, and more on the way here today and through the next couple of days. It looks like the highest impacts of rainfall for the next couple of days now from Myrtle Beach up towards Wilmington, North Carolina, back across the Cape Fear region and the PD region as well. Back here at home, we really don't see very much in the way of rain opportunities coming in our direction. There might be by the mid portion of next week a chance for rain to come back in here, but the question mark is, how does it happen? It would have to happen by way of our ridge of high pressure to be just close enough to us to have some heat and humidity influence, but just far enough away that we get those complexes of storms kind of diving on the eastern flank of it. So that's a question that we will have in that extended forecast. Right now, the precipitation outlook going into the middle and latter portion of next week, still near to below average. So the question mark will be next week, will we ultimately end up with better chances for rain and storms? We've got to go ahead and put a 20% chance for rain in there as we head into that time frame. Let's go with today, though. Again, starting off with clouds, giving way to more sunshine this afternoon. Temperatures topping out close to 90, down through the 60s and 70s early tomorrow morning. 90s again on your Thursday, and then highs in the upper 80s and near 90 degrees for your Friday before we get in the highs in the 80s through the weekend. Not bad for the weekend, though. Temperatures middle and upper 80s. That's not bad, especially this time of the year. 60s for overnight low temperatures. I think outlying areas, again, that's in the city, we're talking upper 60s. Outlying areas this weekend could be low to mid 60s. We go into early next week. The heat starts to crank up as we get on the edge of that ridge. You're going to add that 20% rain chance in there for Tuesday, and we'll probably extend that through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And it's all going to be highly dependent on the burgeoning ridge of high pressure from the west. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, those complexes of storms, if you remember, about a week or two ago, we were right on the edge of the ridge when we had that big heat ridge that built over the area, got into the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures like 110, 120 in some instances. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, we'll get what places like Nashville and East Tennessee and central Kentucky saw that week, which was several complexes of storms diving into the area. If we get underneath the ridge and it expands right on top of us and we get the influence of high pressure, the rain chances are going to be pretty slim, and the heat's going to be more dominant as we head towards next week. And, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on it, be the first to alert you to any impacts that could have for the FedEx St. Jude Championship that starts next week as well.
News 5 Digital Desk. Life these days can be very stressful for so many Americans. We're talking about work, inflation, politics, families, the kids' schedules. We're always on the go, right? I mean, we always have something to do. We don't have much time for ourselves, but a recent survey just released reveals that many Americans may finally be getting the message of taking those intentional moments of pause and relaxation can be good for not only the body, but for the soul. And joining me now to talk more about this is Dr. Sue Varma. She is a psychiatrist and author. She's joining us on the digital desk. So good morning, doctor. Let's talk a little bit about this survey and what were some of the findings?
Yes. So there was a study that was conducted by Harris Poll, and they did this with Lazy Boy. And what they found was that even though 2/3 of Americans feel guilty about taking time off, 90% of them said that they need it. Like they recognize that what we call moments of laziness is actually a form of self-care. So I found this fascinating that like people are recognizing and having more of a mindset shift about the importance of relaxation.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about this because you know laziness has a negative connotation. When we talk about relaxing and when we talk about maybe doing nothing or at least focusing on something else, what are we talking about here? Because as I mentioned off the top, you know, there's work, there's the kid schedules, there's getting stuff on the table to eat, there's buying groceries, what have you, and all that stuff adds up. What are we talking about when we don't do anything?
Yes. So just like you said, that laziness has historically had a negative connotation, but I feel like the word laziness is getting rebranded into something positive and something intentional. And it's kind of like we're taking pride and we're kind of taking and back and reclaiming our humanity because so much of what we're doing right now is the human doing and less of the human being. And the human being says, I have self-worth just because I exist. Like I don't have to do anything to prove myself to other people. And I feel like so much of that conditioning is I need to be successful, I need to achieve, I need to be on the go. And we kind of wear our achievements and accolades as badges of honor, like, oh my God, I worked these many hours. Oh my God, I didn't sleep, right? So now the real flex is saying, I took time off, I did nothing. And what that looks like is carving out intentional moments of laziness in your day or rest by dedicating spaces in your home. So it might be what I call a Zen den. It could be a corner. It could be a throw pillow, a yoga mat, a lazy boy recliner, whatever. Whatever says I'm taking time off and don't do not disturb. Put a do not disturb sign if you have to outside the door to the family and say I'm taking time off. So it looks like both time and space carved out in your day and in your home.
And how does that help our mind and brain?
Like from head to toe, relaxation has so many benefits. We know that people live longer, those who intentionally carve out moments of rest. They're more productive. They make more money, believe it or not, like those who are working and also supplementing periods of rest. We have less inflammation in the body, less heart disease, less stroke, less dementia. People who nap are 20 minutes a day are less likely to have cognitive and brain changes at earlier ages. Head to toe, less depression and anxiety. I mean, the benefits are countless. And what's key about this is we're not saying go do nothing, forever. We're saying keep doing you, right? Whatever it is that you do so well, but also just be mindful that just a few minutes of rest on a regular basis um, goes such a long way.
Where can we get more information about this? Maybe this idea of self-compassion. What is self-compassion, and define it for us, and where can we get more information on ways to just disconnect?
Yes. So self-compassion is saying that I have worth simply because I exist, because I'm human. I don't have to earn this rest and relaxation. And if you're looking to create a Zen den or want to learn more about Lazy Boy, lazyboy.com is one great way. The Lazy Boy store in your area is another way. Or if you want to read about it, I dedicate a whole chapter in my book, Practical Optimism, to the idea of self-compassion and self-care.
Okay, Dr. Sue Farmer, we appreciate your time this morning on the Digital Desk. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and at some point in our lives, you're going to have to deal with getting a new car, or at least a new car for you. At some point, you're going to have to say, it's time to trade in the old one, or it's time to sell the new one, and now I got to figure out what I should get for my next ride. What should you get? There are so many options out there, and sometimes that whole process can be very intimidating. And we're not just talking about something that's intimidating for a 20-year-old, a 30-year-old. This is for every age group. It's daunting when you think about what car you should get, how many miles should it should you get a used car? Should you get a new car? What should you do with your trade-in? What should you do if you want to sell your car? Well, I have the perfect interview for you to really just kind of bring it down to layman's terms of what we can do and better, find a way to empower all those consumers out there that are in the market for a car. Let's bring in Stan Norton. He is the CEO of City Auto. He is also someone who sits on the board of the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission. Stan, I appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. How are you this morning?
Hey, good morning, Andrew. I'm doing very well, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So where do we begin on this? At what point does a person say, okay, I think I might need a new car, and where should we start with that process? Because it is very daunting.
It is daunting. First, Andrew, let me just offer a disclaimer here. Even though I sit on the Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission today, the information offered today is my opinion. It's not an official statement from the state of Tennessee, so I have to offer that. But yeah, it is a daunting task to purchase a vehicle. It's the second largest asset an individual will buy. So you just start from the beginning. What is your need? What do you want? And then, of course, the internet has made that very opportunistic to search for that. So I think the average consumer spends something like 100 hours online just to make a purchase, only to go to less than 2 dealerships to find what they want. So it's just something that it comes down to needs and wants. But the internet's a good place to start. So do all your research. So in new cars, I mean, the average cost of a new car is $47,000. A used car is $26,000. So you start there, and that equates to a payment. So everybody's got a different need or a want. So there's a lot of things to determine when you're going to search for a car. And there's the obvious tips when you start to look for. Once you decide what you want, you got to find a dealer. And I would recommend finding a licensed dealer, someone who's reputable, and you can find that by searching online. There's all kinds of reputation tools online, like the Better Business Bureau. There's Google reviews. There's all kinds of things you can look to start finding a dealer. And once you find that dealer, you gotta do a lot of research, right? There's a lot of research to be done.
Yeah, let me ask you something, Stan. Let me just jump in real quick. I know that there are some times, and this is just the question, some times of the year are better than others to be in the market for a new car or a used car. Can you talk a little bit about that, maybe when the best times are during the year?
I get that question asked a lot. There's really not a better time. I mean, I've been doing this 38 years. The model changes can be an opportunity to find a better deal if there's a transition in the body style. But I mean, that's a tough one. Really, there's no really good time. I mean, I hear the end of the year closeouts. I guess I can't say there's really a better time to buy a car. Now, we just went through the pandemic, and that created some challenges from supply and demand. But, the supply and demand is pretty consistent now and it normalized. But I mean, really not a good time. The time is just, when is the best time for you? There's not really a peak or a valley for the supply and demand of that. So I guess I say there's not a better time than today. Today's a good day to buy a car.
What about being in the car market? At what point do you, the consumer, the driver, say, I think I may need a new car? Are there some factors involved that that the consumer needs to ask themselves and then answer themselves and say, okay, yeah, I might be in the I might need a new ride?
Well, I think everybody's always looking for a car. It's like shopping for clothes. People drive down the street and they see something they like. So subconsciously, people always aspire to buy something new, but it comes down to wants and needs. And one of the things we see quite often is a person that they pay their car off and they don't have a car payment, but they start occurring deferred maintenance issues. Things start to break because typically when they pay their car off, it's got higher miles. So it's a variation of things. It's wants and needs, but I mean we see it all. But more importantly, when they start breaking, people want to get rid of them. You know, we have City Auto, we have 2 service departments, and we find people when they get a very high repair bill for something, the first thing they say, I think I'd be better off just going ahead and trading it. So, but you know, and then you got some people who like to trade every year to get a new car. So like it's just a wide variety of why anybody wants to shop, but thankfully they like to shop every day. It keeps us in business.
So that brings me to my next question. What is the difference? Like, when do we decide, okay, we should sell our car out there on the market, maybe an online platform, or trade it in for that new ride that we want?
Well, the internet has given us a lot of options over the past years, because it used to be you'd have to call your banker, they'd give you a book value, excuse me, and you go to the dealership, and you'd explain, hey, I've got a book value. Well, they wouldn't tell you where to go get that book value, but now you have that opportunity. You can go do an online search, and there's a multitude of platforms that can give you an offer online, and they'll bring you a check and pick up the car. So but I would recommend as a consumer, that's the first thing you do is when, if you've got to trade in, is try to find out what it's worth, so you know when you show up at the dealership to trade it, you have a pretty good idea of what they're supposed to give you, because you have gone online and gotten bids. And so it makes it a lot easier for the consumer. It takes a lot of the pressure off the car buying experience, because you know that's part of the negotiation. You know, what are you going to sell me your car for, and what are you going to give me for mine? And so this opportunity to go online takes care of that. So it's made our jobs easier, as well as just the overall, you know, shopping online. You know, when I said the average consumer goes to less than 2 dealerships to buy a car, that's because they've already gone online and they've compared prices and all the options they're looking for online. So a consumer has every tool at their fingertips to go to shop for a car. You just spend all that time doing research online, finding out what it is you want, the color, the miles, the equipment, the price, because it's all right there at your fingertips. And then you can shop for price as well. And then you get your valuation tools done online. So, I mean, it's pretty easy. It's made the car buying experience a lot simpler for the consumer, because they come to the dealership prepared to buy a vehicle.
Right, exactly. We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk Stand, and you know, you have said it several times that people need to do their research, their homework online first. That's best practices for someone that's in the car market. If you had maybe 2 or 3 other bullet points to give to consumers out there who are in the car market after, you know, doing your research online, what else would you tell them?
Well, if you're going to buy a used car, and I find this all too often in my sector, in my business, and also we see it from the commission's perspective as well, is dealers. I would never buy a car from a dealer that sold a used car that sold it as is. That's disclosed. It's it's a buyer's guide. Law requires it to be displayed in the window. If you see that and the dealer wants to sell you that as is, I wouldn't buy the car. I mean, you enter in an area where the dealer can hide behind the fact that he's selling it as is, and he's not responsible for anything that happens to that car after he takes it off the lot. So, you know, most reputable dealers offer some sort of coverage that, you know, it's a small coverage, generally anywhere from 1,000 miles to 6,000 miles, that it offers a stated coverage that protects the consumer if something is actually wrong with the vehicle. Now, there is all the other opportunities to extend that coverage further, but I mean, just beware. Don't, you know, if you do buy a car as is, absolutely take it and let a mechanic check it out. Don't just take the dealer's word for it. I mean, there's a lot of good dealers out there. You know, at City Auto, we work hard in our reputation. We've been in business 38 years to try to take care of our customers, and there's mostly dealers do that, but there are some characters out there that don't follow the rules, and they hurt the consumers. So that would be a tip for sure, is make sure you don't buy a vehicle as is. But also, when you're shopping online, look for the dealer. There's a lot of information. Dealers all have online reputations, and it's easy to find it through, you know, the different platforms like Google or the Better Business Bureau. So if you'll look at those things, you know, nobody's perfect. You know, you're going to have issues because they're vehicles and they're man-made and they do break. But what makes a dealer different is how they handle that after the fact. You know, do you care about your customer? Are the customer going to be taken care of? So there's a lot to be considered in that. But to me, that would be the biggest thing, is make sure you find a good dealer, do your research on the dealer itself as well as the car, to make sure you get the best outcome.
Okay, he is Stan Norton, Tennessee Motor Vehicle Commission and the COO of City Auto. Stan, we really appreciate the tips and advice you gave this morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning. Take you up to Tipton County, getting back into classes today in Covington, Brighton, Atoka, Munford. Highs in the middle and upper 80s this afternoon with a north breeze coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Near 90 degrees in Marshall County communities. Also getting back into classes here today. Germantown Municipal School District getting back into classes as well here in Shelby County, and many others on the way over the next couple of days. 90 degrees today here in Holly Springs, as well as in Lake Center, Potts Camp, and Hickory Flat. All right, so for today around the Memphis area, highs will top out generally in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Morning clouds giving way to some sunshine to build back in here by the afternoon as that north wind kicks in around 10 miles per hour. Let's go hour by hour with our first solar futurecast. And again, seeing those morning clouds starting to sink down towards the south. Don't break up for more peaks of sun. There's going to be a range of numbers here today. Again, some spots north of I-40 will stay in the 80s today. South of I-40, low and mid 90s this afternoon. But all of us should start to clear out. I think we turn mostly clear, low and mid 70s here in the city, but outlying areas 60s to low 70s to start off early Thursday morning. Mostly sunny skies for Thursday. Temperatures back up to around average, low 90s expected with tolerable humidity levels. Heading into Friday, here comes our next front dropping in across the area. The front on Friday morning should be north of Cape Girardeau and beginning to work its way into the Mid-South as we get towards the afternoon hours. Still managing low 90s on Friday. Humidity levels will start to sink down as we head into your weekend as we finally get to this next front to move through the area that will be a little bit more substantial on the drier air front. And of course, that actually comes by way of what's happening with Tropical Storm Debbie. Right now, moving off to the east, northeast at about 4 to 5 miles per hour. Should come back on shore just to the north of Charleston, South Carolina, near Allendale and Cape Romaine. Late tonight, early on Thursday morning, work its way up the I-95 corridor closer to Dillon and Florence, South Carolina, getting closer to Thursday afternoon and eventually making its way up towards central North Carolina by early Friday morning, and then quickly getting pushed off to the north and east as it gets pushed away in the wake of that frontal boundary. Again, that front is going to act as a train track for Debbie to finally get the kick out of here as we head into the mid portion of the week. But upwards of 10 more inches of rainfall on top of what has already fallen. Some spots have already picked up about a foot and a half of rainfall across parts of South Carolina, and more on the way here today and through the next couple of days. It looks like the highest impacts of rainfall for the next couple of days now from Myrtle Beach up towards Wilmington, North Carolina, back across the Cape Fear region and the PD region as well. Back here at home, we really don't see very much in the way of rain opportunities coming in our direction. There might be by the mid portion of next week a chance for rain to come back in here, but the question mark is, how does it happen? It would have to happen by way of our ridge of high pressure to be just close enough to us to have some heat and humidity influence, but just far enough away that we get those complexes of storms kind of diving on the eastern flank of it. So that's a question that we will have in that extended forecast. Right now, the precipitation outlook going into the middle and latter portion of next week, still near to below average. So the question mark will be next week, will we ultimately end up with better chances for rain and storms. We've got to go ahead and put a 20% chance for rain in there as we head into that time frame. Let's go with today, though. Again, starting off with clouds, giving way to more sunshine this afternoon. Temperatures topping out close to 90, down through the 60s and 70s early tomorrow morning. 90s again on your Thursday, and then highs in the upper 80s and near 90 degrees for your Friday before we get in the highs in the 80s through the weekend. Not bad for the weekend, though. Temperatures middle and upper 80s. That's not bad, especially this time of the year. 60s for overnight low temperatures. I think outlying areas, again, that's in the city, we're talking upper 60s. Outlying areas this weekend could be low to mid 60s. We go into early next week. The heat starts to crank up as we get on the edge of that ridge. You're going to add that 20% rain chance in there for Tuesday, and we'll probably extend that through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And it's all going to be highly dependent on the burgeoning ridge of high pressure from the west. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, those complexes of storms, if you remember, about a week or two ago, we were right on the edge of the ridge when we had that big heat ridge that built over the area, got into the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures like 110, 120 in some instances. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, we'll get what places like Nashville and East Tennessee and Central Kentucky saw that week, which was several complexes of storms diving into the area. If we get underneath the ridge and it expands right on top of us and we get the influence of high pressure, the rain chances are going to be pretty slim, and the heat's going to be more dominant as we head towards next week. And, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on it, be the first to alert you to any impacts that could have for the FedEx St. Jude Championship that starts next week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and we got the kids back in school. We're getting them ready. They're learning some things now as opposed to goofing off during the summer. Most parents and grandparents out there know exactly how I feel and what I'm talking about. So we want to make sure when we send them either with a lunch or an after-school snack, we want to make sure that that snack or that food is safe. Joining us now to talk a little bit about the safety of the food that we send with our kids to school is a USDA food safety specialist, Zoya Sutar, joining us on the digital desk. So where do parents and grandparents make the most mistakes? Zoya, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. So one of the main recommendations we have this year for parents and caregivers who are involved in making their kids' lunch is that you're using an insulated lunch bag rather than a paper bag. So what an insulated lunch bag does is when you keep cold sources, that's going to keep your food at a safe temperature until lunchtime. So making sure your kids aren't going to get sick.
That's great. Okay, so so if we are thinking about packing a lunch for our kids, packing after-school snacks, let's talk about some great food options out there for everybody.
Yeah, so for your non-perishable food options, those can include whole fruits and vegetables, hard cheeses, canned meat and fish, chips, bread, and crackers. With those items, you don't have to worry about refrigerating them. But for other items, certain types of sandwiches, maybe pastas, you want to make sure that you're using that insulated shopping bag, that insulated lunch bag.
Got it. And, a lot of times when my kids were very young, we had to be concerned about various allergies in the classroom, peanut allergies being one of the most common ones, one of the more ones that, parents were sent notes saying, please, please, please don't bring any kind of peanuts in the classroom. What else can parents do to really kind of safeguard other children, making sure that there's not allergens there?
Sure, and you're not alone. 1 in 13 school children are actually affected by allergens. So there are 9 allergens identified by in the U.S. Those are meat, that's milk, eggs, fish, shellfish, peanuts, tree nuts, soybeans, and sesame. So the best prevention is strict avoidance of food allergies. You want to make sure that you're teaching your kids who have food allergies what those foods look like, how to avoid them, making sure they have a plan in place at school in case they do accidentally encounter something they're allergic to. We also recommend that you always read those ingredient labels thoroughly. So you want to make sure that it doesn't have any allergen product listed. Even if you've bought the product before, ingredients can change. So just be safe and check whenever you're buying. And also clearly label your child's lunchbox or any of their containers with their dietary restrictions so that others are aware of any allergens that they may encounter.
Yeah, that's always good advice. What about the danger zones? Where should we be avoiding danger zones when it comes to food?
Yeah, so that's why I recommended the insulated lunch bag to make sure that your food stays below 40 degrees Fahrenheit for longer. So the danger zone is what we call when food is at a temperature between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit. So when it's sitting out there at room temperature, bacteria grows very rapidly, and after a certain time, it's more likely for you to get foodborne illness. So what the USDA recommends is that after 2 hours of food sitting outside, that you refrigerate it or get rid of it. And if it's over 90 degrees Fahrenheit outside, then that time gets cut back to 1 hour.
Anything else, Zoha, that we haven't mentioned that you wanted to mention about this?
Yeah, so we have our 4 steps to food safety. Those are clean, separate, cook, chill. And this helps avoid foodborne illness and prevent any cross-contamination with food allergens. And so just to get into those really quick, clean is washing your hands for at least 20 seconds, as well as any utensils and surfaces before and after cooking. Separate is using separate cutting boards for your raw meat and poultry products, your foods with allergens, and your foods that are ready-made in order to prevent any cross-contamination. And cook is confirming that your meat and poultry products are cooked to the right internal temperature with a food thermometer. Color is not a reliable indicator of doneness. So you really do want to use a food thermometer when cooking your meat products. And chill is you chilling your foods promptly if you're not serving them immediately after cooking. And again, just not leaving your food out at room temperature for more than 2 hours.
Zoya Suter with Food for Thought this morning. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming up on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera downtown Memphis. It is 9:06, 73 degrees. We're back in 1 minute. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. This next interview is for all those parents and grandparents out there that have children, especially children, smaller children, okay? Because, we love to get them out in the Memphis and Mid-South sun, and whether it's at the pool or maybe going to the park or on a bike ride or something, you want to make sure your child is protected and protected with regards to their skin, making sure they're wearing the proper sunscreen, for example, and making sure they're dressing the right part for a day at the park. Let's bring in someone to really kind of help us maneuver some of these things right now. I am joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Lindsay Zabriskie. I hope I'm saying that right. She's a pediatric-focused dermatologist, and she is joining us now to talk a little bit about children's skin and the best ways to make sure that skin is in tip-top shape. So, Doctor, I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Where do we begin on this? Are there some bullet points that we should have every time we want to get out in the Memphis sun for a day of summer fun with our kiddos? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, absolutely. So obviously, as a dermatologist, I'm going to recommend you protect against UV rays, but you also have to think about that intense humidity. So heat is going to affect that delicate skin, leading to diaper irritation. So you want to keep that area clean, dry, free of irritation. So the diaper that you choose to put on your baby can make a huge difference. I like something like this Huggies New Skin Essentials diaper. It's going to help protect against the top 2 causes of rash by managing moisture and mess. But you also want to make sure you're keeping that diaper loose. Don't fasten it too tightly. You want to make sure that it's loose so that it doesn't trap moisture and it doesn't cause more irritation.
That's a good idea. So we got, pools. People have pool parties. They're getting out and enjoying just the summer fun, maybe a picnic or something at the park, a play date. What are some other good things to keep in mind, top of mind?
Right. So UV rays are one of the most damaging things to our baby's delicate skin. So you want to make sure that you're choosing a mineral-based sunscreen that's broad spectrum, at least an SPF 30 or even higher, making sure that you're reapplying that every 2 hours or more frequently after swimming or sweating. And then sunscreen usually isn't enough. You want to make sure you're putting long sleeve shirts on, rash guards, using UV protective glasses, hats. And when you get out of that pool, you want to make sure you rinse your baby or your child, get that chlorine or salt water off their skin so it's no longer going to irritate them. And then make sure you're applying moisturizers after swimming and showering.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes?
I think the biggest mistake is people thinking they only need to apply sunscreen on sunny beach days. So on days where it's cloudy or you're going for a walk, people don't put sunscreen on, and that's when I see them get burnt the most.
Gotcha. So, Dr. Zabriskie, we have thousands of people that watch us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Anything else you want to mention with regards to this? That we know that here in Memphis and the Mid-South, the sun can be very powerful. We have oftentimes in the summer days where the heat and humidity will reach triple digits, 110, that sort of thing. We just want to make sure that not only are we protected, but our small children are protected too.
Sure, you also want to think about the clothing that your children are wearing. You want to choose light, breathable fabrics. Things like cotton and bamboo are really great options. That's going to increase the airflow, reduce moisture and heat irritation, especially for your baby's delicate skin. And you want to make sure that you're choosing light colors. That's going to reflect the heat and the sun better than those when you're wearing dark colors.
Okay, anything else before we let you go?
Just make sure that you're protecting that baby's skin from head to toe, including the diaper area, avoiding sun exposure for between the hours of 10 and 4, and have fun.
Yes, absolutely. Have fun. Dr. Lindsay Zabriskie, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you for all the tips and advice out there for parents and grandparents. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and living with eczema. If you have it, or perhaps you have a family member that does, it can be so difficult and so very frustrating for those caught in that relentless cycle of chasing flares and the redness and the itchiness and the rashes that occur. And they can occur anywhere all over the body. The good news is there is a brand new once daily steroid-free cream that can really help manage and help control eczema so you can enjoy your summer and all throughout the year, all the months throughout the year. Let's bring in a board-certified dermatologist to talk about this new once daily cream. I'm joined now by Dr. Adam Friedman. He is on the digital desk, and Doctor, thank you for joining us. Let's talk about this issue and not only the issue of eczema, living with it and some of the difficulties, but this new breakthrough. Good morning.
Good morning. No, thanks so much for having me here. And you teed it up perfectly. You know, this is one of the most common chronic relapsing inflammatory skin diseases that also commonly imparts a horrific impact on quality of life and also skin. And to your point that it can occur anywhere on the body and the spectrum of clinical presentations is so diverse, making the right diagnosis can be a challenge. And so for me, one of the helpful clues when trying to distinguish this from other things, the itch of atopic dermatitis really stands out as an itch that feels amazing to scratch, but not so amazing because that scratching will actually make the condition worse, but also add a level of ostracism because people will say, well, just don't scratch, you'll get better. And that's absolutely not true. And that actually adds to the burden of disease by saying something like that. So that's why I've partnered with Arcutis to really raise awareness about the condition, but also to your point, talk about new options that can really get this under control.
Okay, so let's talk about that, Doctor, because we know that the summer months, that's kind of when a lot of people that live with eczema, those that condition tends to flare up, doesn't it?
It can, you know, so the physical heat, which we've had plenty of, the sweating that ensues, but also products we use to protect ourselves from the sun and from bugs, all of those can uniquely worsen active disease or even wake it up to begin with. But this is a year-round problem. Different elements, different environmental factors can trigger this. So patients are worrying about the next flare even during a flare, which it absolutely sounds horrible. That's a really horrible way to live in terms of foreseeing when this is even going to get worse. And the summer can certainly do that.
So let's talk about ways that people can care for their skin if they have eczema throughout the year, whether it's winter, summer, spring, fall, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so there's some basic rules that apply year-round for everyone. First is limit soap use and make sure you're using a soap that is meant for someone with eczema. It actually will say it on the bottle. More importantly, apply a moisturizer to damp skin, to trap water into the skin, as dry skin is a central piece of this condition, and your skin needs a little bit of water in there for it to make itself correctly. Now, these are great, but often don't cut it. And that's where FDA-approved medications, whether it be topical or even systemic, meaning they work from the inside out, can be extraordinarily impactful. And the most recent one that was just approved is called Zoryve or Roflumilast, 0.15% cream that is indicated for once-a-day use for mild to moderate eczema for those 6 and up. And remember, this affects so many ages. It's important to have options that can be used across that spectrum.
Where can people go to learn more information about this new medication, maybe some of the side effects? Are there any, by the way, and where can they go?
Yeah, so first off, easy answer. You can go to Zoryve, ZORYVE.com for more information about the medication and atopic dermatitis. In terms of safety, overall, very well tolerated. The most common side effects included headache, nausea, and site application pain. But this only occurred in roughly a few % of those studied. And we're talking about a study over 1,000 people in number. So when you have a study that size, it gives you a lot of confidence about the data with respect to how a drug will behave in individuals suffering with this condition.
Anything else, Dr. Friedman, you'd like to mention with regards to living with eczema, how to take care of your skin, this new medication? Anything else?
Yeah, I think this is the era of eczema. Just 10, 15 years ago, we had very limited options, and now there's so much attention being paid to this condition. Also, it's important to note that someone suffering eczema is not on their own island. This condition can affect the entire family because of its impact on sleep, school, job, you name it. So getting it under control and maintaining that control is of the utmost importance for everyone.
Okay, Dr. Adam Friedman, board certified dermatologist, we appreciate your time. Thank you for illuminating us to some of the new treatments for eczema and best practices. We appreciate it. Have you heard about AmeriCorps' National Civilian Community Corps? It is a partnership between the AmeriCorps National Civilian Community Corps and Forest Corps, or the United States Forest Service. So Forest Corps is a partnership between AmeriCorps and the U.S. Forest Service. They protect public lands. It's for young people passionate about protecting those lands, and it really helps develop leadership skills, among other things, and strengthen communities. I'm joined right now by Ken Goodson. He's the director of AmeriCorps' National Civilian Community Corps, joining us on the digital desk. Ken, good morning to you. Tell us more about this new program.
Andrew, good morning. Thanks a lot for having me on. AmeriCorps' National Civilian Community Corps, or NCCC, is a team-based service program for young adults ages 18 to 26. We started as a demonstration project at the Department of Defense, have been with AmeriCorps for about 30 years now, helping to strengthen leadership skills and make a positive impact in communities across the nation. We've recently entered, as you mentioned, a new partnership with the U.S. Forest Service to help bring young adults into service on public lands. That is to address the wildfire crisis strategy of the Forest Service, as well as their reforestation strategy. Brand new program, just launched and became official as of last week.
All right, last week. Okay, so tell me about, first off, Forest Corps and what this program aims to do. How many young adults are a part of it, and where are they?
Okay, great. So the Forest Corps program, again, advancing two major strategies for the U.S. Forest Service. On the wildfire crisis strategy front, members will be involved in work such as prescribed burns, clearing brush, helping to reduce the risk of wildfires. And on the reforestation side, they'll be doing work like tree or seed collection and helping to monitor forest health. The program started with 80 members, and that was launched last week in California, where AmeriCorps NCCC has our Pacific Region campus. The initial set of 10 teams all actually depart today, Andrew, to begin their service commitment. Those service commitments are primarily in the American West, which is where the greatest wildfire risk is. But we have members serving in the program from all across the United States.
Okay, and their service tenure is it a year? Is it less than that?
Yeah, so AmeriCorps NCCC Forest Corps core members do a 10-month commitment, and then the team leaders, the young adults who run the teams, make an 11-month commitment.
And tell me about the leadership skills and other aspects of this program that these people who are involved in this program get out of it.
Yeah, and I think those are not unique to the Forest Corps part of AmeriCorps NCCC, but in general for AmeriCorps NCCC, it is a team-based program. So you have young adults from all different walks of life looking to go and serve in communities that have requested their support and assistance. And the leadership skills development is really through the daily hands-on service work, as well as some classroom training and support that's provided by AmeriCorps NCCC. That is coupled with the tangible technical skills that our project partners provide. So for Forest Corps members specifically, Andrew, that's things like chainsaw certifications or a red card wildland firefighter certification. So you take those soft skills, leadership skills, and then those tangible technical skills. And at the end of the service term, you have a really qualified young adult able to hit the job market and take the next step in their career.
So we have thousands of people, Ken, that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. This probably is the first time they're hearing about something like this. Is there an opportunity for people to join throughout the year, or is it only this time of year? What?
Yeah, throughout the year, Andrew, there's opportunities for people to get more information about AmeriCorps NCCC, all of our different service programs, and particularly for the Forest Corps program. And your viewers can go to AmeriCorps.gov/Forest Corps. That would be a great place to start. And my colleagues and I certainly stand ready to answer any questions that may come up.
All right, Ken Goodson, Director of AmeriCorps NCCC. We appreciate you on the Digital Desk. Congratulations on the new set of recruits that have gone through and are about to embark on quite a journey the next 10, 11 months. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning. Take you up to Tipton County, getting back into classes today in Covington, Brighton, Atoka, Munford. Highs in the middle and upper 80s this afternoon with a north breeze coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Near 90 degrees in Marshall County communities. Also getting back into classes here today. Germantown Municipal School District getting back into classes as well here in Shelby County, and many others on the way over the next couple of days. 90 degrees today here in Holly Springs, as well as in Lake Center, Potts Camp, and Hickory Flat. All right, so for today around the Memphis area, highs will top out generally in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Morning clouds giving way to some sunshine to build back in here by the afternoon as that north wind kicks in around 10 miles per hour. Let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And again, seeing those morning clouds starting to sink down towards the south. They'll break up for more peaks of sun. There's going to be a range of numbers here today. Again, some spots north of I-40 will stay in the 80s today. South of I-40, low and mid 90s this afternoon. But all of us should start to clear out. I think we turn mostly clear, low and mid 70s here in the city, but outlying areas 60s to low 70s to start off early Thursday morning. Mostly sunny skies for Thursday. Temperatures back up to around average, low 90s expected with tolerable humidity levels. Heading into Friday, here comes our next front dropping in across the area. The front on Friday morning should be north of Cape Girardeau and beginning to work its way into the Mid-South as we get towards the afternoon hours. Still managing low 90s on Friday. Humidity levels will start to sink down as we head into your weekend, as we finally get to this next front to move through the area that will be a little bit more substantial on the drier air front. And of course, that actually comes by way of what's happening with Tropical Storm Debbie. Right now, moving off to the east-northeast at about 4 to 5 miles per hour, should come back on shore just to the north of Charleston, South Carolina, near Allendale and Cape Romaine. Late tonight, early on Thursday morning, work its way up the I-95 corridor closer to Dillon and Florence, South Carolina, getting closer to Thursday afternoon and eventually making its way up towards central North Carolina by early Friday morning, and then quickly getting pushed off to the north and east as it gets pushed away in the wake of that frontal boundary. Again, that front is going to act as a train track for Debbie to finally get the kick out of here as we head into the mid portion of the week. But upwards of 10 more inches of rainfall on top of what has already fallen. Some spots have already picked up about a foot and a half of rainfall across parts of South Carolina, and more on the way here today and through the next couple of days. It looks like the highest impacts of rainfall for the next couple of days now from Myrtle Beach up towards Wilmington, North Carolina, back across the Cape Fear region and the PD region as well. Back here at home, we really don't see very much in the way of rain opportunities coming in our direction. There might be, by the mid portion of next week, a chance for rain to come back in here, but the question mark is, how does it happen? It would have to happen by way of our ridge of high pressure to be just close enough to us to have some heat and humidity influence, but just far enough away that we get those complexes of storms kind of diving on the eastern flank of it. So that's a question that we will have in that extended forecast. Right now, the precipitation outlook going into the middle and latter portion of next week, still near to below average. So the question mark will be next week, will we ultimately end up with better chances for rain and storms? We've got to go ahead and put a 20% chance for rain in there as we head into that time frame. Let's go with today, though. Again, starting off with clouds, giving way to more sunshine this afternoon. Temperatures topping out close to 90, down through the 60s and 70s early tomorrow morning. 90s again on your Thursday, and then highs in the upper 80s and near 90 degrees for your Friday before we get in the highs in the 80s through the weekend. Not bad for the weekend, though. Temperatures middle and upper 80s, that's not bad, especially this time of the year. 60s for overnight low temperatures. I think outlying areas, again, that's in the city, we're talking upper 60s. Outlying areas this weekend could be low to mid 60s. We go into early next week. The heat starts to crank up as we get on the edge of that ridge. You're going to add that 20% rain chance in there for Tuesday, and we'll probably extend that through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And it's all going to be highly dependent on the burgeoning ridge of high pressure from the west. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, those complexes of storms, if you remember, about a week or two ago, we were right on the edge of the ridge when we had that big heat ridge that built over the area, got into the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures like 110, 120 in some instances. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, we'll get what places like Nashville and East Tennessee and central Kentucky saw that week, which was several complexes of storms diving into the area. If we get underneath the ridge and it expands right on top of us and we get the influence of high pressure, the rain chances are going to be pretty slim, and the heat's going to be more dominant as we head towards next week. And, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on it, be the first to alert you to any impacts that could have for the FedEx St. Jude Championship that starts next week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. And did Ancestry just crack the DNA code of champions? That is a question that we are trying to answer this morning to celebrate the launch of 30 new performance traits, including speed, physical flexibility, determination, and more. Ancestry has now analyzed the DNA of more than a dozen champions from across the world. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue right now. I am joined by Krista Cowan. She is an Ancestry genealogist, and she is joining us on the digital desk. So, Krista, I'm fascinated by this. Tell me the latest with Ancestry with regards to DNA of the world's greatest athletes. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, this summer, Ancestry launched 30 new performance traits, such as self-discipline and speed and hand-eye coordination. So people who take an Ancestry DNA test can now learn about how their genetics may have influenced their athleticism. And to celebrate that, we analyzed the DNA of more than 15 professional athletes from around the world, including names people might recognize like Gabby Douglas and Nastia Lukin and Jackie Joyner-Kersee. And we are inviting people to compare their DNA results to these athletes for a limited time.
Okay, so tell me exactly, how this would work. I've done 23andMe, and I have family members who have done Ancestry as well, and there are some similarities. There's also some differences. But tell me, if someone were to do Ancestry, how would this new revelation impact their findings?
Yeah, so Ancestry has a team of geneticists who are constantly looking for how our genes affect how we show up in the world. And of course, our genetics aren't the only determining factor, but these performance traits are a particularly interesting package of things that you can start to look at how they all interact together. So it might be really great if you have endurance fitness or a sprinter gene or the ability to hold your breath for a long time. But when you start to compare that or combine that with things like competitiveness and endurance and quick reflexes, those things are, I think, what start to come together to create real performance athletes.
Okay, so you have the DNA of these athletes. What about environmental factors? How do they impact someone's genealogy, traits, that sort of thing?
Yeah, you think one of the athletes that we've worked with is Gabby Douglas. Now, of course, she's a gymnast who excels on the balance beam, and her genes actually say she's less likely to have good balance. So when you think about the things she had to have in order to overcome that limitation, means her performance is that much more impressive. So things like competitiveness, which 88% of these performance athletes have a propensity for, or things like self-confidence, which nearly 70% of them have in spades. And so it's really interesting to think about, again, that contrast between actual physical athleticism and mental toughness and how those two work together.
It's interesting. I find it all fascinating. So if someone, and we have thousands of people who watch us, Krista, each and every morning here on the digital desk. So if someone were to go to Ancestry, buy the package, send in the DNA, how can people then match up their traits with some of these elite champions?
Yeah, if you just go to ancestry.com/bring-your-DNA-game. And if you've already taken the Ancestry test, you can go there and you'll see the comparison feature. If you haven't yet, they are on sale until the end of the month for $49.
Okay, Krista Cowan, Ancestry genealogist, joining us on the digital desk. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Krista. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and I'm joined now by Reef Faberman, the Trust for America's Health Director of Strategic Communications and Policy Research. Good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about this new report that I'm hearing about epidemics of alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths. And give me the facts and the findings that surround this report. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is an annual report that Trust for America Health does, and we track the number of deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide, both at the national level and at the state level. And there's some good news at both of those levels, although the number of deaths over the last 2 decades has really increased at very alarming rates. We're up 142% in these deaths, alcohol, drug, and suicide deaths over the last 2 decades. So we have a lot of work to do. But for the very latest data, which is for 2022, there is a glimmer of some good news. Nationally, alcohol drugs are down 6%. And in Tennessee, these deaths due to alcohol, drugs, and suicide are down across the board. Your alcohol deaths are down 2%, your drug overdose deaths are down 1%, and your suicide deaths are down 2%. So that's good news. However, we also need to remember that even with these reductions, over 6,400 people have died in Tennessee in 2022 from substance abuse or suicide.
How much is this related to the pandemic? I mean, I know we've been out of the pandemic now, but how much is it related to that?
Yeah, it's a good question because there is data that suggests that when we were able to come out of the pandemic, the public health emergency ended, people were able to get back to a more normal routine, going to an office, going to work, being able to socialize, going out to restaurants, etc., that helped people's sense of social isolation, any loneliness, because we did see very high increases, double-digit increases in alcohol and suicide deaths in 2020 and 2021. Now we see kind of a leveling off in 2022. So the end of the pandemic probably did impact these numbers.
So we have these numbers. They're extremely high, even though they aren't as high as they have been in the past. They are still extremely high. How do we bring it down?
Yeah, it's important to remember that even though we have seen a leveling off, the numbers across the last 2 decades are just astronomically high. So we need to do a couple of things. We need to invest in prevention programs and in the community conditions that allow people to thrive. We need to invest in harm reduction programs, things like readily available naloxone. Naloxone is a overdose reversal drug medication. And that needs to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl test strips need to be readily available in communities. Fentanyl is the largest driver of drug overdose. We also need to ensure that we have a mental health system in this country and a substance abuse prevention system that is large enough to meet all the need and that has the diversity and the language skills and the understanding of individual community culture to allow it to be really welcoming to anyone who needs help and effective for anyone who needs help.
What else can we talk about with regards to this study? And, you know, we've addressed this problem, this issue. It's still a mess when it comes to our area of West Tennessee and North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. What else can we talk about with solutions here?
Yeah, I would again point to the importance of a mental health services system that is as large as the scope of the problem. Many Americans, 53% of Americans, live in mental health workforce shortage areas, which means that if a person needs some kind of mental health services or substance abuse prevention services, they're likely put on a waiting list and they have to wait until they can get the services they need. That's something that really needs to be addressed. We also need to invest in prevention programs in schools. Schools are such a natural place to be able to help kids. to understand who needs help and the kind of help they need. So prevention programs in school, programs that teach coping skills and teach resilience, also very important.
Okay, Ms. Farberman, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time and really just kind of analyzing this latest study that shows some progression, but still we got a long, long way to go. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Summer, of course, one of the busiest times of the year for so many families out there. It's also a busy time for medical professionals. And as workloads increase and staffing shortages become more pronounced, the increased demand can lead to higher stress levels and burnout for so many medical professionals. The American Hospital Association estimates a shortage of up to 3.2 million healthcare workers by 2026, but there is a ray of hope provided in a recent survey. Let's bring in someone that can help us navigate all of this and talk a little bit about this survey. I'm joined now by Dr. Travis Moore. He is Director of Healthcare Category Management at Indeed, joining us on the Digital Desk. Travis, good morning to you. So let's talk a little bit about what came out of this survey, because it's pretty well known. We all know about the burnout currently among medical professionals. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So Indeed commissioned the Pulse of Healthcare report, which is really trying to figure out where are job seekers at in healthcare? How are they feeling? During the pandemic, we heard that a lot of healthcare workers were leaving the field. We wanted to find out, is that still the situation? And the good news is that over 80%, so the vast majority of healthcare workers, plan to stay in healthcare roles. That being said, about 1 in 3 are experiencing at least one symptom of burnout, which is causing them to think about their employment and think about things that ways that they can create better work-life balance, and look at resources from employers like mental access to mental health, and different things to help them feel more supported and help really combat the burnout feelings that they're having.
I was going to say, do you have any tips or suggestions for people maybe experiencing burnout? And what about those people who are in that education process who want to eventually enter that Medicare or medical profession?
Yeah. So great question. So especially when it comes to burnout, acknowledging the fact that it's okay to feel that way as a healthcare worker. A lot of times there's this stigma around it. Acknowledge that it's okay. You may feel that way during your career at some point. And start communicating that with your supervisor or your peers. Our surveys showed that there was a strong correlation between the relationships of the workers with each other, as well as their supervisor, and their overall sense of well-being at work. Set boundaries. A lot of times we see that shift incentive come up. We're like, man, that sounds awesome, but is it worth the mental impact that it'll have on us? Prioritize things like self-care. I know that sounds super cliche, but you've got to take the time to do things that fill your cup. So whatever that is, whether it's playing your favorite game or a hobby or meditation, pick something that works for you. And really look for the signs of exhaustion or burnout, which are things like exhaustion, feeling disconnected, not feeling like the healthcare worker that you really want to be, feeling like your work product is starting to slide, or maybe you're even feeling apathetic or like you don't want to do this anymore. Those are all signs that you should take a deeper dive in why you're feeling that way, and make sure that you're doing things like promoting self-care to start offsetting that balance.
Tell me about the ray of hope that this survey, this recent survey, shows in terms of results.
Yeah, so I think the best result or the biggest ray of sunshine for me is that the vast majority of healthcare workers want to stay in healthcare. You know, over the past couple of years, we've heard a lot of stories about healthcare workers leaving the industry completely. And now we're starting to see that a lot of those healthcare workers are coming back into the field, and most of them want to stay in healthcare. So it gives me a lot of positive thoughts and encouragement that people are going to stay in healthcare, because, you know, eventually we're all going to need a healthcare worker. And I want to make sure that there's somebody that's there to take care of me.
What can employers do to help this issue of combating burnout?
Yeah, it's a great question. A lot of employers are really starting to think deeper about this. You know, first is just creating that positive, supportive, inclusive environment, creating easy access to resources, especially mental health resources and other things that combat burnout. As I said earlier, our survey showed there was a strong correlation between relationships and job satisfaction, most specifically relationships with their patients, relationships with coworkers, and relationships with supervisors. So whatever employers can do to help facilitate relationship building amongst their teams. And then finally, just making sure that they're checking in and listening to their teams. A lot of the employers that we work with are doing listening sessions or surveys, and then making sure that their teams feel heard and supported by actioning on a lot of the things that they found in those surveys. So those are kind of the big things that we're seeing right now that seem to be making an impact.
What about people who want to enter the medical profession as a career? Do you have any additional information for them, perhaps advice, tips, suggestions, that sort of thing?
Yeah, of course. So we have a ton of resources on Indeed.com/careers in care. We have this massive hub of healthcare resources to help you look through and explore different opportunities in healthcare. Healthcare offers a ton of different options for you. And so we've laid out some of those options on our website through day in the life videos, where you can watch what an ER nurse does on a day-to-day basis, or read an article on what a physical therapist does. So we have a lot of resources for you to be able to get in, dive in, and explore healthcare occupations.
All right, Travis Moore joining us on the digital desk. Very helpful information you passed on to our viewers. We appreciate it, Travis. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
About the safest vehicles for this summer. Perhaps you have a teen that's getting ready to drive or is driving right now. You want the very best, safest car for them. And how do you find it? Well, let's bring in someone that can maybe give us some pointers with that. I'm joined now by Brian Moody, Executive Director of Kelley Blue Book. Brian, appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. I was actually on your site last night looking up the value of my car. It's a great site. I love it. But let's focus on this summer and some of the safest vehicles out there for the family and for the teens. What's kind of the number one thing we should all be looking for when we want that safe car?
Well, the first thing is when you're looking for a car for a kid or a teen, maybe even a first-time driver, the kind of car they want might not be the best car for them. So you have to kind of compromise a little bit. You don't want high-performance cars, and you don't want something that sits high off the ground. There are some exceptions, of course. Some kids have grown up in a rural environment. They've driven tractors and lots of stuff. They can handle all that. But for the average kid, high off the ground is a no-no. Big, high horsepower cars, that's also a no-no. And by the way, those things can affect your insurance rate. What you want is a good, safe car that's reasonably reliable, that has certain features from the factory. So you want airbags, of course. You want side head curtain airbags that protects your head in case of a side collision. You want traction control and you want stability control. You can opt for a parking camera, but that's not necessary because you can always add that later. So don't get caught up in finding a car that has a parking camera from the factory. You can always add that to a car later, and it's not that much money.
Do you think a car would be the best option for some of those teens out there, or do you think maybe a small SUV? What do you think?
A small SUV could be okay if it's relatively low to the ground, say something like a Honda CR-V, something like that. Cars are best. What's interesting is a lot of kids have been telling me they prefer cars because being high off the ground makes it difficult for them to judge their surroundings. And a lot of kids have also been saying, well, I don't want an SUV. That's what my parents drove. That kind of thing happens from generation to generation. Think about what we didn't want. We didn't want station wagons. So cars are a good place to start. Cars, sedans especially, are also affordable because they're not in super high demand. All those safety features I just mentioned, all of those features, you can find that on a car for less than $10,000.
Good deal. That's a good piece of advice. What about the safest vehicles for families out there? Summer road trips underway here. The best and safest car for that family?
Yeah, if you look at the government crash test ratings, which is the NHTSA.gov, that's the place where they publish their crash test results. You want a car that's a 4 or 5 stars at least, and then there'll be little notes in there. Sometimes they test a car that has optional equipment, so you want to look for that if you're buying a new car. Typically, the brands that perform quite well are brands like Kia, Hyundai, and Genesis. Toyota does quite well. Honda and Acura do quite well. Look for those cars, and look for model by model, though. Look for a high crash test score. If you really want to get extra information, you can go to a website that's iihs.org, and they have a little bit different of a safety rating system, but they still give you crash test ratings, and they rate everything from the strength of the headlights to the safety equipment, how the airbags work, all that kind of stuff.
Are there maybe some common mistakes out there that some families make, just real easy mistakes to avoid?
Yeah, one of them is assuming that, any old car will do. And, well, they're going to have to earn the money to save up, and they're going to get a $1,500 car. That's not necessarily the case anymore. That used to be fine, because if you think about safety technology from, say, the 60s to the 90s, it didn't change that much. Maybe there was some better equipment, better seatbelts, but from the 2000s to now, in those 20 years, a lot of things have changed. Anti-lock brakes is one. Airbags is another. And the other thing is, always go on to the government website, the same thing that I just mentioned, which is nhtsa.org or .gov, and look to see if your car that you're considering buying has any open recalls. Of course, everyone's talked about the Takata airbag story. There's lots of cars out there that have been unrepaired, and that's very dangerous. If you have one that's been repaired, it's going to be okay, but make sure before you buy a car there are no open recalls, and especially with the airbags. So people oftentimes look after they have the car. Well, there's a reason why it wasn't addressed to begin with. I wouldn't want to find that out when I'm the person who's the owner of the car. I would do all that work beforehand, and that would help me inform me about which car I'm going to buy.
This has been very informative, Brian. I appreciate you dropping some of this knowledge here with us on the digital desk.
Sure.
I leave the last question open to you. Anything else you feels important to the thousands of people that are watching us right now that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, I think one thing that's worth considering is just because you don't have a lot of money to spend doesn't mean that you can't find a safe car. I purchased a car recently for one of my kids, and it had all the features I just said, and it was $6,000. Now, it wasn't beautiful. It wasn't a hot rod or a sports car, but it had the basic safety features. And don't be worried about having to get a new car. Of course, the newer car you get, the more standard equipment it's going to have. But you can go back a few years, 2008, 2009, 2006, and find a car that has all the safety features that I just mentioned for a reasonable price and with reasonable miles too.
All right, Brian Moody, Kelly Blue Book Executive Director. Appreciate you coming on the digital desk.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so very much. Very optimistic too. I mean, $6,000 for a great, safe car for your teen. Fantastic news, especially in light of what we've seen with used car prices over the last several years. That gives us all hope who have kids driving, among other things. Brian, thanks.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning. Take you up to Tipton County, getting back into classes today in Covington, Brighton, Atoka, Munford. Highs in the middle and upper 80s this afternoon with a north breeze coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Near 90 degrees in Marshall County communities. Also getting back into classes here today. Germantown Municipal School District getting back into classes as well here in Shelby County, and many others on the way over the next couple of days. 90 degrees today here in Holly Springs, as well as in Lake Center, Potts Camp, and Hickory Flat. All right, so for today around the Memphis area, highs will top out generally in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Morning clouds giving way to some sunshine to build back in here by the afternoon as that north wind kicks in around 10 miles per hour. Let's go hour by hour with our first look futurecast. And again, seeing those morning clouds starting to sink down towards the south. They'll break up for more peaks of sun. There's going to be a range of numbers here today. Again, some spots north of I-40 will stay in the 80s today. South of I-40, low and mid 90s this afternoon. But all of us should start to clear out. I think we turn mostly clear, low and mid 70s here in the city, but outlying areas 60s to low 70s to start off early Thursday morning. Mostly sunny skies for Thursday. Temperatures back up to around average, low 90s expected with tolerable humidity levels. Heading into Friday, here comes our next front dropping in across the area. The front on Friday morning should be north of Cape Girardeau and beginning to work its way into the Mid-South as we get towards the afternoon hours. Still managing low 90s on Friday. Humidity levels will start to sink down as we head into your weekend as we finally get to this next front to move through the area that will be a little bit more substantial on the drier air front. And of course, that actually comes by way of what's happening with Tropical Storm Debbie. Right now, moving off to the east, northeast at about 4 to 5 miles per hour. Should come back on shore just to the north of Charleston, South Carolina, near Allendale and Cape Romaine. Late tonight, early on Thursday morning, work its way up the I-95 corridor closer to Dillon and Florence, South Carolina, getting closer to Thursday afternoon and eventually making its way up towards central North Carolina by early Friday morning, and then quickly getting pushed off to the north and east as it gets pushed away in the wake of that frontal boundary. Again, that front is going to act as a train track for Debbie to finally get the kick out of here as we head into the mid portion of the week. But upwards of 10 more inches of rainfall on top of what has already fallen. Some spots have already picked up about a foot and a half of rainfall across parts of South Carolina, and more on the way here today and through the next couple of days. It looks like the highest impacts of rainfall for the next couple of days now from Myrtle Beach up towards Wilmington, North Carolina, back across the Cape Fear region and the PD region as well. Back here at home, we really don't see very much in the way of rain opportunities coming in our direction. There might be by the mid portion of next week a chance for rain to come back in here, but the question mark is, how does it happen? It would have to happen by way of our ridge of high pressure to be just close enough to us to have some heat and humidity influence, but just far enough away that we get those complexes of storms kind of diving on the eastern flank of it. So that's a question that we will have in that extended forecast. Right now, the precipitation outlook going into the middle and latter portion of next week, still near to below average. So The question mark will be next week, will we ultimately end up with better chances for rain and storms? We've got to go ahead and put a 20% chance for rain in there as we head into that time frame. Let's go with today, though. Again, starting off with clouds, giving way to more sunshine this afternoon. Temperatures topping out close to 90, down through the 60s and 70s early tomorrow morning. 90s again on your Thursday, and then highs in the upper 80s and near 90 degrees for your Friday before we get in the highs in the 80s through the weekend. Not bad for the weekend, though. Temperatures middle and upper 80s. That's not bad, especially this time of the year. 60s for overnight low temperatures. I think outlying areas, again, that's in the city, we're talking upper 60s. Outlying areas this weekend could be low to mid 60s. We go into early next week. The heat starts to crank up as we get on the edge of that ridge. You're going to add that 20% rain chance in there for Tuesday, and we'll probably extend that through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And it's all going to be highly dependent on the burgeoning ridge of high pressure from the west. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, those complexes of storms, if you remember, about a week or two ago, we were right on the edge of the ridge when we had that big heat ridge that built over the area, got into the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures like 110, 120 in some instances. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, we'll get what places like Nashville and East Tennessee and central Kentucky saw that week, which was several complexes of storms diving into the area. If we get underneath the ridge and it expands right on top of us and we get the influence of high pressure, the rain chances are going to be pretty slim, and the heat's going to be more dominant as we head towards next week. And, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on it, be the first to alert you to any impacts that could have for the FedEx St. Jude Championship that starts next week as well.
Well, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks for tuning in, sticking with us all throughout the morning here. I'm Sydney Gray. I'm in for Andrew right now. Y'all, we have a very special guest who I'm so excited to introduce. I can't get the smile off my face. Jimmy Hart, the one and only, is here. He's here in the studio, live with us, in the newsroom, I should say, to talk about a very special thing that he's got going on. So we're going to put Jimmy up. Hey, Jimmy, how are you doing today?
How you doing, girl? It's great to be back in Memphis.
How does it feel?
If you know what, every time I come back here, I love it. You know, every time I make a pilgrimage back here, I see the Jerry the King Lawler. You know, we got a big wrestling show going on this coming Saturday, a couple of days from now. That's going to be in Jonesboro, Arkansas. It's kind of like the wrestling gets back together again with Billy Superstar Dundee, myself, Coco Beware, Downtown Bruno, Ricky Morton, one half of the Rock and Roll Express, and of course the list goes on and on and on. It's an all-day event starting at 10 in the morning till the wee hours of the morning, 7 big matches. But I'm here for the inductions of the Gentrys to the Memphis Music Hall of Fame.
Let's talk about it. It's happening here soon. Well, in a couple months, in September, you're going to be inducted. How does that feel for you?
You know, it feels great. You know, it just seems like yesterday, which is really a stretch of my imagination, as old as I am now. But, you know, we all went to Treadwell High School together, and we just had a dream of putting a band together. We put the band together, and the next thing you know, we're down at Lansky Brothers buying all these crazy outfits so we can wear on American Bandstand, Hullabaloo, Shindig, where the action is in the movie Bikini World, and the next thing, it's history.
Yeah. But you're already a Hall of Famer. I mean, you're kind of a big deal. Can you show us that ring that's on your finger this morning?
This is my WWE Hall of Fame ring. You know, what was so crazy, I've had 3 phone calls, Sydney, in my life has changed my life. One was from Larry Raspberry, when he put the group, the Gents, together. Later on, we became the Gentrys. And then I had a phone call after that several years later, well, many years later, from Jerry the King Lawler when he wanted me to join Memphis Championship Wrestling down here and manage him. And then after 6 years here on Channel 5 right here, I had another phone call from Vince McMahon, and all of a sudden I'm in New York City and WWE Hall of Famers.
WWE Hall of Famer, but I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like this one might be just a little bit more special. I mean, the Memphis Music Hall of Fame. Can you tell me how that compares to the WWE and just how you're feeling right now?
Oh, listen, I am so excited because, look, right here, it's our very first album. I don't know if you can get a shot of that. This is our very first album with all the band members together. This was our second album. We've had two. We've really had three, a Golden Hits album. How you get a Golden Hits album after a one-hit record, I don't know, but they did it. And, of course, then when our original group broke up, you know, one by one, everybody left. I went to Sun Studio with Knox Phillips. He produced this album on us. We had two hits off this with the Gentrys. Cinnamon Girl, that was a top 40 hit on Billboard, and Why Should I Cry, which was a top 50 hit. So we've kind of kept the name of the Gentrys alive through all these years.
I love it. Y'all had international success, though.
Yes.
You've got some albums to show me here as well, or some singles, I should say. One of them's from Japan, correct?
Right.
Show me that one.
This one's from Japan. We had them out in Japan, Germany, Australia, and this is one that we had out from Holland. So, you
That's
know,
amazing.
we've had all these singles and everything, so we've been so blessed. Shout out to some of my band members that are going to be there with us. We're going to be, I think the show's at September the 27th.
Correct.
And so a lot of people, Wilson Pickett's going in, one of my favorite songs, I'm going away to the midnight hour. I love Wilson Pickett. But, you know, John Doyle, for the Memphis Hall of Fame series, he called us and said, we're going to induct y'all into the Hall of Fame this year. And I said, are you sure you're not trying to call Bobby Gentry? And he laughed. He said, no, it's the Gentrys. But, you know, we had the greatest drummer of all time, Larry Wall. What a great drummer. They used to call us the Memphis Beatles because in high school we had our hair kind of long, right?
Yeah.
And I remember one day our principal says, if y'all don't cut your hair, you boys ain't going to be on stage. And I think Larry or somebody said, well, Mr. Mabry, we're on stage so much all the time anyhow, I guess we could miss one night. He didn't like that, but we did trim our hair for it. But Larry Wall, great drummer for us back then. We called him Ringo because he reminded us of the Beatles. One of our singers in the group, which was awesome, which was Bruce Bowles. He looked like John Lennon. The girls loved him. We kind of had the Memphis Horns before the Memphis Horns with Jimmy Johnson and Bobby Fischer. They played keyboards each and also doubled on saxophone and horns. Pat Neal was our bass player, kind of like Duck Dunn and Booker T and them. Of course, Larry was our leader back in the day. He booked the trips. He booked the gigs. He arranged the songs. He did everything for us. And you know, we love Larry. So the Gentrys are getting back together one more big time.
I want to ask you this. Tell me, how does it feel, just this recognition as a Memphian and just being back here in this city? What does that feel like for you?
Well, you know what? I still feel so good. It seems like the older you get, the more things mean. You know, it's hard to kill a memory, everybody says, Sydney. But I'm tell you what's so special about this. My good buddy Jason picked me up today, and when he picked me up, he's part of the wrestling show we're doing this weekend. He picked me up. And Space Cowboys, what I called it. We went over. The first thing we did was we're going to do this interview now. When we leave here, we're going to go see Hal Lansky at Lansky Brothers, where we used to buy all of our original Gentry's outfit. That's where back in the day, Sydney, Elvis bought his stuff there. Jerry Lee Lewis, Carl Perkins, Isaac Hayes, Rufus Thomas. That was the big thing back then. And as the early days of the Gentrys, when we were just playing the T. Walker Lewis YMCA or the sock hops around town, that our dream was to get enough money to go buy these clothes at Lansky Brothers. But it feels so good to come back. What I'm leading to is we're going to go by and see him, which is down on Beale Street over there. We're going to see him today before we leave, get a couple of things there, and then we're going to go eat at the Cupboard and eat at Tops Barbecue and eat at Corky's, all of my favorite places here.
Memphis
but I love
all the way.
Food. Yeah, Sydney, it's great.
I love it. I love it. So before we let you go, really appreciate you being here, first of all, just gracing us with your presence back here at 1960 Union. But before you go, can you talk one more time about the event you were telling us about earlier with Jerry Lawler? Can you go back to that?
Yes, Jerry Lawler, he's doing so much better. Had a little health scare a couple of months ago, but he's batting a home run now. But we're going to be in Jonesboro, Arkansas this weekend, and it's just so many great people that are going to be on that show. But it starts at like 10 o'clock in the morning. It's kind of a fan fit, wrestling fan. They got vendor tables. All the wrestlers will be signing autographs. David Schultz is going to be there. Jerry Lawler, Bill Dundee, me, the Mouth South, Jimmy Hart, Downtown Bruno. Even one of our favorite DJs over there that used to work over here at Channel 5 is the manager, Brandon Baxter. He's a hot DJ over in Jonesboro now. So we're going to see him later on tomorrow. But it's Coco Beware. The list just goes on and on and on and on. And Tommy Rich, we're just going to have a great time and just get to meet our fans again, get to talk to them about the wrestling, get to talk to them about the music. And then in September, the Gentrys are going to get together one more big time and get this award.
one more time. Well, congratulations to you. We're all very happy for you. And again, thank you for joining us right here live at the Digital Desk. Happy to see your ring, and I'm really happy for all the things that are coming in the future. Thank you so much, Jimmy Hart. Appreciate it.
Sydney, we love you. It's great to be back at Channel 5.
Thank you so much.
All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's back to school season. There's plenty of districts that have already gone back to school, and we have Memphis Shelby County Schools going back today. We also have other school districts going back later in the week. And so there is so much to prepare for when it comes to your family and the various schedules that people are seeing, and how the schedules are essentially going to be turned upside down now that the school year is here. And it's so important to prepare kids, not only for the classroom, but to prepare them emotionally and mentally. Let's bring in our next guest to talk about this very issue. I'm joined now by Dr. Kevin U. Stevens, Sr., Chief Medical Officer of United Healthcare of the Mid-South, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Dr. Stevens, thank you for joining us. Where do we begin when we talk about preparing our kids emotionally and mentally? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, by the way, for having this segment. We really appreciate that, getting the news out to our parents and kids, because it can be quite stressful. The first thing I would suggest is sleep. It's so important. Kids in the summertime, and they're used to staying up and doing all kinds of things. They have to get back in the routine of going to sleep, getting their rest, getting up early in the morning, getting their breakfast. That's probably the most important meal that they have to get, is the breakfast. So having good 8 hours of sleep is good so that they can concentrate. In fact, at nighttime, that's when your your short-term memory is transposed to your long-term memory. That's when your body rejuvenates itself. And so sleep is a very important aspect of getting back into the routine of things.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, sleep is so beneficial for kids, for adults, and it's so important to get such a lot of sleep, especially when you're developing these routines, which, you know, hey, let's be honest, our adults love these routines too. I mean, it's so beneficial, especially when it comes to sleep and reestablishing these routines. Let's talk a little bit about something else. So we have a good routine set. We're getting them breakfast, okay? We're getting them enough sleep. Now what?
Well, I mean, so it's consistency that you can do. For instance, you can say to your kids, all right, you get home at 3:30, 4 o'clock, whatever time it may be. All right, you have an hour to kind of just wind down a little bit from your day's work. And then study hour is from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And then you make sure that where your child studies, that they have light, it's a comfortable chair, and they have the resources they need there. And then you have dinner, and so setting up a structure for the child to operate so they can anticipate what they need to do, they can plan for it. And of course, you have exceptions and those types of things, but having a routine is so important, as well as making sure they get their annual child exam for their provider too, because that's so important, that there can be things that kids can have, whether it's their vaccinations, whether it's just looking at their diet, their weight, their blood pressures, and those types of things. That's important for the child to make sure that all those screening and preventive measures are taken.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Getting that visit to the pediatrician, either right before school or maybe that first week of school, so key. Making sure everything's up to date, that sort of thing, and just kind of see where they are. But what about, what about the mental state? How do we discuss that in an effective manner, just to make sure our kids emotionally are okay?
That's a very good point, and that's a very good question. So our sons they told me, they said, Dad, that is a reason you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. That you should listen twice as much as you talk. Many times we don't, but so you have to listen to your child. You have to watch your child. If you see their eating habit has changed, you can see their sleeping habit has changed. You can see their affect. Their mood has changed. So the first thing is to be inquisitive and ask them, how are you doing? How are things going? And listen to what they are saying. And when you listen, they'll tell you many times they may not use words to communicate to you that something is going on. So pay attention, watch, listen, look, and learn, and then be supportive. I find even on this weekend, I was talking to some kids, and I said, "Well, yeah, you know what? This is a problem. We all go through something like this, and I went through this type of a setback, and this is how I kind of worked through it. And what are you thinking? How do you feel?" And they will say, "I've been thinking about this." And nowadays, with the internet, computer, chat, GDP, all those certain kids have access and availability to much information, and many times we as parents may not know it. So you may want to be mindful of what your child is looking at, the sites they're going on, and those types of things, because then that could be a clue also to some of the things, including cyber bullies. There are just so many things out there that we have to prepare our children to do. But the main thing is to be there supportive and to say, I love you, we're here for you. If you ever want to talk and inquire to some periodicity of what's going on, how you feeling, how are your grades, any problems, anything I can do, do you need some
Key when it comes to making sure the mental state of our children are good. Another one I would throw out there and love for you to weigh in on is keeping them away from phones as long as possible. Keeping them off of social media as long as possible, and keeping them away from a smartphone as long as possible. What do you think?
Absolutely. And then what you can replace that with, get outside with your kids and have some fun. I mean, you can play basketball, football, you can run track, you can play games. There's a plethora of things that you can do in terms of having some, even board games in the house. I'm old fashioned, so Monopoly and Scrabble word games, those are really good, because when you have those types of games, that creates the venue for you to have conversation. It's not necessarily the game as much as it is just companionship and to talk, and then the children can open up and they can tell you, yeah, Dad, I was thinking about ABC or whatever it may be. So enjoy yourself, enjoy your kids. They grew up on you before you know it. So enjoy while you can.
No doubt. You're speaking the truth. There's no question. My kids are both in college, and so it feels like, just yesterday they were, 8, 9 years old, that sort of thing. This has been a great discussion, Dr. Stevens. Anything else you want to hit on before we let you go? We've hit on a number of different things with regards to emotion and mental state. Anything else?
Well, the main thing is to communicate with the kids, verbal and non-verbally, and form good relationship so that they will have something to emulate, and listen twice as much as you talk, and pay attention to what they are telling you, and create venues to where they can communicate freely without like games and those kind of things, and have fun, enjoy the kids. I mean, time flies before you know it. As you said, they'll be away in college or wherever, and married, and who knows what else they'll be doing. So enjoy. This is a fun time.
Wow, Dr. Kevin Stevens, thank you so much. We appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Great advice for anybody out there that have kids in the school system. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And maybe we can come back a little later on and have a checkup,
Yes.
Check
Would
in.
love that. Anytime, Dr. Stevens. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning. Take you up to Tipton County, getting back into classes today in Covington, Brighton, Atoka, Munford. Highs in the middle and upper 80s this afternoon with a north breeze coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Near 90 degrees in Marshall County communities. Also getting back into classes here today. Germantown Municipal School District getting back into classes as well here in Shelby County, and many others on the way over the next couple of days. 90 degrees today here in Holly Springs, as well as in Lake Center, Potts Camp, and Hickory Flat. All right, so for today around the Memphis area, highs will top out generally in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Morning clouds giving way to some sunshine to build back in here by the afternoon as that north wind kicks in around 10 miles per hour. Let's go hour by hour with our first solar futurecast. And again, seeing those morning clouds starting to sink down towards the south. Don't break up for more peaks of sun. There's going to be a range of numbers here today. Again, some spots north of I-40 will stay in the 80s today. South of I-40, low and mid 90s this afternoon. But all of us should start to clear out. I think we turn mostly clear, low and mid 70s here in the city, but outlying areas 60s to low 70s to start off early Thursday morning. Mostly sunny skies for Thursday. Temperatures back up to around average, low 90s expected with tolerable humidity levels. Heading into Friday, here comes our next front dropping in across the area. The front on Friday morning should be north of Cape Girardeau and beginning to work its way into the Mid-South as we get towards the afternoon hours. Still managing low 90s on Friday. Humidity levels will start to sink down as we head into your weekend as we finally get to this next front to move through the area that will be a little bit more substantial on the drier air front. And of course, that actually comes by way of what's happening with Tropical Storm Debbie. Right now, moving off to the east, northeast at about 4 to 5 miles per hour. Should come back on shore just to the north of Charleston, South Carolina, near Allendale and Cape Romaine. Late tonight, early on Thursday morning, work its way up the I-95 corridor closer to Dillon and Florence, South Carolina, getting closer to Thursday afternoon and eventually making its way up towards central North Carolina by early Friday morning, and then quickly getting pushed off to the north and east as it gets pushed away in the wake of that frontal boundary. Again, that front is going to act as a train track for Debbie to finally get the kick out of here as we head into the mid portion of the week. But upwards of 10 more inches of rainfall on top of what has already fallen. Some spots have already picked up about a foot and a half of rainfall across parts of South Carolina, and more on the way here today and through the next couple of days. It looks like the highest impacts of rainfall for the next couple of days now from Myrtle Beach up towards Wilmington, North Carolina, back across the Cape Fear region and the PD region as well. Back here at home, we really don't see very much in the way of rain opportunities coming in our direction. There might be by the mid portion of next week a chance for rain to come back in here, but the question mark is, how does it happen? It would have to happen by way of our ridge of high pressure to be just close enough to us to have some heat and humidity influence, but just far enough away that we get those complexes of storms kind of diving on the eastern flank of it. So that's a question that we will have in that extended forecast. Right now, the precipitation outlook going into the middle and latter portion of next week, still near to below average. So the question mark will be next week, will we ultimately end up with better chances for rain and storms? We've got to go ahead and put a 20% chance for rain in there as we head into that time frame. Let's go with today, though. Again, starting off with clouds, giving way to more sunshine this afternoon. Temperatures topping out close to 90, down through the 60s and 70s early tomorrow morning. 90s again on your Thursday, and then highs in the upper 80s and near 90 degrees for your Friday before we get in the highs in the 80s through the weekend. Not bad for the weekend, though. Temperatures middle and upper 80s. That's not bad, especially this time of the year. 60s for overnight low temperatures. I think outlying areas, again, that's in the city, we're talking upper 60s. Outlying areas this weekend could be low to mid 60s. We go into early next week. The heat starts to crank up as we get on the edge of that ridge. You're going to add that 20% rain chance in there for Tuesday, and we'll probably extend that through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And it's all going to be highly dependent on the burgeoning ridge of high pressure from the west. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, those complexes of storms, if you remember, about a week or two ago, we were right on the edge of the ridge when we had that big heat ridge that built over the area, got into the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures like 110, 120 in some instances. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, we'll get what places like Nashville and East Tennessee and Central Kentucky saw that week, which was several complexes of storms diving into the area. If we get underneath the ridge and it expands right on top of us and we get the influence of high pressure, the rain chances are going to be pretty slim, and the heat's going to be more dominant as we head towards next week. And, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on it, be the first to alert you to any impacts that could have for the FedEx St. Jude Championship that starts next week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. And August 8th, the first pandas to enter the U.S. in 21 years will make their public debut at the San Diego Zoo. We're talking about 2 pandas making their debut. And let's talk a little bit more about this, how it happened and some of the lead up to it. I'm joined now on the digital desk by Marco Wendt with the San Diego Zoo. He's joining us now. Marco, first off, congratulations on getting the giant pandas to the San Diego Zoo. Tell me about the process in order for this to happen, because here in Memphis, our zoo recently lost its pandas, but yet here San Diego is getting 2 new ones. Good morning.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. You know, for one, I will say it's definitely not a competition, right? I just think it's wonderful that we get this awesome opportunity to encounter such a vibrant species, right? And to your point, yes, it's been a long time coming. We've had a 30-year relationship with our partners out in China, the China Wildlife Conservation Association. I'm sure the public is aware. We've done a lot of good work to help out in the status of conservation of this giant panda species. We were effectively in the past able to drop the status from endangered to vulnerable, which is an amazing thing, right? And that was all of us together, not just us, San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance and our partners out in China, but the public as well. So we're super excited now to tomorrow to open up our doors and welcome the entire world to come and visit us here at the San Diego Zoo and experience giant pandas here at Panda Ridge.
So tell me about that. How is, first off, the pandas, from what I understand, are there now. They're making their debut on August 8th. How are they doing right now?
They're loving this new habitat, my friend. I was watching them the other day and saw our male Yun Chuan splashing around in the pool, crunching on bamboo. So they're really loving this new habitat. You know, it's 4 times larger than it was in the past, which is incredible. And in case your viewers aren't aware, we have 2 giant pandas that you're going to get to experience. So we have our 5-year-old male. Now, his name is Yun Chuan. Now, Yun means cloud, and Chuan means big river. So he's a big river of cloud, which is super fitting, I think. Now, his personality, he's a little bit like me, actually. He's a little slow waking up in the morning, kind of sits up and kind of associates himself to the environment. He loves to munch on bamboo all throughout the day. And most importantly, my friend, the midday nap is very essential for this giant panda. Now, also, we have our 4-year-old female. Now, her name is Sing Bao. Now, that means precious treasure of prosperity and abundance, which is really fitting for her as well. And the overall, giant pandas represent friendship and love and wildlife conservation. Now, she is a very inquisitive panda, very intelligent too, I might add. So I highly recommend all of our viewers out there to come visit us here at the San Diego Zoo and see those personalities for yourself.
Tell me about the conservation efforts that are being involved with all this, Marco.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mentioned a little about it earlier, but in the past, with our 30-year relationship we've had with the China Wildlife Conservation Association, we've done a variety of different things. I mentioned the status being dropped to vulnerable, which is amazing. Also sharing, say, neonatal information as well. Basically, baby panda information is what I'm referring to help out the survivability, especially for the nurseries out in China who, at the time, there wasn't a lot of information known about how to produce, say, panda milk. And we were able to offer that as well to help out with the vibrancy of the species. Again, we're San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, and alliances is what we do. And we can't do any of this work if we're not sharing this information with our partners out in China. So for the future, here at Panda Ridge, we hope to share all the information from dietary needs, reproductive behavior, but also genetic information as well. And hopefully, in the future, we can help out those more isolated populations, areas where pandas maybe aren't interacting with other pandas in the region. We want to help out with diversity. Now, diversity, it's not just important for human beings, friend, right? It's also important for wildlife conservation. So that's going to be a main focus for us here in the future.
Tell me about how long the pandas are expected to be there. You know, and here in Memphis, we had them for about 25 years, and then they were sent back to China, or at least one was. Is there an agreement reached with China and San Diego?
Yeah, of course. Again, the partnership is going to be for years on end in the future. And I also want to remind people, you know, the cultures and traditions of different people around the world. It's really important to understand. In China, they have this beautiful tradition that every beginning must have an end. And so it made complete sense when our loan did end, you know, and they returned back to their homeland in China. So we're super excited to renew this partnership and further the progression and development of these beautiful animals. And for me, doesn't matter where you go, whether it be here at the San Diego Zoo or your own accredited zoos or aquariums. I really want to encourage the public of the world to support your local zoos, support your local aquariums. We're doing a lot of good work all over the world. We'll help out a variety of different species, from a dolphin to a polar bear to a killer whale to a giant panda, right? The public needs to get involved and come become an ally for wildlife.
All right, Marco Wendt with the San Diego Zoo. Congratulations on the pair of pandas that are set to make their debut on August 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. A lot of clouds out there. We'll be talking about your forecast in 1 minute. The Action News 5 digital desk. Do you know the difference between allergies and asthma, what they are and what to do? Let's bring in someone to help us sift through the differences between and some similarities, I guess. Dr. Anna Yang joining us once again from Regional One Health. Dr. Yang, glad to have you once again on the digital desk. So what are the biggest misconceptions? Where do people get tangled between the two?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so it can be actually pretty confusing sometimes to tell the difference between the two, between asthma and allergies, because allergies can cause asthma, but allergies can cause a whole host of other symptoms too, like a skin rash or vomiting or tongue or lip swelling. And on the flip side, asthma can be caused by allergies, but asthma can be caused by other things too, like, air pollution triggers, even exercise, sometimes a cold or the flu can also trigger someone's allergies, or exposure to certain chemicals.
What about symptoms when it comes to both? What should be on the lookout for?
Yeah, so asthma is purely a lung disease. So with asthma, when you have whatever trigger, that you get exposed to occurs, your airways swell. So it's the little airways inside of your lungs. The kind of the smooth muscles around those airways can constrict and cause what we call bronchospasm. And then as a result of that constriction, you can also get increased mucus production. So as a result, those airways are getting much more narrow. And when those airways are narrow, air has a harder time passing through. So that's where we get the wheezing that is typically associated with asthma. When the wheezing gets so bad, it can actually get to the point where you don't really have air movement at all, and the wheezing actually stops, and you just hear no air moving. At that point, that's very dangerous, and someone with asthma needs to get treated right away for that. As far as allergies goes, allergies is basically, your body's responding to something that should be, no big deal, but it thinks it's an enemy. So your body's attacking it. So this can come in a lot of symptoms. So you can have symptoms, some people with food allergies, have the mouth and airway swelling where, their throat closes up and they can't breathe. They might get a hives rash. They might start vomiting. But like I said, allergies can also trigger asthma symptoms too. So there is some overlap, but allergies has a much more broader range of symptoms. The typical allergy symptoms that we think of for seasonal allergies are things like, sneezing and runny nose and itchy eyes and that kind of thing.
So when it comes to asthma, do people grow out of that? Is there a way to essentially diminish asthma symptoms over the years?
Yeah, so a lot of the time asthma starts in childhood. So, and plenty of times when you have asthma in childhood, as you get older, there are a lot of people who outgrow it by the time that they're an adult. So there are lots of people who, have severe asthma as a kid. They're, in and out of the hospital all the time, but there's hope. A lot of these people, by the time they're adults, this asthma could be completely gone and they have no more flare-ups as an adult. Sometimes that's not the case though. Sometimes they still have asthma into their adulthood years. Other times you can have asthma that doesn't start until you're an adult. So throughout, childhood, no symptoms, no issues, and then suddenly as an adult, over 18 years old, you start developing your first asthma flare. Having allergies can be a risk, an increased risk for developing asthma, but definitely things like, minimizing smoke exposure and chemical exposure, and, not smoking yourself can decrease the injuries and insults to your lungs and potentially help prevent asthma.
What about treatment options available, Dr. Yang?
So for allergies, you've got the usual antihistamines because histamines is what's causing the allergic reactions. So antihistamines can help prevent those, and most of them are available over the counter. And there are also, nasal sprays and eye drops and things that can target specific allergy symptoms. For asthma, it's generally inhalers and steroids. So, you know, the classic type of inhaler that you hear about for asthma is that rescue albuterol inhaler. That albuterol can help kind of open up those airways a little bit and help that air pass through easier and that wheezing and that shortness of breath get better. Some people all they need is just an albuterol inhaler occasionally when they have symptoms. But for people with more severe asthma, some people have to use an inhaler every single day to prevent asthma attacks. And sometimes when asthma attacks are severe, they need a couple of days to a week or two of oral steroids.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Dr. Yang?
Yeah, so most of the time, you know, allergies and asthma are both able to be managed, you know, symptomatically with medications over the counter or medications that are prescribed for you from a doctor for maintenance. But if your symptoms get severe, whether they're allergies or asthma, make sure you go see somebody, get checked. There is allergy testing, you know, to see, you know, what the cause of your allergy symptoms are. And then there's, you know, asthma testing in the form of, you know, pulmonary function testing to see how severe your asthma is. And also make sure that it really is asthma and that there's not some sort of underlying condition or some other secondary illness that's causing what you thought was asthma and is actually something else that is treatable. And of course, if you know what your triggers are, then do what you can to avoid them to prevent, you know, either allergy or asthma flares.
All right, Dr. Anna Yang, we appreciate you and all the advice. You really spell it out in a very easy to understand way. Thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it.
Thanks again for having me.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning. Taking you up to Tipton County, getting back into classes today in Covington, Brighton, Atoka, Munford. Highs in the middle and upper 80s this afternoon with a north breeze coming in around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Near 90 degrees in Marshall County communities. Also getting back into classes here today. Germantown Municipal School District getting back into classes as well here in Shelby County, and many others on the way over the next couple of days. 90 degrees today here in Holly Springs, as well as in Lake Center, Potts Camp, and Hickory Flat. All right, so for today around the Memphis area, highs will top out generally in the upper 80s and lower 90s. Morning clouds giving way to some sunshine to build back in here by the afternoon as that north wind kicks in around 10 miles per hour. Let's go hour by hour with our first solar futurecast. And again, seeing those morning clouds starting to sink down towards the south. Don't break up for more peaks of sun. There's going to be a range of numbers here today. Again, some spots north of I-40 will stay in the 80s today. South of I-40, low and mid 90s this afternoon. But all of us should start to clear out. I think we turn mostly clear, low and mid 70s here in the city, but outlying areas 60s to low 70s to start off early Thursday morning. Mostly sunny skies for Thursday. Temperatures back up to around average, low 90s expected with tolerable humidity levels. Heading into Friday, here comes our next front dropping in across the area. The front on Friday morning should be north of Cape Girardeau and beginning to work its way into the Mid-South as we get towards the afternoon hours. Still managing low 90s on Friday. Humidity levels will start to sink down as we head into your weekend as we finally get to this next front to move through the area that will be a little bit more substantial on the drier air front. And of course, that actually comes by way of what's happening with Tropical Storm Debbie. Right now, moving off to the east, northeast at about 4 to 5 miles per hour. Should come back on shore just to the north of Charleston, South Carolina, near Allendale and Cape Romaine. Late tonight, early on Thursday morning, work its way up the I-95 corridor closer to Dillon and Florence, South Carolina, getting closer to Thursday afternoon and eventually making its way up towards central North Carolina by early Friday morning, and then quickly getting pushed off to the north and east as it gets pushed away in the wake of that frontal boundary. Again, that front is going to act as a train track for Debbie to finally get the kick out of here as we head into the mid portion of the week. But upwards of 10 more inches of rainfall on top of what has already fallen. Some spots have already picked up about a foot and a half of rainfall across parts of South Carolina, and more on the way here today and through the next couple of days. It looks like the highest impacts of rainfall for the next couple of days now from Myrtle Beach up towards Wilmington, North Carolina, back across the Cape Fear region in the PD region as well. Back here at home, we really don't see very much in the way of rain opportunities coming in our direction. There might be by the mid portion of next week a chance for rain to come back in here, but the question mark is, how does it happen? It would have to happen by way of our ridge of high pressure to be just close enough to us to have some heat and humidity influence, but just far enough away that we get those complexes of storms kind of diving on the eastern flank of it. So that's a question that we will have in that extended forecast. Right now, the precipitation outlook going into the middle and latter portion of next week, still near to below average. So the question mark will be next week, will we ultimately end up with better chances for rain and storms? We've got to go ahead and put a 20% chance for rain in there as we head into that time frame. Let's go with today, though. Again, starting off with clouds, giving way to more sunshine this afternoon. Temperatures topping out close to 90, down through the 60s and 70s early tomorrow morning. 90s again on your Thursday, and then highs in the upper 80s and near 90 degrees for your Friday before we get in the highs in the 80s through the weekend. Not bad for the weekend, though. Temperatures middle and upper 80s. That's not bad, especially this time of the year. 60s for overnight low temperatures. I think outlying areas, again, that's in the city, we're talking upper 60s. Outlying areas this weekend could be low to mid 60s. We go into early next week. The heat starts to crank up as we get on the edge of that ridge. We're going to add that 20% rain chance in there for Tuesday, and we'll probably extend that through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And it's all going to be highly dependent on the burgeoning ridge of high pressure from the west. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, those complexes of storms, if you remember, about a week or two ago, we were right on the edge of the ridge when we had that big heat ridge that built over the area, got into the middle and upper 90s. Feels like temperatures like 110, 120 in some instances. If we're right on the edge of the ridge, we'll get what places like Nashville and East Tennessee and Central Kentucky saw that week, which was several complexes of storms diving into the area. If we get underneath the ridge and it expands right on top of us and we get the influence of high pressure, the rain chances are going to be pretty slim, and the heat's going to be more dominant as we head towards next week. And, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on it, be the first to alert you to any impacts that could have for the FedEx St. Jude Championship that starts next week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There was a new survey. It was a national survey from Discover, and it said 80% of American consumers are anxious about their financial situation. That doesn't surprise me. We've seen this all across Memphis and the Mid-South time and again. Some of the factors involved: high inflation, everyday expenses, the economy, income, debt. Those are among the top stressors fueling the anxiety. Again, this is due to a national survey here from Discover. Financial stress is severe. Let's talk about ways to reduce that stress that we have so often in this economy and in this world that we live in. I'm joined right now by Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So, Dan, good morning to you. Tell me more about this national survey. I think it was your group that put it together.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. You mentioned the headline. 80% of Americans are feeling some level of financial anxiety. Perhaps not surprising, but it is certainly something we'd like to see come down over time. And unfortunately, that number has remained consistently high for the last 3 years. That 80% number is virtually the same result we've had for 3 years running. And at the top of the factors that are contributing to financial stress are high inflation and high everyday expenses, two things that are very closely associated with one another.
They certainly are. And where do you think, Dan, that people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, financial anxiety and making things worse? Where do people go wrong?
I think being unprepared is one thing. Ideally, everyone would have an emergency fund. But the other thing, if they're already in debt, is not believing that they can get out of it. So our survey found that 1/3 of Americans don't expect to ever get out of debt. And that's quite discouraging. I'm more of an optimist, and I believe that there's quite a bit that people can do, from making a budget, but also to potentially taking out a consolidation loan that might allow them to lower the rate that they're paying on their debt so they can get out of it faster.
Yes, yes, I've heard that. That is a great idea and suggestion. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about some ways to minimize that stress, that anxiety that we all have, or many of us have, I should say, around our financial situation, Dan.
Yeah, so we found that Gen Z, for example, 42% is going so that you can put those dollars to work as hard as they can for you. And if possible, eliminating expenses is going to allow you to allocate more of your hard-earned income towards paying down debt. That's the key. You got to put more towards debt so you can get out of debt faster.
So does that mean, I know some people out there that, they'll say, well, I have this huge car payment and I have this mortgage that I got to pay and I got 3 kids and they have their expenses. And so I need to take a second or a third job. I mean, what do you tell someone like that? We have thousands of people that watch here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dan, and they're probably wondering a little bit of the same. Where do we begin?
Yeah, I think that stress is understandable. It's been challenging. Incomes have not kept pace with the rising costs out there. And so you have to be prepared and you have to understand your options. That's what I tell people is that they can do it. And they want to look at ways that they can reduce the cost of their debt and be prepared for anything that might come at them in an unexpected way. A water heater can go out at any minute. You have to have a plan so that you're ready to confront those things and not put yourself into a deeper hole.
Okay, so if we're doing bullet points right here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the top bullet point needs to be create a cash reserve account. And that's for any kind of emergencies out there. Take me through maybe 2 more or 3 more bullet points.
Yeah, so an emergency fund is going to give you that cushion for when something comes. That's the top of the list. The next thing is to make a budget. There's so many different budgeting strategies out there, and there's different ways to go about it. But look up the one that you feel most comfortable with, pull out a pencil and paper, and understand each line item of your personal balance sheet. The next thing is to look for opportunities within that budget to allocate more money towards debt. And then the last thing I would say is to look for opportunities to reduce the interest rate you're paying on any debt. A consolidation loan is a great way to potentially get that win.
I like it. I like it. These are tangible options for our audience out there to start reducing debt and reducing that financial anxiety. Anything else you want to mention, Dan, before we let you go that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yeah, what I would say is that when you're choosing a provider for a personal loan, you want to make sure that you pick one with no origination fee. An origination fee erodes how much of the cash from that loan you get in your pocket that you could put towards debt payments. And so if you took out a $20,000 loan and it had an origination fee, you might only get $18,000 in your pocket, but you'd be tasked with paying back the full $20,000. So look for a provider that's going to offer a loan with no origination fee. Discover Personal Loans is proud to offer such a product, and your audience can check their rate without any impact to their credit score at discoverpersonalloans.com.
DiscoverPersonalLoans.com. Managing debt, reducing financial anxiety. Dan Nickel, VP of Discover Personal Loans. Really appreciate the tangible options that you gave us here. Great news you can use. Thanks so very much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. We got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour with Jerry Askin and Ariana Poindexter. They'll take you through the news headlines and top stories, as well as meteorologist Spencer Denton with the latest on the forecast, not only for today, but for the next 7 days, including 80s for highs and 60s for lows this weekend. Great stuff there. And then we'll crank up the Action News 5 Digital Desk once again bright and early tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. We go from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning on all your digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku, actionnews5.com, our free news app, and digital channel 5.3. That is the Action News 5 Plus channel or channel 907 on Xfinity. Have a great afternoon.
at info4pi.org.
That's a wrap.
There are things about our weather that are so Memphis. It's going to rain somewhere in the city every afternoon during the summer.
We can help guide you through our uniquely Memphis weather, morning and night. First Alert Weather, only on Action News 5.
Visit youtube.com/Action News 5 today.
Today at midday, AC issues at MSCS. Parents are reacting to the problems as the superintendent explains why some buildings started the year off hot.
Anti-theft software installed in 2 million Kias and Hyundais is the new system helping to keep the vehicles from being stolen.
And half a week left in the 2024 Paris Olympics. We have a recap of Tuesday's action plus the latest on Mid-South athletes competing this week.
Taking action for you. Action News 5 at midday starts now.
Well, several Memphis Shelby County schools reopened today after AC issues to start off the school year. Thanks for joining us for Action News 5 Midday. I'm Ariana Poindexter.
And I'm Jerry Askin. During a press conference on Tuesday with only student media, Superintendent Dr. Marie Fagan said the district is balancing an ongoing challenge for decades. Fagans also said their facilities teams have worked 24/7 to fix the HVAC issues and that multiple vendors within the city prioritize schools dealing with those issues. We heard from many frustrating parents on yesterday.
Yes, it does, because what if I'm at work, I got to take off from work, to come get them. It is an inconvenience.
It's confusing to me because it's like you're supposed to have the air ready. It's very unorganized and not safe for the kids, especially with kids with diabetes and stuff. They can really pass out, it's really hot.
During her press conference, the superintendent said the schools that dismissed early yesterday are set to have a full day today.
Well, Officer Bobby Fields has been identified as the surviving Memphis police officer from Friday's crash where Officer Demetrius Johnson lost his life. Yesterday, a city council member said Officer Fields is still recovering from the injuries he suffered during the wreck. The two-car crash happened on Mississippi Boulevard and South Danny Thomas. 22-year-old Rontavious Johnson was also killed in the crash.
A forensic audit requested to get to the bottom of MATA's $60 million deficit. Mayor Paul Young wants to find out how and why the city's public bus service is seriously in the red. The Memphis City Council has gotten many complaints from MATA bus riders about slow service or even no service. Tuesday, the council turned their focus on making sure the city and MATA officials are accountable for the agency's $60 million deficit.
And I hear their crying, I hear their plea, and I see their emails that they've lost their jobs and how they're going to make it, because of this system here.
A big concern for sure. Now, Mayor Young told the council he has hired nationally recognized consultant PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP to conduct a forensic audit of MATA. The transit service plans to host a community tour with 14 stops beginning next week. The first one is on Monday at the Ed Rice Community Center in Frazier from 6 p.m. until 7.
Well, Tennessee state lawmakers are addressing a possible sexually transmitted infection outbreak in Shelby County. They cite reports from the Shelby County Health Department saying there's a sharp increase in both HIV and syphilis rates since 2018. Some infections are happening in people as young as 14. And a letter to State Health Commissioner Dr. Ralph Alvarado. State Democrats asked for plans to combat HIV case increases. They are also asking for plans to address specific neighborhoods with higher infection rates.
Tennessee Congressman Andy Ogles says the FBI confiscated his cell phone. The Republican says it's for mistakes in his campaign financial reports. He said he'll fully cooperate with the investigation. Ogles said he is confident investigators will find the reporting discrepancies were, quote, based on honest mistakes and nothing more, end quote. Ogles is running for re-election and won the Republican primary last week. Switching gears now to your weather, a much different start to start this Wednesday. It is definitely less humid today.
Yes, and I am thankful. My hair is thankful as well. Meteorologist Spencer Denton is here with our first alert forecast. Hey, Spencer.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we have temperatures running in the 70s right now across the Mid-South because of some cloud cover. That's also helping us out along with that northerly wind that's keeping those temperatures down just a bit. This is visible satellite showing you that blanket of clouds moving through some little pockets of clearing here and there, but the clouds again having a big impact on our forecast. And you can see that as we go through the day, this weak boundary that's going through the Mid-South is going to continue to move on through, and it should keep us in the upper 80s through the afternoon. Your first alert to how cool it will be as we head toward the weekend that's coming up in the 10-day forecast.
All right, Spencer, thank you. Turning now to the Paris Olympics. Team USA is adding more gold in its medal collection in Paris, extending their lead with 24 golds and 86 total medals in the Summer Games.
Exciting stuff for sure. Team USA is also making history along the way. NBC's Jay Gray has been following all the action in Paris.
The light show is spectacular. Inside Olympic Stadium. Cole Hucker on the inside! A stunning upset on the oval. Coming out of the final turn, American Cole Hucker chasing down the reigning Olympic champion and the current world champion, the two favorites in the 1500, surging from 5th to 1st, setting an Olympic record as he grabs gold.
I'm still processing, but I just had the vivid thought of how my life just changed, and I can't even process that right now.
No surprises in the 200. A strong start for favorite Gabby Thomas, running away from the rest of the field for her first Olympic gold.
I have never experienced anything like this. This is the happiest moment of my life. It's the moment I'm going to remember forever.
History that will be remembered forever in women's hammer. Annette Echekwoke winning silver, the first American ever to take home an Olympic medal in the event.
Youngest American woman to ever wrestle at the Olympics.
And American Umit Ilor finishing her dominant run in the games with gold, giving up only 2 points through the entire competition. The 20-year-old, now the youngest wrestling gold medalist in U.S. Olympic history. Jay Gray, NBC News, Paris.
Making history there, we love it. Olympic competition has come to an end for another Mid-South athlete. Mackenzie Long competed in the women's 200-meter final yesterday. She came in 7th place, not ending how she wanted. In a post on Instagram, she wrote, quote, "I was not meant to be here. Grief, injuries, adversity, but God." Olympic finalists. She says now it is time to rest. Congratulations, Mackenzie, on making it to the Olympics. We're happy for her.
Absolutely. And a lot of Ole Miss and Oxford alums on the world stage this week in Paris, with another Mid-South athlete going for gold tomorrow in shot put. We're talking about Raven Saunders, who may compete under a persona known as the Hulk, but it's human strength that got Saunders onto Team USA for a 3rd time. Tonight on Action News 5 at 5, we'll celebrate the superstar shot putter's plans this go round. And there's still plenty of Olympic action to catch over on Action News 5. Right now, you can watch beach volleyball quarterfinals. Then at 12, there will be tons of track and field events, from women's pole vault to hurdles and the discus final. Then at 3 p.m., another beach volleyball quarterfinal match.
I'm Molly Martinez with the NTSB investigation and what top brass at Boeing has to say.
But first, new anti-theft software keeping Kia and Hyundai vehicles safe. A look at the drop in theft reports to insurance companies after the break.
What is First Alert?
First Alert is for you. It's to give you that most advanced notice possible
to the next big thing in the forecast, whether it's the temperatures or rain or thunderstorms.
It's what's most impactful for you. So what's going to impact your day, your morning commute, your drive home.
Being the first to alert you to those big changes is how we are going to be the ones to keep you safe.
This is why we First Alert, only on Action News 5.
Seriously injured? Then you either need Mike Montesi or you really need Mike Montesi.
Montesi is a powerful voice standing up for accident victims' rights.
I'm attorney Mike Montesi. If you're seriously injured, you need a serious lawyer. I've got 40 years experience getting top dollar for accident victims.
Montesi's proof why he's the lawyer to call. Let Mike be your voice.
Mike Montesi's focus is winning for you.
One call, that's all.
Call 888-8888.
Observe a domesticated human family in their natural habitat, known to their species as the backyard.
Hey, you think I should light it now?
I think it's good.
Yeah?
Oh dear, someone is about to burn a pile of debris that's too tall, which can start a wildfire. Wait, could it be? Blimey, it is.
It's Smokey.
It's Smokey Bear. What a legend.
Hey, it's Smokey. Sorry, it was too high. Right.
Watch as he astutely ensures that there's no wind, and how he removes some of the debris to create a smaller, safer burning pile.
No, you said make it bigger, baby. The bigger the better.
Take note of our fearless furry friend here, humans.
I appreciate it. Fist bump.
Watching you.
Smokey's done it again.
Bye, Smokey.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cutting out cable doesn't mean you have to cut out local news. Action News 5 makes it easy to keep up with what's happening in the 901 through Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Watch breaking news and weather from anywhere when we go live. Like and comment on the stories that matter to you, and share your ideas directly with us. We're taking action for you, making it easy to stay in the know in the 901. WMC Action News 5. Find us wherever you scroll.
It makes me smile to bring joy to your evenings now. Taking action for you with the most complete Mid-South news coverage, first alert weather, and sports. Wrap up your day with me.
Watch Joy Redmond weekdays on Action News 5.
Live better, live your best life. Weekday mornings on Action News 5.
Welcome back. We're working to find out more about this story, but job cuts are coming to the Kellogg plant in the Bluff City as the company downsizes. Company leaders are planning to close a plant in Omaha, Nebraska in 2026 and scale back production at the plant here in Memphis next year. According to the report, the plan will result in 550 jobs being lost. The company says they plan to increase production in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Canada. That's coming with a change in infrastructure and technology, which the company says they're investing more than $400 million to do so. I'm making phone calls right now. We're working to find out how many jobs will be affected at the plant here in Memphis. We've checked with the State Department of Labor and Workforce Development. Right now, there's no warn notice posted on their website, which is a requirement when companies of a certain size plan those mass layoffs.
And discount retailer Big Lots is closing more than 300 locations nationwide. The company revealed the news in an updated Securities and Exchange Commission filing. So far, none of the Memphis area stores are set to close. Big Lots said it experienced decreased comparable and net sales in all of its merchandise categories. The Ohio-based company operates more than 1,300 stores in 48 states, as well as an e-commerce store. And insurance claims for stolen Hyundai and Kias is down 64% following a new anti-theft software update. That's according to the Highway Loss Data Institute. That number was compared to cars of the same make, model, and year without the upgrade. Last February, Hyundai and Kia released their updates following a spark of social media posts surfaced showing how to steal them. So far, more than 2 million cars have since gotten the update.
We'll get ready to pay more to watch some blockbuster favorites. The price hike going into effect later this year for Disney Plus and Hulu customers.
Friends have been telling friends about Colonial Penn Guaranteed Acceptance Whole Life Insurance for more than 50 years, and with good reason. If you're between the age of 50 and 85, it's a sure thing. Your acceptance is guaranteed because full benefits are not paid in the first 2 years. And the price? Options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. With Colonial Penn, your rate is another sure thing. It will never increase. And you should know this coverage can last a lifetime.
Call today, 1-800-416-9998.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself, I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
If I would have followed a treatment plan, I would not be in this situation.
It's a tough journey,
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm gonna make it better. Coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Get Action News 5 anywhere, on your schedule. And it's free. Stream local newscasts, entertainment, sports, and special reports when you want them. Download and install the free Action News 5 apps today.
The day's big stories.
Investigations that impact you.
Action News 5.
Action News 5 makes it easy to keep up with what's happening in the 901 through Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. WMC Action News 5. Find us wherever you scroll.
You're watching Action News 5 at midday.
It's been 8 months since a terror in the sky. Passengers on an Alaska Airlines jet left helpless as their airplane door flew open mid-flight. Now the NTSB is demanding answers under oath. Action News 5's Washington Bureau correspondent Molly Martinez brings us the latest from the investigation.
The question at the heart of this multi-day investigation is how 4 bolts on this door went missing, causing it to open up mid-flight. Chaos in the cabin. On January 5th, at an altitude of 16,000 feet, the door of a Boeing 737 MAX jet blew open as a result of rapid decompression. The NTSB described the scene Tuesday.
It was very noisy and difficult to communicate among themselves and with the cabin crew. The flight crew immediately contacted air traffic control, executed emergency procedures, landed on runway 28 left, and taxied to the gate without further incident.
All of the 177 passengers survived. The NTSB is now tasked with figuring out how this catastrophe took flight.
This isn't a PR campaign for Boeing. What we want to know is what happened.
Preliminary investigations point to missing bolts as part of the problem, but transcripts released Tuesday show a culture of cutting corners. Those who worked on the line describe a rushed Boeing assembly plant with emphasis on quantity over quality in an effort to keep up with demand.
We had approved ourselves to build at a baseline rate of 38 aircraft per month, but we were producing at a rate lower than that, upper 20s to low 30s.
Boeing witnesses appeared Tuesday as a result of subpoenas. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy vowed to conduct a thorough investigation.
We will not leave until all questions are asked.
In Washington, I'm Molly Martinez.
And this is far from the first incident with the plagued 737 MAX jets. Just 2 weeks ago in July, a Korean air flight experienced cabin pressure failure 30 minutes after takeoff. That flight was forced into an emergency landing.
Microsoft and Delta Airlines are at odds after a massive tech outage last month. Microsoft claiming that because Delta has not modernized its technology, the airline struggled to recover from the global outage. Now, as a result, Delta canceled more than 5,000 flights in the days following the incident. A flawed software update from CrowdStrike affected millions of customers running Microsoft Windows. Microsoft is also claiming that Delta declined repeated offers for help. Delta says it has, quote, a long track record of investing in safe, reliable, and elevated service for our customers and employees, end quote. Well, Disney's streaming services are about to be a little more expensive as the company announced price hikes across the board. Beginning October 17th, Disney Plus will cost $2 more per month. Hulu's ad-supported plan will go up $2 a month, and its ad-free plan will rise by $1. The bump in price comes as many are struggling to keep up with changing consumer behavior.
And speaking of some changes, there's a little bit of a change in the forecast that's going to happen.
Yeah, it feels pretty good out there right now. In fact, temperatures are going to feel pretty good the next few days, a lot better than we have been. Let's take a look and show you what to expect for the weekend. Look at this. We've dropped it to 86 degrees on Saturday. That is fantastic in the month of August with a mostly sunny sky. So your first alert to below average temperatures across the Mid-South. 88 degrees on Sunday with a northeast wind at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. I mentioned yesterday yesterday and the day before that we would have some clouds in the forecast. The clouds were even thicker and more overcast than we even expected. In fact, those clouds have caused for temperatures to be actually staying a little bit lower this morning. That is some good news. I'm sure we won't see any complaints about that, but that's our best camera looking toward the Enbridge right now. And as we take a look and show you what's going on across the rest of the Mid-South, we are seeing pretty quiet conditions out there. The next big thing, though, is going to be these temperatures that stay pretty much in the 80s across the Mid-South this afternoon. We're only in the 70s right now, but look at the dew points. 68 in Memphis, 66 Covington, 67 rather in Dyersburg. Still some low 70s, a little muggier down here in North Mississippi, but that's keeping the feels like temperatures in check. This is what we like to see this time of the year. That is a much different story than what we've seen over the past several days. So this afternoon, we bumped the high down to 88 degrees, a mix of sun and clouds, less humid out there, nice north breeze at 10 to 15, and you can see low to mid 80s at best. There could be some areas in like Dyersburg that only hits 83, while it still could hit 90 or higher in North Mississippi, especially where you're seeing more sunshine. Let's talk about the next big thing. And again, the tropical system still hanging off the coast of the Carolinas, and Debbie is going to continue to move very close to Charlotte, get caught up in this front that's going to move through the Mid-South on Friday, and that's going to set the stage for that very nice weekend across the Mid-South. And that is why feels like temperatures not an issue through the weekend, but they are going to go back up toward triple digits for next week. Precipitation wise, still not looking at much all the way through early next week, but by Tuesday and Wednesday we might have some small rain chances in the forecast. We'll keep you posted, of course, on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app as we go through the period. Check out the 7-day forecast. And really, it looks pretty good. Temperatures running in the upper 80s to low 90s the next few days, and then mid to upper 80s for the weekend. Lows at night, upper 60s. Very comfortable conditions for this weekend at night and during the day. Heats back up. Slight chance of a shower on Tuesday. And then looking at days 8, 9, and 10, a little hotter. Highs in the low to mid 90s, maybe a stray shower or thunderstorm.
Thank you, Spencer. We're flooding across the Carolinas this morning as Debbie slowly spins across the coastline. How the changing climate is impacting storms that develop in the ocean.
And is this with the doctor or is this with the nurse practitioner? Fantastic. Dad, lunch. Got some soup for you.
You are loved.
Oh, you. Look at those freckles.
This was very much. You are valued. You are strong. You are resilient. You got this.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving.
This is the story of a boy who didn't talk for a long time. The boy liked things to always be the same. Any changes would scare and upset him. The unknown was an unfriendly place. The boy was very sensitive to lights and sounds. So he built secret hiding places where they couldn't get in. The boy didn't like looking people in the eye. He wasn't trying to be mean, it just made him feel uncomfortable. Sometimes he would flap his arms again and again.
One day I found out I have something called autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I found my voice and learned all the ways I could live with it better.
Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
Welcome back. Well, Tropical Storm Debbie is slowly swirling over Georgia into the Carolinas, spawning tornadoes and dumping catastrophic rain across coastal cities. At least 5 people have died since Debbie roared ashore on Monday. Now, Charleston is one of several cities that's received nearly a foot of rain as more keeps falling. Right now, nearly 2,000 National Guard troops have been mobilized for search and rescue efforts. Virtually all the damage from Debbie will be flooding rains, and that's one of the signature of how climate change is impacting tropical systems.
Yeah, a warmer atmosphere combined with record warm ocean waters are fueling the development of storms as well as how much rainfall they produce. NBC's national climate reporter Chase Kane has more.
It's not just the wind, it's the water. Climate change is amping up the part of tropical systems that causes nearly 90% of all deaths and a lot of the damage, too. We've already seen plenty of the evidence with Debbie.
I've seen tropical storms, brave tropical storms, trees down, but never seen a flood like this, never.
Widespread flooding from Florida and now up the Atlantic coast. And that's in part because a warmer atmosphere holds more moisture, specifically 4% more moisture for every degree of warming.
So if you think of the atmosphere, clouds as like a sponge holding moisture and then wringing it out as rain, as we burn more fossil fuels and the hotter the atmosphere gets, that's like having an even bigger sponge holding even more moisture and dumping even heavier rainfall.
And when scientists crunched the numbers on several soaking storms, they calculated that climate change helped Hurricane Florence dump about 5% more rain, 7% more during Dorian, 10% more from Hurricane Ian, and at least 15% more rain from Hurricane Harvey. None of which bodes well for Debbie as it moves up the East Coast.
We know that there is a potential for record rainfall here, but we also know that the waters that Debbie traveled through in the eastern Gulf of Mexico are much warmer in record levels because of human-caused climate change. And when you have the excessively high sea surface temperatures, that means more moisture can go into the atmosphere. So Debbie basically scooped up excess moisture more than the storm would have. And a lot of that is because of how climate change has made these rainfall events more excessive.
I'm meteorologist Chase Kane.
Debbie is hanging on along the coast of South Carolina right now. Your first alert to how this is going to impact our temperatures coming up in the weekend forecast.
A Mid-South Olympian gets to go for gold. The family support Shelby McEwen is getting as he gets set to compete in the high jump finals on Saturday.
And a push to remove a Mid-South mayor from office. The reason some residents say the Wynne, Arkansas mayor is falling short after a major tornado hit last year.
Action News 5 taking action for you.
Breaking news from your neighborhood, uncovering scams and ripoffs.
And the Mid-South's most accurate weather forecast. Action News 5.
It's time to find your adventure with Girl Scouts and Spirit Untamed.
Wow. Sign me up.
Let's go, girl. Whether you've got courage to spare.
Jump!
I just rode a horse. Skills worth showing off. We'll get your family back. Or you just want to make new friends.
I'm gonna call you Spirit.
There's always a home for you at Girl Scouts, where every spirit is encouraged to shine.
Oh, do I have marshmallow on my face? It's in your heart to run free. It's in mine, too. Trust me.
Rocky! Girl Scouts, come be yourself with us.
Bring it.
Time out, guys. I'm late to dinner. My mom's gonna kill me. Catch you guys later.
Mom wants us home. Okay. Bye, guys.
You guys need a ride? Sure. Yeah. All right. How about some one-on-one?
I gotta go eat, man. Sorry, I'll see you later.
Hey, did you hear the news? If not, catch up now with Action News 5's official YouTube channel. You can like, comment, and share the stories that matter to you. Meet the Action News 5 team and get a blast from the past in the Action News 5 vault. Top stories and special reports you may have missed or just want to watch again are added daily so you can stay in the know in the 901. Visit youtube.com/Action News 5 and never miss out on the exciting things happening around you.
You're watching Action News 5 at midday.
Thank you for sticking with Action News 5 midday on this Wednesday. I'm Ariana Poindexter.
I'm Jerry Askin. Hump Day, right? Meteorologist Spencer Denson is here now. Spencer, we're seeing some less humidity today, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's going to continue to feel pretty good out there across the Mid-South as we go through the next few days, thanks to lower temperatures, lower humidity, even some cloud cover out there this morning. Here's a look at temperatures right now. This is a far cry from what it has been at this time of the day the last several days. We're only at 79 in Memphis, only 76 in Dyersburg, a little warmer down in portions of North Mississippi. But overall, this is because of the north wind and the clouds. This deck of clouds just kind of hanging over the Mid-South and moving south. A few little pockets of clearing here and there, but if this hangs with us long enough, this could hold our temperatures well into the 80s later this afternoon. In fact, we're only forecasting a high of 88. Some areas may stay around 83 to 85 this afternoon. We should get a little more sunshine breakout late in the day, and then temperatures fall back into the 70s. Your first alert to which nights will be the coolest as we head toward the weekend. That's coming up in the 10-day forecast.
All right, thank you, Spencer. We'll see you soon. A battle could be heading to the ballot for residents in Wynne, Arkansas over a petition to recall the city's mayor.
Yeah, this all stems from the mayor's response to a tornado that hit last year. Alejandra Hernandez spoke to both the spokesperson for the group and the mayor about the petition.
You can keep going the way you're going and not recognize your town in January of 2027 when a new mayor will be sworn in, or you can change course now.
It's exactly what one group wants to do in the city of Wynne. The group Always a Jacket announced Monday it filed a petition to remove Mayor Jennifer Hobbs from office. The group's concerns stem from the mayor's response to the Wynne tornado in 2023, claiming the mayor was not prepared to respond to the tragedy and the recovery has been disastrous. Princella Smith, spokesperson of the group, hasn't called Wynne home in years, but she says she has several reasons to care.
The petition was filed by residents of Wynne, Arkansas. What I did was I used my abilities to come home and to help my hometown and to empower them.
Smith said housing is one of the major issues the mayor hasn't addressed.
We have several people in FEMA trailers whose deadline is October. This mayor has made zero moves to bring any affordable housing into this town.
We spoke to Mayor Jennifer Hobbs about the recall petition.
I know that myself and my team have put countless hours into the recovery for Wynne after the tornado. It's frustrating that someone that doesn't even live in our community can cause this much division.
The mayor also released a statement in response. In it, she said private recovery for residents can't be funded by the city, nor does the city receive funds from organizations for personal recovery. In response to the housing accusations, the mayor said the city already had a problem with housing before the tornado ripped through the city. She said building is a problem everywhere.
The city can't force somebody to come in and build an apartment complex or build a new subdivision. That's an expensive thing, and in the economic times that we're in right now, we're not seeing a lot of that come to fruition.
There are more issues the group said over 1,000 residents signed the petition for, but the mayor said she was ready to fight.
You still feel like you're the right person for this job?
I do. I'm here for as long as the people will have me, and we're going to keep pushing on.
Well, that was Alejandra Hernandez. The county clerk's office is currently verifying signatures on the petition. By law, they will have 10 days to verify those signatures.
Officer Bobby Fields has been identified by Memphis police as the surviving officer from Friday's crash where Officer Demetrius Johnson lost his life. Yesterday, a city council member said Officer Fields is still recovering from the injuries he suffered during that wreck. The two-car crash happened on South Danny Thomas and Mississippi Boulevard. 22-year-old Rantavius Johnson was also sadly killed in that crash. A former high school bookkeeper in Mississippi is facing charges after the state says she embezzled money from a high school. State Auditor Shad White says Memory Smith is charged with one count of embezzlement. Smith is accused of taking cash from the Quitman High School Activity Fund and pocketing the money for her own personal use. She faces up to $5,000 in fines and 20 years in prison if convicted.
Another Mid-South athlete made it to the finals in Paris. In the Olympic high jump, Shelby McEwen will finish 10th in the semifinals, earning his spot in the finals on Saturday. We are so proud. And he first competed in the 2020 games as a small-town superstar from Abbeville, Mississippi. As Griffin Demaray reports, that support system is taking Shelby to new heights in the quest for gold this year.
The McEwen family's bags are packed for Paris. Mom Sharon and Dad Michael headed to the City of Lights to cheer on their son.
Being on the biggest stage, you know, watching my son go over that bar, it's just amazing. It's gonna be amazing.
Welcome to Abbeville, Mississippi, a town of just under 400 people and home to Olympic high jumper Shelby McEwen, who's been catching air since he was a kid.
I feel like jumping off hay, jumping on trampolines, shooting basketball on a light pole with a wooden backboard.
Shelby's high jumps first started on the hardwood. He played basketball in school, and his mom said early on she knew he was incredible.
7th grade is when he dunked the basketball first, and he was like maybe 5'11", and that's when I definitely knew that he was different and he was special.
But for Shelby, it was not until a dunk contest in Vegas that he realized his ability.
Started to not do track my junior year and play AAU basketball. And when I went out to Vegas and took off from behind the free throw line back in 2014, that kind of made me realize, like, man, I got a huge jumping ability.
And when you watch this video, you can understand why. This is Shelby in that dunk contest, taking off from the free throw line and then dancing because he just knew he won. But what he didn't know is that this would lead him to not 1, but 2 Olympic appearances. Shelby secured a ticket to the Tokyo Games in 2020, but came up short in competition.
It really just never hit me because I feel like it's unfinished business. I want more.
At this year's games in Paris, he'll have a little extra support in the stands, his family.
I feel like it'll be like tears of joy because I do feel like I shed a few tears in that moment and still stay locked in at the same time.
Family is something the McEwens hold close to their heart. Their street, named after Shelby, is filled with family members up and down the block. His dad, Michael, said when he hears Shelby talk so highly of where he came from, it makes him proud.
That makes me feel great, man. I know, and when he do like that, that makes me know I done something right. You know what I'm saying? He always have been a good kid, and when he put his head to something he want to do, he gonna do it. I mean, and like I told him, this the best of the best, so go get it done. I mean, go get your goal.
And this will be Michael's first time out of the country, and he thanks his son and God for making it all possible.
When you a 2-time Olympian, hey, you can't get it no better than that, man. And now here I am going to the big stage, as you want to call it. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. God is good.
In Abbeville, on Shelby Lane, I'm Griffin Demaray, Action News 5.
They are so proud, and we are so proud here in the Mid-South. Shelby will now go for gold Saturday at noon, and family members who aren't making the trip to Paris will be celebrating on Shelby Lane, a street named after Shelby in his hometown of Abbeville.
As a happy family, we're happy for them. Olympic competition has come to an end for another Mid-South athlete. Mackenzie Long competed in the women's 200-meter final yesterday. She came in 7th place, not ending how she wanted exactly. In a post on Instagram, she wrote, "I was not meant to be here. Grief, injuries, adversity, but God." Olympic finalists. She says now it is time to rest. Congratulations, Mackenzie, on making it to the Olympics. A lot of Ole Miss and Oxford alums on the world stage this week in Paris, with another Mid-South athlete going for gold tomorrow for shot put. Raven Saunders may compete under a persona known as the Hulk, but it's human strength that got Saunders onto Team USA for a 3rd time. Tonight on Action News 5 at 5 o'clock, we'll celebrate the superstar shot putters planned this go round.
And Team USA is still on top of the medal count in Paris with a total of 86 medals. Right now, Team USA has 24 gold medals, 31 silver medals, and 31 bronze medals. China has a total of 60 medals, followed by France with 48 and Great Britain with 46. And you can also find tons of Olympic coverage online at actionnews5.com. Right now, some of our top stories are about Shelby McEwen, field hockey, and Gabby Thomas. You can find this page by clicking Olympics in the top bar on the homepage.
We are slowly backing down those temperatures and the feels like temperatures as well. I'll show you how long that's going to last and any sign of rain in the forecast that's coming up in just a bit. Stay with us.
And COVID-19 cases are on the rise at a time when booster shots are in short supply. Why it's hard to find the shots and what you can do to make sure Shelby County has them.
Weather and traffic go hand in hand because if it's raining or if it's foggy outside, I know it's going to be a pretty busy day for me.
And knowing where the rain is happening, where the accidents are occurring, it's so imperative for a morning routine to get out the door.
Yeah, we know the streets. We know that this street, hey, it's a Waffle House right across the corner or it's a pothole that we just cannot avoid. We know what we're talking about.
That is totally news you can use each and every morning.
Well, I had a couple of co-workers that were new to the city, and she was like, I need a new dentist. I said, you got to go try Dr. E at River City Dental.
To me, he's the whole package. He's the whole package.
He's so personable. He's so friendly. He is knowledgeable. I trust him.
He cared about me being a patient. He cared about me as a person.
He is a skilled professional.
Man, that man's smile, you seen it? So genuine.
You feel like family here at River City Dental.
Dad, they took over my bedroom. Come on, come on. Okay, Dad. 1, 2, 3. Dad! You saved me. Dad?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, dear.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
Telling your stories isn't just a job for me, it is a passion, my life's work. I care about making sure you know what's happening inside your communities so we can work together to make a difference.
Watch Kelly Cook weekends on Action News 5.
Vaccine, you may have trouble finding one. Lots of places are out of stock.
They sure are. This is happening as we're starting to see a rise in summer cases. Marissa Selleck reports from Nashville and on the hunt for the booster shot.
Working with clients like Dan and Shay is part of James Marsh's job at Warner Chappell Music. Where they go, so does he.
But I'm around the artists, I'm around their band, I'm around the radio station people, and I'm also around some of the audience.
Marsh works large stadium concerts with 50 to 60,000 people in the crowd. To stay healthy, he scheduled an appointment to get a COVID-19 booster shot in Mount Juliet yesterday.
I was pulling up in the parking lot and the lady called and said, are you coming in for a booster shot? I said, yeah. She said, we don't have any. And I called Publix and Kroger and CVS, Walgreens, and nobody had the COVID shot or a booster shot.
We called local pharmacies in the West Nashville area and found Walgreens, Kroger, and Vanderbilt did not have any more left, but CVS and Publix had a limited supply.
The COVID vaccine that was updated last fall, we're now running out, but there'll be a new COVID vaccine available this fall.
Dr. William Schaffner with Vanderbilt University Medical Center says come September or October, there will be more new boosters. You can still get last year's supply for protection if you can find it. But with fewer people taking advantage, fewer doses are made, which is why it's not widely available as summer cases start to rise.
It's surely a concern. And what we've been telling people who are in these high-risk populations, the older people, people with underlying illness, the immune compromised, get your mask out again.
As for Marsh, he says he will call around the Nashville area and see if he can get his hands on the final few this season.
All the news media is saying that COVID's on the rise, and here I am trying to prevent myself from getting COVID and passing it on to someone, and I can't protect myself or people around me. So I think it kind of sucks.
Yeah, Marissa Selleck reporting. Now, COVID-19 vaccinations are available in Shelby County to anyone who meets the vaccine criteria and are provided at no cost. For more information, you can call the Shelby County Health Department's immunization clinic. That number is on your screen right now, 901-222-9980.
The presidential race could have a lasting impact on policies across the U.S. Next, how it could change health care in the state of Mississippi.
Creighton's Clearwater Revival's John Fogerty, the Celebration Tour, with special guests George Thorogood and the Destroyers, and Hardy Har, Friday, August 9th, the Radiance Amphitheater. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Another first down.
You're getting another opportunity to watch these guys play.
These uneasy wins are negative or positive?
A win is a win. You know, winning the preseason is important.
I want to focus on the Saints winning the Super Bowl. It heads to the 5-4, and the black and gold needs to be there.
The Saints preseason is back, and Action News 5 Plus is your home for all things Saints. Watch the Saints take on the Arizona Cardinals Saturday at 7, only on Action News 5 Plus. Your home for the Saints. Comcast 907 or Channel 5.3.
Did you hear the news? If not, catch up now with Action News 5's official YouTube channel. Top stories and special reports you may have missed are added daily, so you can stay in the know in the 901. Visit youtube.com/Action News 5 today.
Welcome back. Well, today is the first day Tennessee residents can submit a request for an absentee ballot for the November 5th election.
Yeah, to be processed for the next election, the application must be received by the Election Commission no later than 7 days before the election. And over the next several months, you'll hear a lot about potential impacts tied to the upcoming presidential election. But one thing you may not realize is the domino effect of statewide policy decisions. As Courtney Ann Jackson explained, some lawmakers think the results will shape how they craft laws regarding your health care options.
Speaker Jason White says the House is committed to finding health care solutions for working Mississippians, but
with this national election and presidential election, I think our direction fully hinges on what happens with that.
Before negotiations stalled out last session, a work requirement was the constant agreement and proposals from both the House and Senate. Where things got sticky was on whether the rest of the plan would take effect if the Biden administration denied that work requirement as they had for other states. Republican leaders consistently said they were banking on Donald Trump ending up back in the White House and keeping that in play. That said, Reeves hasn't budged.
I'm opposed to Medicaid expansion in our state.
The Senate position relied heavily on keeping people on the federal exchange, but that's also set to change.
The added benefits on the exchange for the plans that are subsidized by the federal government goes away in 2025. So for all those people that say low-income working Mississippians can avail themselves to the exchange, that goes away in 2025 under current law.
A recent Kaiser Family Foundation study shows that the premiums on the federal exchange will increase an average of $480 annually, or 160% for Mississippians. That's all the more reason House Minority Leader Robert Johnson says expansion needs to happen.
This is not about who gets elected.
While he's hoping for a Harris win, he doesn't think that should change the efforts at the Capitol.
We have a ram in the bush. We have something that people are begging us to accept that would be good for the people of the state of Mississippi. And so that's what we should do.
Nearly half of all adults have high blood pressure, and while medications are available, a lot of them come with side effects. A new FDA-approved procedure can lower blood pressure without any side effects. Renal denervation works by modifying the nerve transmission between the head and the kidney. Then an ultrasound is used to disrupt the function of these nerves, helping patients get back to doing the things they love.
We put a catheter in through the femoral artery in the leg, go up to the kidney, modify the nerves on both sides.
2 of those devices have been approved by the FDA. After the procedure, everything is removed and the patient goes home the same day. Side effects include a small risk of infection from inserting the catheter. I can't pronounce that word there, but there is no damage to the artery and the risk is less than 1%.
All right, so we talked about it earlier, but we're getting a little bit of a break from that humidity
I'm
we've
excited
been experiencing.
About it. Yeah, it feels good out there. You know, it's going to feel even better the next few days. We have another front on the way, so this is a really pretty good forecast for August. Let's take a look and show you what we're talking about. Your first alert to mid to upper 80s for the weekend. How about that as we go into Saturday and Sunday? Lots of sunshine, that northeast breeze at 5 to 10. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this as we head into mid-August. You can see that blanket of cloud cover, a little bit of filtered sunshine out there from our Best Care Home Services camera looking toward downtown Memphis right now. That is Union Avenue, and it looks nice and dry out there as well. Let's take a look at current temperatures across the Mid-South. They're running in the 70s right now, mid to upper 70s across the board. That's really stunning for this time of the year. Now, as we go through the next couple of days, I think we'll be seeing similar conditions, although today the cloud cover is really the big story on why these temperatures are so low. And also you can see dew points in the mid to upper 60s. That's a lot better than mid to upper 70s. That's a big difference when you're talking about the dew point. 5 to 10 degrees can really mean it feels much, much better. Good lawn mowing day, yard work day to be out there, and I saw several out this morning. You can see temperatures only feeling like 81 right now in Memphis, 80 in Blytheville, 77 in Dyersburg, 78 in Bolivar. Man, that is a huge difference. It was feeling like 100 to 105 at this hour the last several days. So that front definitely making a big, big difference. For this afternoon, we'll go to the high of 88. Some areas may struggle to reach that number, believe it or not. And I think we'll see those temperatures again running in the low 80s up toward Dyersburg and Blytheville. Now it will be hotter down here in North Mississippi, a little closer to that front. But either way, even you're getting a little bit of that cloud cover on visible satellite. It's trying to break up a little bit, but man, this has been a solid deck of clouds this morning, and that is really having that big, big impact on those temperatures. As we take a look and show you the setup right now, the current setup, as we go through time, we'll see another front coming in. This is the next big thing. This is the one coming in on Friday. It's going to be a mostly dry front, a few clouds with it, maybe a shower off to the west in Arkansas, but it sets the stage for that really nice weekend with high pressure building in, and it keeps most of the rainy activity well to our south. So here's the 7-day feels like behind that front. Feeling pretty good heading into Saturday and Sunday. It might bump back up a little bit tomorrow in some areas. So tomorrow could feel actually a little bit hotter than today. But as we go into next week, it will heat back up, more triple-digit heat by Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And rain chances remain low through Monday. But again, by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, we'll bring in that slight chance of a shower or a thunderstorm. We'll keep you posted on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. I'll be sending out a video update here shortly talking in more detail about this less humid air that is invading the Mid-South. Check out the 7-day forecast. Those temperatures running in the 90-degree range through Friday, mid to upper 80s for the weekend. The weekend's just going to be great to be outside. Check out Monday and Tuesday of next week. Those highs around 90 or so, and we'll see a slight chance for a shower on Tuesday, and then hotter and steamier for late next week.
Well, the Braves coming to Tennessee when you could catch a baseball game at Bristol Motor Speedway.
There's a lot to the Bath Fitter difference.
Our one-piece wall is the leader in the bathroom remodeling industry. No seams in our walls means no costly leaks in your bathroom. We are so confident in our one-piece wall system, we give you a lifetime warranty on every job.
And by the way, it's so easy to clean. Why would you want it any other way?
Right now, for a special limited time offer, you get 0% interest financing for 18 months. Call Bath Fitter today for your free in-home estimate.
There was a time in my life where I was extremely homesick. I decided that I needed a pet. When I first saw a turtle, my heart was full. He jumped up and kissed me and jumped right into my arms. I immediately went up to the volunteers at the shelter and said, I want him, he's gotta come home with me. Now I'm anything but lonely. Every day with Turtle is a perfect day and keeps me company when I'm doing schoolwork. I like it when he jumps up on the table too. He is a veggie thief. He's an incredible companion and my best friend. Can't say that I've met anybody that doesn't love him too. When I adopted Turtle, I discovered all the things that make him unique. He's a little bit of a lot of things, but mostly he's all pure love.
Action News 5 makes it easy to keep up with what's happening in the 901 through Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. You can watch breaking news and weather from anywhere when we go live. Like and comment on the stories that matter to you and share your ideas directly with us. So tap in using your phone, tablet, or computer, making it easy to stay in the know in the 901. We're taking action for you. WMC Action News 5. Find us wherever you scroll.
Action News 5, taking action for you.
With breaking news from your neighborhood.
Investigations that uncover scams and ripoffs.
And the Mid-South's most accurate weather forecast.
The team you trust, Action News 5, taking action for you.
Telling your stories isn't just a job for me. I'm passionate about making sure you know what's happening in your communities.
Watch Kelly Cook weekends on Action News 5.
Welcome back. We're looking ahead. The Braves could play in a historic regular season game in 2025. Sources told The Athletic that the Atlanta Braves will play the Cincinnati Reds at Tennessee's Bristol Motor Speedway next year. The games have not been officially announced. Bristol Motor Speedway has never hosted a baseball game. The official announcement from MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred and Speedway Motorsports CEO Marcus Smith is expected this Friday.
Well, tonight at 6, in the spirit of Olympic competition, we are tapping into a Memphis brewery on its own quest for gold. Soul and Spirits on North Main and Uptown is the reigning Tennessee Brewery of the Year, 2 years in a row now. And the brewmaster behind the liquid gold served here is going for a three-peat.
I am mostly competitive with myself, always aspiring to make something more drinkable and more enjoyable for my palate.
Well, tonight on Action News 5 at 6, we will show you how Memphis music plays a big part at the success of Soul and Spirits as they go for gold one more time.
And there's still plenty of Olympic action to watch over on Action News 5. Men's volleyball quarterfinals just wrapped about 30 minutes ago. Team USA moving on to the bronze medal match. We're now waiting for some track and field events to start at noon, including women's pole vault, hurdles, and the discuss finals. Then at 3 p.m., another beach volleyball quarterfinal match. Not bad weather to be inside today watching the Olympics.
Yeah, not bad at all. Temperatures are going to be in the 70s and 80s the next few hours. Take a look. We'll see those highs only in the upper 80s today, maybe around 90 or so next couple of days, and then it backs off again for Saturday and Sunday. This weekend, if you can be outside this weekend, I would highly advise it because low humidity, temperatures in the 80s, it'll work.
All right. Thank you so much, Spencer. We appreciate it. And thank you all for joining us.
Y'all have a great day. Bluff City Life is next.
Stream Action News 5 for free on actionnews5.com, on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV.
After my car wreck, insurance said, sign this today. It's our top offer. Take it or leave it.
Typical insurance company lies to cheat and underpay you. I'm attorney Mike Montesi. I'll fight the insurance company and get you all the money you deserve. Don't let the insurance company insult you. Call me.
Mike got me more money than I dreamed of.
For serious results, get serious. Pick up the phone, call Montesi.
It's easy with Montesi. One call, that's all. Call 888-8888.
Welcome to Memphis, everyone, in the opening round of the playoffs. The best in the game playing here.
Yeah! Lucas Glover is your champion. Coach in the hole. He's made one. He made one. Yes, he did.
The path to the tour's ultimate prize begins at the FedEx St. Jude Championship. Tickets on sale now at FedExChampionship.com.
Well, I had a couple of co-workers that were new to the city, and she was like, I need a new dentist. I said, you got to go try Dr. E at River City Dental.
To me, he's the whole package. He's the whole package. He's so personable. He's so friendly. He is knowledgeable. I trust him.
He cared about me being a patient. He cared about me as a person.
He is a skilled professional. Man, that man's smile, you seen it? So genuine.
You feel like family here at River City Dental.
Prior to the COVID-19 crisis, 37 million Americans lived with food insecurity every day. And they relied on a network of food banks and food pantries and soup kitchens across the country to help them meet that need.
Thank you, Jesus.
That network mobilized the day this pandemic broke and went to work getting ready.
We're responding to municipalities that are calling us for extra food.
Donated food is drying up. Food drives can't happen right now. The only way we can get food is to go buy it on the open market, and we're competing with everyone for it.
We need to get more resources, we need to get more help. We can't do this alone.
This is your opportunity to help, and here's where you get to be a hero. Find your local food bank and make a donation today. Allow them to buy more food, rent more trucks, hire more people, and meet this need as it continues to grow every day across the country.
What do people want in the morning?
Accurate news, first alert forecast, traffic that's helping you get out the door on time.
They want the top stories, breaking news, solutions to the problems that we all have in our lives.
We're going to ask the tough questions, we're going to go deeper, but also be empathetic.
There is a level of authenticity among us, and I think that viewers can feel that, and we're real.
That gives us a little flavor, a little swagger to what we do.
We are going to give you the information that you need to know every single day.
The following program is a paid advertisement for the New Wave OxyPure Zero Smart Air Purifiers, sponsored by New Wave LLC. Right now in your home, you and your family are at risk of breathing in billions of tiny, dangerous particles and contaminants tied to symptoms like allergies, sleep issues, trouble breathing, and chronic fatigue, and are linked to even more serious conditions like asthma, heart disease, cancer, and even death. The EPA warns that the air inside your home can be up to 5 times more contaminated than the air outside. In fact, studies show that even cooking one family dinner can expose you to contaminants equal to the most polluted city in the world. When you consider Americans spend about 90% of our time indoors, it's no wonder world-leading health organizations strongly advise purifying the air in your home. Now, New Wave brings you the future in clean, affordable, pure air. Get ready for the game-changing New Wave OxyPure Zero, the eco-friendly, cost-effective smart air purifier that's scientifically proven to protect you and your family from harmful contaminants for just pennies a day. It's already creating quite a buzz on social media. Everyone's raving about it.
Everyone needs OxyPure Zero in their home.
It's one of the most impressive devices that I've ever seen. Worth every penny.
The all-new OxyPure Zero is the culmination of 25 years of ingenuity by New Wave, the award-winning leader in smart home innovation. So why zero? OxyPure Zero is one of the first air purifiers uniquely designed to require 0 filter changes, eliminating the cost and waste of expensive, outdated HEPA filters. Just as electric cars are replacing expensive fuel engines, OxyPure Zero is revolutionizing the way we purify our air. In fact, just one of OxyPure Zero's 3 unique patent-pending BioGuard filters replaces over 40 disposable HEPA filters, saving you hundreds, even thousands of dollars in unnecessary replacements. And standard HEPA filters are only efficient at trapping particles down to 0.3 microns, meaning the tinier, more harmful particles can pass right through the filters and circulate back into the air you breathe. These microscopic particles are as small as 0.1 microns in size, like bacteria, airborne viruses, allergens, and certain chemicals. They're so tiny they can actually enter into the bloodstream and cause serious long-term health effects. Now, as the world evolves to capture these smaller particles, some are applying to meet even higher standards, called the ULPA filter. ULPA filters are 99.999% efficient at trapping particles from 0.3 microns down to 0.1 microns in size. OxyPure Zero's dual 4-stage filter technology is comparable with the ULPA standard and scientifically proven to protect you and your family from microscopic particles all the way down to 0.1 microns. That's 66% smaller than standard HEPA filters without ever impacting your air circulation.
A HEPA filter, it looks like paper. Unlike OxyPure Zero's filter technology, a HEPA filter is only designed to trap large particles, dust, pollen, and pet hair. So anything smaller like mold, bacteria can pass right through it and circulate back into your home.
And the OxyPure Zero is third-party lab certified by Intertech to leave the air in your home with 0 dust in less than 50 minutes, 0 smoke in less than 40 minutes, and 0 pollen in less than 30 minutes. That means 100% dust removal, 100% smoke removal, and 100% pollen removal from your home air in less than an hour. It even leaves your air with 0 ozone gases and virtually 0 negative ions. It's proven to remove 99.97% of potentially deadly viruses like influenza H1N1, bacteria like staph, and toxic black mold from the air. OxyPure Zero even removes 97% of formaldehyde, the cancer-linked VOC, from the air in just a few hours without the usage of a carbon filter. OxyPure Zero's next-generation technology is so powerful that it does one full air exchange in a 2,000 square foot room every hour, leaving the air in your home clean, healthy, and odor-free. Just witness the incredible as the OxyPure Zero clears out a room full of toxic smoke in less than 10 minutes.
The OxyPure Zero is fantastic. It gives me peace of mind, it gives me confidence, and I know that my kids are going to sleep better at night.
After 72 hours, I didn't have a sniffle, I wasn't coughing, I had no snoring problems.
Keep watching to hear from experts, doctors, and real people just like you on the life-changing benefits of breathing OxyPure air. And hear HGTV host J.D. Scott's personal health struggle and how having an air purifier made all the difference in his life.
I got very sick, and it turned out having a device like the OxyPure Zero could remove any contaminants.
But first, here are your hosts, Kelly Mayahara, USO host and former Jeopardy announcer, and J.D. Scott, HGTV host and home improvement expert.
I think everybody by now knows how important it is to have an air purifier like the OxyPure Zero in their home or workplace.
And it sounds so basic, but most of us are not getting the clean, healthy air that our bodies need.
Prolonged exposure to contaminated air can lead to problems in your respiratory system and other health problems over time. Believe me, I know from personal experience, it's worth it to make sure you're breathing the cleanest air possible.
And that's especially true inside our own homes. The EPA ranks indoor air pollution among the top 5 environmental dangers that Americans face today. That's super scary.
We've made it our mission to make you aware of these invisible hazards in your home.
And show you how to get rid of them by helping you find the best air purifier for you. One that not only makes sense financially, but one that will get all those nasty things out of your home and your office. It's called the OxyPure Zero, and it is amazing. Now, for hospitals and airplane-grade air filtration systems, the industry standard is HEPA filters. The OxyPure Zero Super BioGuard filter technology actually removes particles from the air 66% smaller than HEPA-grade filters, using powerful positive and negative charges to capture VOCs, bacteria, and even viruses.
That means zero dust, zero pollen, zero smoke, and zero ozone.
So we all love our pets. They're a part of our family. But what we don't love maybe so much is the hair, the dander, the odors that they bring with them. Whether or not you're sensitive or not to pets, you're still constantly inhaling harmful particles, which can cause problems in the long run. Well, to see how the OxyPure Zero holds up against all the furry friends, we visited a pet grooming salon and put it to the test. Let's take a look.
My name's Alexa Hernandez. I'm a dog groomer in Davie, Florida. I work for Laura's Classy Canines. I'm actually the vice president. We can do upwards of 50 dogs a day. It just depends on whether it's a holiday or what's going on. You know, we do a lot of dogs and they leave behind a lot of hair, a lot of dander, a lot of dirt, and it's all flying through the air. When we first got the OxyPure Zero, I really wasn't sure if it was gonna do what it needed to do to handle, you know, the hair flying, the dander flying, all the fungus, anything that's growing around here. But we turned it on, and within, seriously, the first 15, 20 minutes, I could tell a difference in the back. Sneezing, you know, runny noses, red eyes, scratching, all sorts. It's just taking care of it. It's nice to have pure efficiency, because, you know, when you think about buying an air purifier, you think about buying filters, buying parts, buying this, and, you know, having to replace them all. And the OxyPure completely eliminated that for us. It's so small, it's discreet, you don't see it really, and you can move it so it's not in the way. It's amazing having something like that. And once we have, you know, like big huskies and dander and hair flying all over the place, you turn that on and it just sucks it all up.
So currently I have 3 cats. I have my beautiful friend Charlie, and I have a foster cat. I love the OxyPure Zero. I love that the filters last for the life of the product. You don't have to worry about replacing them. It's eco-friendly, it's efficient. Anybody who has allergies, anybody who has smells, anyone who just wants to breathe better, you'll notice a difference.
For me, having gone through 11 years of health problems because of mold poisoning, we realized how important the air quality is. Now that we have the OxyPure Zero, our family I get to just enjoy life.
I like OxyPure because it not only removes the particulates like pollen, pet dander, and smoke, OxyPure removes viruses like influenza and bacteria like staph.
I would certainly recommend the OxyPure air purifier to my patients or anyone to improve the air quality in their home or in their office.
Right now in your home, you and your family are at risk of breathing in billions of tiny, dangerous particles and contaminants tied to symptoms like allergies, sleep issues, trouble breathing, and chronic fatigue, and are linked to even more serious conditions like asthma, heart disease, cancer, and even death. The EPA warns that the air inside your home can be up to 5 times more contaminated than the air outside. When you consider Americans spend about 90% of our time indoors, it's no wonder world-leading health organizations strongly advise purifying the air in your home. Now, New Wave brings you the future in clean, affordable, pure air. Get ready for the game-changing New Wave OxyPure Zero, the eco-friendly, cost-effective smart air purifier that's scientifically proven to protect you and your family from harmful contaminants for just pennies a day. It's already creating quite a buzz on social media. Everyone's raving about it.
Since we got the OxyPure, our air just feels cleaner and lighter.
If you have breathing issues or allergies, OxyPure can really help in reducing these issues.
So why Zero? OxyPure Zero is one of the first air purifiers uniquely designed to require 0 filter changes, eliminating the cost and waste of expensive, outdated HEPA filters. Just as electric cars are replacing expensive fuel engines, OxyPure Zero is revolutionizing the way we purify our air. That's right, you won't pay one single penny for filters, saving you hundreds, even thousands of dollars in unnecessary replacements. In fact, just one of OxyPure Zero's 3 unique patent-pending BioGuard filters replaces over 40 disposable HEPA filters. The Blue Air Classic can cost you $3,200 after 20 years. But with the OxyPure Zero, you pay 0 in filter replacement costs over the lifetime of your machine. And standard HEPA filters are only efficient at trapping particles down to 0.3 microns, meaning the tinier, more harmful particles can pass right through the filters and circulate back into the air you breathe. These microscopic particles are as small as 0.1 microns in size, like bacteria, airborne viruses, allergens, and certain chemicals. They're so tiny they can actually enter into the bloodstream and cause serious long-term health effects. OxyPure Zero's dual 4-stage filter technology is scientifically proven to protect you and your family from microscopic particles all the way down to 0.1 microns. That's 66% smaller than standard HEPA filters without ever impacting your air circulation. And the OxyPure Zero is third-party lab certified by Intertech to leave the air in your home with 0 dust in less than 50 minutes, 0 smoke in less than 40 minutes, and 0 pollen in less than 30 minutes. That means 100% dust removal, 100% smoke removal, and 100% pollen removal from your home air in less than an hour. It even leaves your air with 0 ozone gases and virtually 0 negative ions. It's proven to remove 99.97% of potentially deadly viruses like influenza H1N1, bacteria like staph, and toxic black mold from the air. OxyPure Zero even removes 97% of formaldehyde, the cancer-linked VOC, from the air in just a few hours without the usage of a carbon filter. OxyPure Zero's next-generation technology is so powerful that it does 1 full air exchange in a 2,000 square foot room every hour, leaving the air in your home clean, healthy, and odor-free. Just witness the incredible as the OxyPure Zero clears out a room full of toxic smoke in less than 10 minutes.
Going into fires, we knew we were going into danger. Who knew that those chemicals and harmful toxins would be in the home?
I'm thrilled. It's just great. We feel like the air is a lot cleaner what we're breathing.
I love that you don't have to replace filters with the OxyPure Zero.
And then it also saves money too, which is very nice.
First, rust-free stainless steel pre-filters capture and collect allergens and particles from 10 to 2 microns like pet hair, pollen, smoke, and even asbestos. Then, patent-pending BioGuard filters trap dangerous pollutants including car emissions, fiberglass, and harmful chemicals like insecticide. Next, 2 ozone removal filters eliminate toxic ozone emissions. Finally, the incredible BioGuard 360 filter at the center uses electrostatic energy to capture microscopic particles as small as 0.1 microns, like viruses, bacteria, lead, and airborne molds. With 3 patent-pending BioGuard filters, you get triple the protection. The OxyPure Zero means less dusting, less vacuuming, and less lingering odors.
I have a Formica glass long cabinet that we put the widescreen TV on, and it always attracts dust. But within a couple of days after starting with the OxyPure device, there was no more dust.
And it comes equipped with brilliant smart settings like Auto Mode to automatically detect odors and contaminants in the air and adjust the fan speeds, giving you cleaner air when you need it most. Plus, there's an energy-saving Eco Mode and a whisper quiet, no light sleep mode. It's almost 50% quieter than rustling leaves. And easily direct the flow of your clean air with an adjustable 30, 60, and 90-degree airflow panel. Plus, the OxyPure Zero is a smart device, so you can control and monitor the air in your home anytime, anywhere, right from your phone. While other air purifiers can cost over $1,000, you won't pay $1,000 for the OxyPure Zero, not even $800 or $500. Call right now to get your OxyPure Zero Smart Air Purifier, and you'll pay just one low payment of $399.96. Or go online today and order your OxyPure Zero for payments as low as $33.33 a month with zero interest. Be among the first 500 orders and will even include free shipping. The OxyPure Zero is backed by our 90-day money-back guarantee. Run it 24/7 for 90 days, and if you don't love it, just send it back for a full refund. Plus, your OxyPure Zero comes with a 5-year manufacturer warranty and an amazing 1-year ironclad VIP service. So if anything is wrong, we will fix it or replace it free, and we'll even pay the shipping both ways. The OxyPure Zero Smart Air Purifier offer is not available in stores, and this incredible offer won't last. Remember, no other air purifier offers this amazing deal to save you hundreds, even thousands of dollars in replacement filters. Call now, go online, or scan the QR code on your screen to order your OxyPure Zero today.
Air pollutants can come from places you least expect. Your furnace, AC and heating systems, air ducts, not to mention all the dust thrown back into the air when you vacuum.
The OxyPure Zero is without a doubt the smart choice because of its efficiency
and its smart technology, like the app that controls cool features such as the 30, 60, and 90-degree flow angle.
Now to demonstrate how powerful the OxyPure Zero is, our team constructed an airtight room and flooded it with toxic smoke.
Yes, now on the right, watch the OxyPure Zero draw in the particles in the air. Its smart sensors detect contaminants and automatically kick into turbo mode, giving you cleaner air in less than 10 minutes.
OxyPure Zero has given me more peace and satisfaction that I'm doing a good job as a mom because I took care of their air, which we try to take care of everything, every breath they take. Well, I did it with this.
It's lightweight and easy to move, so at night when I want to bring it to the kids' room, I just roll it in there. I put it on sleep mode. The lights go out, the noise goes down, and the kids sleep soundly.
Once I started using it, I realized that it really does just suck out all the odors and anything that just you can feel in the air, and it's so nice and refreshing.
In a time when we're all feeling the impact of today's inflation and rising costs, New Wave cares. We have eliminated the need for costly filter replacements. That's right, you won't pay one single penny for filters. While other air purifiers can cost over $1,000, you won't pay $1,000 for the OxyPure Zero, not even $800 or $500. Call right now to get your OxyPure Zero Smart Air Purifier, and you'll pay just one low payment of $399.96. Or go online today and order your OxyPure Zero for payments as low as $33.33 a month with zero interest. Be among the first 500 orders and will even include free shipping. The OxyPure Zero is backed by our 90-day money-back guarantee. Run it 24/7 for 90 days. And if you don't love it, just send it back for a full refund. Plus, your OxyPure Zero comes with a 5-year manufacturer warranty and an amazing 1-year ironclad VIP service. So if anything is wrong, we will fix it or replace it free, and we'll even pay the shipping both ways. The OxyPure Zero Smart Air Purifier offer is not available in stores, and this incredible offer won't last. Remember, no other air purifier offers this amazing deal to save you hundreds, even thousands of dollars in replacement filters. Call now, go online, or scan the QR code on your screen to order your OxyPure Zero today.
Here's the facts. Behind this door, and almost every door in the USA, the air can be up to 5 times more contaminated than the air out here, which is ironic because the place that you feel most secure can actually be the most harmful. But there's something you can do about that, and we're here to show you what that is. Let's check it out. Hey Jeff, find anything good up there?
I'm just finishing taking up some air quality readings.
Yeah.
Look at this filter here.
Yeah.
Looks like it hasn't been changed in a while. Now let's head to the kitchen. Culinary number 2. Oh, but look at all those chemicals. Look what that's doing.
Yeah. There's water damage in there, and that's creating mold underneath, behind the walls.
Exactly right. What we're finding, and this is a new home, is that especially with all the new building codes that mandate energy efficiency and all the new synthetic building materials, you're getting airtight structures that keep these toxins stuck in there for months, sometimes years. And with old houses, you may have a serious mold issue.
Oh, of course. I mean, I do renovations, and when you go into an old house, you don't know what you're going to find. There's always going to be mold. There's often a lot of dust, dirt. I've found things like raccoons in the ducting. People just breathe all that in for years and years on end without doing anything to fix it.
That's right, and the issue now, we're hearing all about different kinds of air purifiers. It's critical that you get the right kind of air purifier for your house. Most of the current products on the market will capture the big stuff.
You're talking about like a HEPA filter?
Right. In fact, it's just going to take us down to 0.3 microns, so that other nasty stuff is going to go right through it like it's not even there.
But now, technology is advanced, which is where the OxyPure Zero comes in.
That is correct.
With their 4-stage filtration.
Yes, this is a powerful machine. It really covers a lot of territory. All 4